1776, a nation is born, and in 1793, America mints its first coin. As much change as our country has undergone, some things persevere. As the Founding Fathers were the original faces of our country, today they endure as the faces on our coinage.
December 7, 1941, a date which will live in infamy.
Of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to the earth.
You have witnessed my solemn oath of service to you.
We'll preserve for our children this, the last best hope of man on earth.
From the Lincoln Cent to the Washington Quarter, we honor those who have made this nation what it is today. From Morgan dollars to silver eagles, learn America's history through our coinage, right here on Collectible Coins.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to August. Can you believe it's August already? Really, though, thank you for tuning in to America's Value Channel. It's our Tuesday night show. We have 6 hours of coins loaded. The schedule has about 65 to 70 items based upon how we pace it out. And the bottom line is every hour has a crazy value. And some of them are like really crazy values. So stay with me as long as you can. I will have Alex and Allison with us for a little bit of the show. So let's enjoy ourselves, relax, and talk some coins. With that said, let's start the show as we always do. The first item up every night, it's called the Daily Deal. I've been doing this a long time. When I started, I actually had lots of hair and it was dark. Go figure, but that's life, right? Many of you might be in the same scenario. The other part of that phrase, though, is the fact that with time comes experience. I've seen it before, and as a result, I know what to do, or I have an idea of what can be done. All those scenarios are great. But then there's one that just is always there, and many of you might have felt this before. It just falls in your lap. I mean, you can't make the coin for that price, yet it's available for this price. And love those types of deals because it's about buying the group and then dwindling it down. Good friend of mine in the industry was working with a lot of the dual-dated nickels, dimes, and half dollars from this year, as well as some quarters. That's a different conversation. And was just getting out of a couple of positions, was going to concentrate on something else, getting into the later part of the year. Would you like my inventory? We look at his inventory, and we give him a number, and he said, thank you. Well, that thank you means thank you for all of us as well, because the price point you're going to see on this next item is a wow moment. Here we go. So the USA 250 deal has been out there now for what, 7 full months and counting? And we've been having a lot of fun with that. And the coins that are unique in circulation are the Jefferson nickel. The only difference in the Jefferson is the dual date. And then we have the dime and the half dollar, themes of liberty, obverse and reverse, totally changed. And then we have this 5-piece quarter collection. As I referenced early, a conversation for a later day, actually later in the show. But 5 different quarters, themes of our history, 4 different presidents, wow. So when it comes down to it, for the coins in circulation, non-quarters, there are 3 of them this year. The nickel, the Liberty dime, and the Liberty half dollar. P's and D's, Philadelphia, Denver. And tonight, well, this deal we bought had a good number of certified coins and a bunch of other stuff. The cost averaging that we can do enables it tonight where I can come out and be happy with $49.95 for P&D pairs of all 3. So that means you're taking 50 divided by 6, which is $8 and change. You can't certify a coin and hope to get a 66, right? I mean, regular circulation coins, NG was 64, 65, maybe a 6, right? So we're looking at a premium grade, complete pairs, and the 3 non-quarters as part of this bundle. It is the month of July. We just got done celebrating our lovely 4th of July month, as we called it. And there's one deal that kind of came in at the end that we just got to talk about right now, even though we know we're a little bit past. You're looking at it. right? You're looking at it. Now, the liberty themes here tonight are two, and it's emerging liberty and enduring liberty, right? Emerging liberty is the dime. It's the theme of we're growing this concept of democracy. We're growing this concept of being a republic, right? Individual states within, etc. Now we're 250 years in, and we have to endure it. All the changes based upon the good, the bad, and the indifferent that just pop up in life as well as society itself changes, as we as a nation change, as the world changes. So they put the theme on liberty and have 1 year only unique designs. Now the other coin, which is the nickel in this set, is the regular Jefferson nickel. They dual dated that coin to make it unique and special. But the dime and the $50 are two different coins. Remember last year we had the Kennedy $50? Remember last year we had the Roosevelt dime? Now we have liberty, and the theme of liberty, our semi-quincentennial. Don't say that fast 3 times, it'll give you a headache. I use USA 250, it's a lot easier to get through. But tonight it's 66 pairs times 3 in a bundle. Now I see a number of you buying multiples, so that if you're buying multiples, and I see a couple of 3s in there, let me say thank you. But if you bought 3, that means you're getting 3 sets of 6. This is not $49.95 for the nickels, the dimes, or the $50. It is $49.95 for all 3 of the denominations, and both P and D, which is 6 coins in all. Now we're showing you 9 coins on the screen because we're showing you the reverse design of each of these respective denominations. And as you can tell here with the nickel, there's no difference on the nickel on the reverse. It's the same look and feel that we saw last year, 2025. But the dime, obverse and reverse, completely changed. $50, obverse and reverse, completely changed. The themes of liberty, liberty defined by the Declaration of Independence, right? Defined by, well, Thomas Jefferson, who happens to be on the nickel. So we have the theme of liberty because of the Declaration, and we have the guy from the Declaration all tied into this great little bundle. Now you've seen my competition. I saw the nickel pair for $29.95, a really good buy. I've seen the dimes for $39 to $49 for the pair, and I've seen the $50 between $49 and $69 for the pair. So as I referenced a little earlier, a few people that I saw buy 3 pairs or 3 groupings at $49.95, it's probably because you saw the advertisements from our competition. Same coin, same grade, same exact holder. And ICG's been one of the leaders this year with modern issue, but you have to take a step back. Go back to the 1990s, right? When the concept of modern issue independent certification was beginning to take hold. We had ANAX and ICG all over it. They kind of led the charge on why not certify modern issue versus NGC and PCGS at that time that were more of, we're doing vintage coins, we'll see where this takes us. And now NGC certifies more modern issue than anything else they do. So we've seen how that times have changed. Well, ICG was at the forefront of that decades ago. So, and they are back, the new look and the new feel with their labels this year and the holders. It's just a win-win. But for us in the big picture, it's all about the value. It's our middle name, and we talk about value all the time. My competition, as I referenced, have the issues. They have the nickel pairs, they have the dime pairs, and they have the $50 pairs. 3 separate entities where if you add them up, they're way north of 120 bucks. Tonight, we have the 6 coins, P and D of each of them for under 50. Give or take $8 a coin. Guys, give me a 30-second clock, please. Lots of people on the phones. I appreciate that. See lots of multiples, and I understand that, but I wanted to make sure I did explain to everybody that you're not paying $49.95 for one of these pairs. You're paying $49.95 for all 3 of these pairs. That's the craziness of this deal. And again, thank you to my friends in the industry, the person that coordinated this deal with us. We helped him out a bunch, and we're helping everybody out tonight with this deal at these prices. $49.95 for all 6 coins. And the key here is that they're in 66 select grade. That's crazy. But that's our middle name, right? Value. And that's why they call this deal the daily deal.
I'll tell you what, when we got into the year 2026, it came very hard, and it gets harder and harder as the days go by to find 1976 proof sets because of the bicentennial versus the 250th anniversary. The other thing that's even harder to find are 1976 cents because it's a special year, the bicentennial, because we're now celebrating our 250th anniversary. So people are starting to put focus on the last time we had a special year celebration, 1976. But the other thing is, 2026, we do not have a cent in circulation. So back to 1976, folks. It's time to grab onto these special cent rolls, uncirculated condition. It's a 50 coin roll from the Philadelphia Mint for just $8.95 per roll. Our competition, they think it's special too. They charge $1.50 a coin. Wow, their rolls are over $75. Join us, 1976 50 coin uncirculated roll for less than 10, only $8.95.
The last dollar series, big dollar, jumbo dollar series struck for circulation, well, again, big, Morgan piece size, 38.1 millimeters, was the Eisenhower. The mini dollars, Susan B. Anthony, Sacagawea, presidentials, innovations, all came after that. Well, so we have this 8-year series. Clad coins in circulation, they make some proofs, but the rarest of them all is actually a silver proof. Well, tonight, the bonanza's back. We have them all, and look at the crazy price. That's it. So in a crazy silver market, and it's been beyond crazy this year, it hit 50. Where's it going to go? I don't know. How about 70? That sounds like a cool idea. How about 80? It touched that too. So we're seeing a lot of movement in the precious metals. But we do know one thing, and we repeat it often here on the show, and there's a trickle down inside of coins themselves. Because the first ones to always move are, well, the 1 ouncers, i.e. the medallions, the bars, the bigger bars, because it's sold at bullion weight. So if silver is $80, that piece of bullion is going to be $80, give or take, right? Once they add the premium for striking, etc. Then you get into the other coins. You get to the silver eagles, the world silver dollars, and they flip quickly as well. And then over time, we get to the U.S. market, the 90% silvers and other silver coins issued the last 50 years by the U.S. Mint. And these, well, to most, they didn't even know they existed. Many, many did not. When the Eisenhower came out in 1971, it came out as a clad coin, a sandwich. There were Philadelphias and Denvers that were struck for circulation. Okay? And we remember getting those. It was a lot of fun to get the coin, and then you had to carry it, and you went, how many of those can I carry, right? What most don't know is they made silver coins for collectors. And that is the uniqueness. And they made 2 versions, an uncirculated version. Many of you might have heard the term blue packs before, because that's how they were distributed. And then they made silver proofs. Both of the silvers, San Francisco Mint. Now in 1973, they started adding the proof Ike to the proof sets. So 73 to 78, the last 6 years, it was a clad coin, not this silver. So there are 5 silver Eisenhowers in proof. 71, 2, 3, and 4. Those are the brown pack coins, or the lens coins. And then in 1976 for our bicentennial. Yeah, we're going to be USA 250 and 26, right around the corner. And that was in a 3-piece set. So there are a total of 5 coins. Here's how the bonanza works tonight. That's the price per coin, $29.95. If you buy 1, you'll get 1 random of the 5 years that are available. But if you buy 3, you'll get 3. If you buy 5, we guarantee the 5 coins in the collection. The 5 coins they made. If you buy multiples of 5, you'll get sets of 5 multiple times. So if you buy 7, you'll get a set of 5 and 2 randoms. But if you buy 10, you'll get 2 sets of 5. Now the word defender, on here we put the word holder just to help. Years ago, many of you asked, packaging-wise, protection-wise, they don't make a lot of packaging anymore because everybody buys and sells certified coins. And I understand, I'm with you. So the defender holder, this holder was introduced, which fits into all of those cases. Our graphics department puts together these beautiful labels, which just makes them stand out. You can also buy the holders and write it on yourself. The holders pretty much sell for give or take $3 to $4 in the marketplace. They're a great way to protect and store your coins. Ours are just oomphed up a little bit because, well, we got a graphics department that can do these wonderful things. So if you bought an Eisenhower with us and a Defender holder, it looks like this. We keep the holders all the same by series. That's how I would want it anyways if I was a collector. Value. Well, every year without fail, 71 through 74, and then in 76, every year we had P's and D's in circulation. We had an S-Unk, then we had an S-Proof in 73, and then we had the Silver Proof these 5 years. Every year, the Silver Proof was the most limited coin produced in the Eisenhower series. The silliness, 47 million P's, 68 million D's, 6.8 million Unks, silver, and 4.2 proof silvers. So every year, that was just the 71 as a reference there. The competition with silver going crazy, over 70, touching 80, playing in that high market number. They raised all their prices. They used to be $69.50. Now they're at $79 to $85 a coin each. Well, our price, $29.95. We're based on the collector. We're all about the collector, and all we want to do is sell lots of coins tonight. So we understand our relationship is find the good stuff, price it properly, present it properly, and we all are happy together. Do we have them available individually online? That would be avccoins.com, our website, dedicated. Oh, and by the way, a sidebar there. Thank you. We've achieved, again, one more year of being the most active site in the industry for coins, and that's all due to you guys. We thank you. We understand our responsibility. Find the stuff, price it right, and we're all going to be happy together, right? Craziness. Outright the best. Guys, give me a 1-minute clock, please. So let me sum it up and make it simple. There were 5 different silver Eisenhower proofs made. 71, 2, 3, and 4. And then the bicentennial dual dated 1776, 1976. They were all made in San Francisco. They are all silvers. It's the most limited production Eisenhower each of these 5 years. If you buy one with us tonight, you'll get one of the random coins of the 5. Three of them will be different. You buy 5, you'll get all 5. Our numbers are somewhat close, so why not make the collection be part of the deal? So $29.95 times 5, yeah. My competition, again, were $69.50. Now they're, well, more than that. Even at $70 times 5, they're at $350. We're at $150. Yeah. That's how special this opportunity is. Oh, and by the way, that packaging, it does look nice, doesn't it? Thanks for listening. Let's be moving on.
We've seen a lot of 1-ounce copper rounds, but now it's time for a massive 10-ounce copper bar. This is a 10-ounce bar of pure copper, truly massive. If you look at it, struck by Frontier Mint, you have your certificate of authenticity on the back, of course, outlining the fine copper, 0.999, 10 ounces, and each is individually numbered. The serial number on the bar that is stamped matches the certificate of authenticity that is shrink wrapped within the bar itself. $34.95. No limits on this one. A lot of people stack these as well. They don't just stack those 1-ounce copper rounds. I've seen a lot of people stacking their 10-ounce copper bars as well. Join us on this one, folks. This one is hot.
This has been a crazy year, right? We're only in the middle of 2026, and we've seen all the dual dated coins in circulation. We've hunted for that July 4th quarter, number 3. We've seen all the beautiful proof coins dual dated that have never happened before as well. So we're over inundated with new items and new thoughts, and it's going to keep on coming the rest of the year. Well, the fun part of what I do is I look for, well, values. And sometimes you just jump onto something and you look at the value and you say, I got to talk about this. And tonight we're going to do that. We're going to talk about the big silver dollar, the peace dollar, but 2 special years, and of course the AVC way, a crazy price. So the go big or go home, the US and the largest of silver, and this is it. We had 2 big silver dollars in circulation, silver dollars, which is the Morgan dollar from 1878 to 1904, then again in 1921, 28 years. And then the line of the peace dollar is, we're celebrating the end of the war of all wars at that time, World War I. The doughboys go over there, and with our assistance, the war is over somewhat quickly. Celebrating peace, modernizing our coins. President Theodore Roosevelt, in the early 1900s, commissioned to have our coins changed. We are an emerging nation, and our coins all look bland. So we had Augustus St. Gaudens redesign our gold, then we went to Bella Leon Pratt, and then we had the Lincoln cent, the Buffalo nickel, the Mercury dime, Standing Liberty quarter, Walking Liberty half dollar, but we never really touched the dollar because there was no dollar in circulation at this time. So now we're talking about celebrating peace. The U.S. Mint has the ability to go back and strike the Morgan again, but find out they can also change the design, since we had silver left over from the Pittman Act, and make a new series. So they did. So they actually went through all these steps without final congressional approval, which is probably why it actually happened at all. So we have this new design. We're going to modernize our silver dollar. Well, what's the look? Well, we just got done with World War I and the Statue of Liberty and the theme of liberty. So let's put that on the coin. And boom, there you have it. The reverse, somewhat poignant. All of our big silver have eagles on the reverse in some form or another. Well, this, our largest, well, we used to have the Morgan, which is kind of the eagle with its wings out, just kind of sitting there, right? Well, this is the end of World War I, celebrating peace. So you have the eagle perched on the mount, right? And the battle on the design of this coin was, well, all of the eagles also have arrows in their talons. And the argument was, well, arrows are a sign or a symbolism of war and all the other crap that goes with it. We got to change the symbolism. So they really did. They went to, well, the olive branch, which ties into peace. Good solution, right? But he's on the mountain, looking over the pond, looking to the east, which is Europe, a very poignant reference, positioned for preferring the other. So the idea of how this came together and how it tightened itself up late 1921 into the production in 1922 was great. But tonight, I referenced value a few minutes ago, why I love this coin. Look at our price, right? These are 0.900 fine U.S. coin silver. They are the 38.1 millimeter, 27 net grams. A full ounce is 31.101. So we're talking high percentage, the highest percentage silver in a coin in U.S. history that was in circulation. And where's silver today versus where it was a year ago? And where were these coins a year ago? These were $120, $130 coins. So it's silver adjusting itself, but not that much. We got to 100 and it pulled back a little bit, yes, but it hasn't pulled back to 35 where it was. It's still way up there in that $60, $70 range where it's been playing around for a while. This deal that came across our desk had a lot of silver, and the guy needed to flip-flop, so as a result, we are participants. And inside of it, though, were 2 premium coins, the 24 and 25. Now, if you look at the early peace dollars, 22, 23, 24, and 25 are considered similar or commons. It's a beautiful coin. In uncirculated condition, a beautiful look as well. Well, if you look at the mintage on 24s and 25s, they're not like 22s and 23s, not even close. And when you look at my competition, where their prices are $120, $130 on 24s and 125s, and they're at $110, $120 on the 22s and 23s, they're also telling you they're not the same. Well, tonight we are, because our pricing structure for tonight's sale is only $69.95. It is a your choice opportunity. So you can pick the 24, you can pick the 25, or you can pick multiples of one or the other, or you can pick both. Always a your choice. Now, the word Defender on the graphic on the upper left-hand part of your screen refers to the name of the holder. This is known as the Defender holder. All of our packaging these last 3 to 5 years have been skewed towards certified coins, NGC, ICG, ANAX, PCGS, etc. So all of them are built for those. Well, many of us have those, but we also have these, right? So how can we package these and present them with those? I think I said that right. Bottom line is this, value. Here we go. And what beautiful holders they are. You can buy them. My competition sells them 3 for $10. And they come with a white label. You just got to write on there what your coins are. We have a graphics department, so we can just kind of make them a little bit more, well, jazzed up. Hey guys, give me a 30-second clock, please. Lots of volume going through, and I appreciate that. But it still comes down to value, value, value. It's our middle name, America's Value Channel. We take it seriously. But our whole mantra here always has been, for the 20-plus years we've been on the airwaves, is what? Find the value, flip the value on to the next, which is why we have so many different coins in all of our shows, because we want to touch all the bases. And it's a lot of fun. So tonight, not 110, not 120. We're at $69.95 as a your choice opportunity on the last silver dollar to ever circulate in this country, the peace dollar. But tonight, 2 Philadelphia specials, 1924, 1925. Don't miss out.
We have received a ton of calls asking if the PCGS and NGC storage boxes are still available. So we thought we'd bring them out and just kind of show them to you guys so you get your chance to grab yours. And I think it's because a lot of new coins are coming out this year, right? Silver Eagles and the new half dollars, etc. So you need a place to put them, right? So if you're a PCGS or an NGC collector or both, here are your boxes. We have PCGS at $7.99. They hold 20 coins. And also the NGC that holds 20 coins as well. That one's $13.99. Grab them while they last. They move pretty quickly, and waiting for the restock sometimes can be a little bit of time. So while they're available, let's get you stocked up for storage. Presentation, you could just pop off the lid, slide them out, show everybody off your coins, and slide them back onto the shelf and keep them safe. So while they last, folks, just $7.99 for PCGSs and $13.99 for NGCs.
I was told earlier today that I can't have 2 favorites. I have to have a favorite. I can't be a huge fan of the 2026 USA 250 quarter program and how crazy that is, right? From the Mayflower through the 4 different presidents. What a great deal, what a great opportunity, right? And if I like that, it means I can't like, as my number 1, the Liberty series from this year, the emerging and enduring dime and half dollar pair. Well, I don't see it that way. I can be a fan of both, but tonight I'm going to spend time on, well, what's going to end up being one of the rarest releases of the year. We have the P's and the D's out in circulation. Later this year, there'll be the clad proofs, which will be fun. But this year, the government put the silver proofs out first, which means the rare coins are out early and obviously sold out quickly. So tonight, we're bringing out the Liberty pair. Pure silver proofs in the beautiful Defender holder. But before we go anywhere, we always stop with, well, the last part of the decision tree, which is price. Look at the prices we have on these beautiful silver proofs. The dimes under 50, the half dollars under 80. I mean, the auction sites can't even touch us. And by the way, ours aren't just in capsules. Ours are, the word Defender refers to the name of the holder. And because we have a graphics department, our people here can put together these beautiful labels to keep the themes and the series all together. But this year we celebrate USA 250. And it was a It was the Great American Coin Hunt for the nickels, the dimes, the half dollars, the various quarters, as I referenced earlier. It's just been nothing but fun. But then it comes down to, well, let's talk rarity. I have a roll of this, I have a roll of that. We all have to have those, right? And I understand, I'm a collector as well, and I have them all. Can't not. How often do you turn 250 years old and have unique coins tied to that year only? Well, this year, the Liberty Series, as the government's calling it, is emerging liberty, going back to, well, 250 years ago. We are working through this concept of being a democracy, being a republic, right? And then now, 250 years later, we have the half dollar. We're enduring that liberty process, which means lots of difference of opinions, lots of changes, and a lot of different things happening the last 250 years. We're still growing and learning. That's the theme here. But with that said, using Lady Liberty as the theme makes it even a little bit more special, right? Last year, 2025, we had the Roosevelt dime and the Kennedy half dollar. Next year, 2027, we're going to have the Roosevelt dime and Kennedy half dollar. This year, 2026, we have a dual-dated, unique obverse, unique reverse design that has never been done before and never will be again. You might remember, and I do, the bicentennial going back 50 years ago, right? And at that time, we had 3 special coins in circulation. We had the quarter, we had the half dollar, and the dollar. It was the Washington quarter, Kennedy half, and Eisenhower dollar. The obverse was the same as the regular coin, just a dual date. The reverse was the unique design. And if we got one in circulation, everybody looked at everybody and said, can we spend this? Are we allowed to? Are we supposed to keep this? What do I do with it? Right? I got a can from when I was younger. It's just kind of what we did. It's kind of cool. I got to have these. It's our history. Well, this year they did one up on the concept. The obverse and reverse are different. The dual dates present, but the design elements just make it a little bit stronger. Right? This year we're celebrating 5 different coin designs as a second program or a different program. Right? And the very first one out, and those 5 are the Mercury dime, the Standing Liberty quarter, the Walking Liberty half dollar, the St. Gaudens $20 gold piece, and then the original bust dollar. Of all the coin designs in our U.S. history, those are the 5 special designs being celebrated this year in silver and gold. We're already through number 3. We're waiting for the St. Gaudens and the silver dollar later this year, right? The theme of Liberty this year tied to the, well, we had barbers from 1892 through 1916, and then we had the Mercury dime from 1916 to 1945. Both of those designs are kind of intertwined into making this year's Liberty dime. The half dollar, they just knocked it out of the park, because the design you're seeing right there looks very similar to the 1986 $5 gold piece made for the 100th anniversary of. It was one of the favorite $5 gold pieces made during that decade, and I'm glad they brought it back with the modification. But the reverse design, are we handing the torch of freedom to the American public, or is the American public grabbing the torch from liberty? Whatever it is, great design elements, kudos when they do it right, correct? So now let's talk about what we have here. Where we have the lowest minted, the key issue of both of these for this year. P's and D's are out there. There's millions upon millions upon millions of them made. Hopefully you found 1 or 2 in circulation right now, considering where we are in the year. And as I referenced, the clad proofs will be out later in the year and the mintages will be higher. This one, it's 262,933 as of the U.S. Mint reporting this week. They were released on June 11th, and it was a quick sellout. Gone. Now, my competition, as I referenced, are over 100 on the dime and just under 200 on the half dollar. Look at our prices. We are half the price, and on the half dollar, then some. Value is our middle name. Our entire intent is to have a quantity of product, talk about it for 7 or 8 minutes, and go on to the next thing, hoping that every single thing sells out. To do that, you have to have the best stuff, and there's nothing better than the 2 rarest Liberty pieces being made by the Mint this year, the dime and the $half in silver, pure silver, from the silver proof set. And then it comes down to value, value, value. Price, price, price. What we decide on. Guys, give me a 1 minute clock. So again, June 11th, they released the silver proof set first. Right? 262,933 sets were sold, instantly gone. The aftermarket on those is what? $350? That's our price. And we have the lowest price out there. Most are $399 to $439. That's for the set. In the set, there are two very special silver coins. The dime and the $half, the Liberty series. That are these. And then there are the 5 silver quarters. So there are 7 silvers in that silver proof set. When you break that silver proof set down, and you look at the values, that's why my competition sell the dimes for over 100 and sell the $half for a little under 2. Because the math doesn't work. Because if the quarters are 150 to 200 bucks, it means I can buy the components cheaper than I can buy the set. Ding, ding, ding. That's where we come in. And we're happy to play that role. Yes, they're in the Defender holders, and the your choice means if you just want the dime, thank you. If you want 3 of the halves, thank you. What you don't want to do is miss on this opportunity, because at these prices, they're not going to last. Thanks for listening.
We've been talking a lot about the most popular Roman coins, one of which was the widow's mite, and this one here, which is the image of Christ. So these are ancient coins certified by NGC. The story around this was after the fall of Rome, the rulers of the Byzantine Empire were trying to assert themselves. And what better way to do that was put Christ on the image of the coin. Now, each one of them is very different. You'll see examples at the top of your screen, but they have images of Christ on the coin. And now remember that Constantine the Great opened Christianity to the empire at this time. These are authentic, certified by NGC, and certified as medium grade. They're $69.95. They come with a story card you see as well, which is a certificate of authenticity as well, about the coin and the storyline around it. Our competition almost double our price at $130.
2026 is, well, we're in the middle of it right now, and it's been a fun year, right? All the sellouts, all the dual dates, all the great conversations. But with that, there's always a few coins we need to look at, our past that got us here. People, places, and things, etc. And one coin that I love, and I know you do as well because it always sells out, is, well, the first ever U.S. Mint sellout, which is a common thing today, but 25 years ago, it wasn't. Do you remember which coin it was? Well, if you're remembering right, you would be thinking of these two coins, which are up next. So in 2021, the U.S. Mint created a special silver dollar. Now, this coin is the only, and the important part is only, and then I'm going to contradict those of you saying it's not. The only coin in U.S. Mint history where the obverse and the reverse were a duplicate of one of our already circulating coins, and that being the Buffalo nickel. Now, if you're both saying the silver eagle and the gold eagle, you're partially correct. The obverse of the silver eagle is the Walking Liberty $half. The reverse, brand new and only in that silver dollar. The gold is the same thing. It's the St. Gaudens gold coin, which is the obverse of our gold series, but the reverse, a whole new design. So with what I referenced earlier, this right here, the obverse, the Indian, the reverse, the Buffalo, it is the Buffalo nickel blown up into a silver dollar. The only change is the year on the obverse and the denomination on the reverse. Now, with that, again, they created the silver dollar for the brand new wing of the Smithsonian. And that was the Museum of the American Indian. And they used the proceeds to help fund that new, and it did its job. They made 500,000 coins combined between uncirculated and proof. The Unk, the coin on the left there from Denver, is a little bit rarer than the coin on the right, which is the proof. But together, they combine to be about exactly 500,000 coins. Today, 500,000 coins is, well, what sells out all the time, right? This year's Proof Silver Eagle. This design, yeah, that's the James Earl Fraser design, our Buffalo nickel. It was in the nickel itself was 1913 to 1938. And actually, if you look at history, it's the only Wild West coin in our history. The Morgan dollar was circulated there in the Wild West era of the 1880s, 1890s, etc. The Indian head cent was actually Lady Liberty with a Indian headdress, but it wasn't an Indian. This is the Buffalo nickel and the Indian chief on the obverse. The Wild West blowing up into a silver dollar, sold out at 500,000. And tonight, well, our prices. Our competition raised their price, even though silver has come down a little bit, $20 or so an ounce. They raised their prices $30 or $40 per coin. They're now upwards of $240 to $270 each. Each. Your choice. You can buy both of ours for basically the same price. Original government packaging, that's what the OGP stands for. Now, they were packaged slightly different. The bottom left is the box, cardboard box, the uncirculated comes in. On the bottom right is the jewelry box, the proof comes in. They both drop into a secondary box with a wrap. Those look very similar. But the OGP is slightly different for each. What a gorgeous design. And you can, again, look at the proof, which is why it's always the #1 seller, and see the wow factor of a proof. Proofs are a method of manufacture. It's how they make something, right? A regular coin, the coin on the left, we have our dies, obverse and reverse. We slap it once and we're done, right? And they look gorgeous. A proof, they polish the dies. They polish the piece of metal, in this case the silver blank, and then they strike it twice, which means that razor finish, that mirrored background, you can actually see yourself in, and it just makes it that collector coin. Now, proofs have been part of the U.S. Mint dating back to our colonial period. However, it wasn't until 1950 that the proofs were made available to the American public. And from that point forward, it's the #1 collectible every single year without question. It's just that special. Great stuff, the best stuff. And tonight, again, we started making special issue coins in 1982, the modern era of collecting. That's when the George Washington $50 were made for the 250th anniversary, right? Yes, it's George Washington silver $50. 1983, the Olympics, right? Los Angeles. We made a brand new silver dollar. We loved it so much, we continued in 84. It's like, why not continue this? So in 1986 was the Statue of Liberty's 100th anniversary. 87, the Constitution, etc. We kept making them. And now every year we have a special silver dollar, sometimes many. People, places, and things in our history. Uncirculated proof, the best of the best. Tonight, the first ever sellout and the dominant design, the dominant theme. The Buffaloes. Guys, give me a 1-minute clock, please. Yes, let me repeat that. OGP stands for Original Government Packaging. And they packaged them slightly different. On the left, it was a cardboard box for the uncirculated coin. And then it's a steel case or a jewelry type box on the proof. They go into a box for the proof, a sleeve insert for the unk, and then the outer wrap with certificate for both. OGP, Original Government Packaging. Now, again, they made 500,000 coins global. They sold it 3 ways. The uncirculated by itself, the proof by itself, what you're seeing right here, and then a special 2-piece set with both of them. That made up the 500,000, of which sold out. Tonight, it's the individuals. So that way, the your choice actually means a choice. If you want to just have one, and the rarest one is the uncirculated on the left. On the other hand, the one on the right's the same price, usually sells for a little bit of a premium, and it's the proof. Who doesn't love the proofs? But tonight, you don't have to love one or love the other. You can actually join us for both, because it is your choice. The Buffaloes are back. The Buffalo silver dollars, that is. And tonight, $149.95 while they last. Now that's a value.
8 years ago, the U.S. Mint launched a new innovation dollar program. This is the first time ever they did an introductory coin. So in 2018, they brought out this golden dollar, American Innovation Dollar, to represent the entire program. After that, 2019 and forward, 4 states were released each year, and they are still in the middle of this program. Follows the order and similar to the state quarter series, but this time it's on a golden dollar blank, similar to Sacagawea, Native American dollars, Statue of Liberty on the obverse, and the reverse design changes 4 times per year. Very low mintage, only 475,000 of each were made in 2018 out of Philadelphia and Denver. Just to compare, one of the presidential dollars, one of the low minted ones, Wilson, Denver, 3.3 million. Even the 2008 Sacagawea Native American, 1.8 million. Even the rarest dollar in the Ike dollar series, the 73S, over $1 million. Only 475,000 of each mint made for these. 20 coin roll you get, 10 Philadelphia, 10 Denver, all uncirculated, one lowest price, $29.95. Competition charges $5.25 a coin. You're looking at over $100 for the same 20 coins. Join us, first year of issue, first in the program, and quite a savings.
The Morgan Silver Dollar is one of the most popular coins ever made by the United States Mint. And if it wasn't for the release of the Silver Eagle in 1986, it could easily be argued as not just the most collected silver dollar in American history, but world history as well. It's a coin so beloved by collectors that the U.S. Mint brought them back in 2021 for the anniversary of the transition from the Morgan dollar to the peace dollar. And we've had a brand new modern Morgan dollar struck every single year ever since. But when it comes to the original Morgan dollars, no mint struck them better than the Old Granite Lady, aka the San Francisco Mint. And here we have the 2 coins that kicked off the 1880s that are considered some of the finest Morgan dollars ever made by the United States Mint during the original run. The 1880 and the 1881 S Morgan dollars in beautiful, uncirculated condition despite being more than 145 years old now. The 1880S is item number 905-11140. That's 905-11-14-0. And the 1881S, a coin considered by many to be the finest Morgan dollar struck during the original run, regardless of mint of origin. It's item number 905-11141. That's 905-11-14-1. And at less than $90 per coin tonight at $89.95 each, our uncirculated coins are more than $160 less each when compared to the same coins in the same condition with our competition. You can give us a call tonight at 1-866-518-5933. Or if you don't want to use the phone tonight, that's totally fine. Just grab your laptop, tablet, or head on over to your computer and check out our website, which is avccoins.com. That's AVC, and the word coins with an S.com. Then once you're there on the page, you'll notice a search bar. Click on that, and for the 1880S, just type into that search bar 905-11140. Again, that's 905-11-14-0. Or if the 1881S is more up your alley, just type into that search bar 905-11141. One last time, the item number is 905-11-14-1. Whether you grab both tonight or just one of these coins, you cannot go wrong. They are some of the finest silver dollars struck in the history of the Morgan dollar. Now, in 1880, the San Francisco Mint would strike 8.9 million total silver dollars. A large enough mintage for it to come in at number 23 out of all 28 San Francisco Mint Morgan dollars struck, and out of the 97 Morgan dollars in the series from all mints, it comes in at number 65. Yet despite having one of the larger mintages in the Morgan Silver Dollar series, they're a lot rarer than their mintage figure would lead you to believe. Across NGC and PCGS, all grades combined, so that's from their VGs up to the stunning MS64 and 5 coins, just 404,950 coins have been graded. That breaks down to just 1 in every 22 coins struck at the Old Granite Lady back in 1880. That is just 4.5% of the entire mintage. That's why our competition wants over $250 for an 1880S in uncirculated condition. We're more than $160 less than their price at just $89.95 each. The next year, 1881, the San Francisco Mint wouldn't just strike its finest Morgan silver dollars ever, but they would also strike their second highest mintage in the entire series, with only the 1921S having more. 12,760,000 total coins were struck by the San Francisco Mint in 1881. That comes in at number 27 out of all 28 Morgan dollars struck by the San Francisco Mint, and it comes in at number 84 out of all 97 Morgan dollars across the entire series. Yet despite having the second highest mintage ever from the San Francisco Mint, NGC and PCGS population reports combined show just 649,266 total coins. And again, that's every single grade they have. With less than 650,000 total coins, it breaks down to just 1 in every 20 coins struck by the San Francisco Mint back in 1881. And when you compare it to the 12.76 million coins that they struck, less than 5% are still known to exist today in any condition at all with NGC or PCGS. And just like the 1880, for an 1881 San Francisco Mint Morgan dollar in uncirculated condition, 145 years later, our competition wants $250 per coin. And just like the 1880, we are more than $160 less at $89.95. That means if you grab both of these coins with us tonight, not only are you getting two of the finest Morgan silver dollar strikes ever made in not just the history of the San Francisco Mint, but in the history of the series as a whole. Because when you're talking about the best coins made by the San Francisco Mint, you're talking about the best coins made by the Mint, who was known for making the best quality Morgan dollars. You're going to get two of those coins. The 81S, which is the one argued to be the greatest Morgan dollar ever made, and the 1880, which is a very close second, and you're still going to save over $320 versus our nearest competitors' prices. And to show you just how good of a deal, less than $90 per coin for an 1880 or 1881S San Francisco Mint Morgan dollar in uncirculated condition, let's compare them to the price of circulated coins with our competition. They want $180 for an 80S or an 81S in circulated condition. Our coins are $90 less, half the price, just $89.95 each. That means for the price of one circulated coin with our competition, you could buy two uncirculated coins with us here tonight. So you'd save over $180 if you bought each of these coins in uncirculated condition versus our competitors' circulated prices. The only real downside to this deal tonight is these coins sell out every single time we bring them out, because with the new Morgan dollars being struck starting in 2021, silver dollar fever has hit an all-time high, and no silver dollar has been more popular or ever will be more popular than the iconic Morgan silver dollar. And these coins are the two finest strikes in the history of the Old Granite Lady, aka the San Francisco Mint. That means the several coins that we have tonight are not going to last long, and I can already see that the phone lines are getting quite backed up. If you're waiting to speak to one of our operators, please don't hang up. You do not want to miss your chance to own uncirculated versions of the finest Morgan dollars ever struck. We'll get to you as soon as we can. Just hang on. You will be happy that you did. But we do have to get moving on. We have a whole lot more to show you tonight, so let's see what's coming up next.
A first and last in the Lincoln Cent series, a true collector coin in 2017 Philadelphia. So what they did in 2017 to celebrate the 225th anniversary of the United States Mint was they added a P mint mark to the obverse of the Lincoln Cent. First time, only time, makes it very, very special. In addition to that, besides all that good stuff, out of 4.3 million coins, in 67 grade or better, you're looking at just 2,500 and change are known to exist as of today. That's 1 in every 1.7 million coins struck. That is crazy rare. If you're a percentage person, listen to this. Look how many zeros. 0.0000005% of the mintage. That's crazy rare. $29.95, one can be yours. I found a 66 selling for $145. How about a higher grade at a lower price?
When the quarter program started this year, 5 different designs, obverse and reverse different, 4 different presidents, had everything on the table for being like the storyline of the year. And you know what? It is. It is outright the storyline of the year because coin number 3, the U.S. Mint gave us a curveball. The Revolutionary War. They inserted the 4th of July privy, which is 250,000 coins out of 100 million total, and the Great American Coin Hunt is here. So tonight we're going to spend a few minutes on quarter number 1, 2, and 3 before we get to number 4, which is right around the corner. So here we go. Let's enjoy ourselves. So the U.S. Mint creates a quarter program for this year. And if you remember, 50 years ago, we had the bicentennial quarters, right? We had a dual date on the obverse, but we still had George. And the reverse was the drummer boy, a new design. This year, we redesign every single coin. And we put it in chronological flow of our history. 5 significant moments in our history. And the first one is the Mayflower, right? Because the Mayflower is, well, luckily for all of us, a group of people leaving England, coming to the New World, looking for Jamestown, which is an English settlement, and they get lost. Big time lost. And they decide that they're just going to stay where they are. And since it is not a territory of England, it is technically a free territory. How are we going to govern ourselves? It's not English rule, it is what? So they declared self-governance. It was called the Mayflower Compact, which eventually led to what? The Declaration, Constitution, and the flow of how our government formed over 100 years later. So they start the series with the, well, Mayflower Compact. So we have a pilgrim on a quarter. We had the beautiful Mayflower, which is also on the 1920 and 1921 $half reverse. And then we get into the good stuff. Coin number 2 is the Revolutionary War. Obviously, you can't have a story about our history without talking about the fight for the history, the physical fight. And George, our first president and our general of the army, is on the obverse, just modernized, but we've seen him on the quarter since 1932. But the reverse, a Revolutionary War soldier, going back to that time, and more so the overall flow of just what was the look and the feel, right? Did a good job. Very clean, very simple. And then number 3 through number 5 are the big storyline changes. As I referenced, there's 4 different presidents on a quarter this year. Quarter number 3 is right here. The Declaration of Independence, the bell telling the world what we are doing. But Thomas Jefferson now is on a quarter. Not a nickel, not on the $2 bill. He is on the quarter. And then later this year, we're going to be seeing the Constitution, James Madison, and Lincoln on a quarter, which is the Gettysburg Address. So here are 40 coin uncirculated rolls. They are pairs, as you're seeing here, and that's exactly how they're going to come in these hard locking tubes. We get our coins from the Treasury just like Brinks and Wells Fargo and the other services of banks get. They put theirs in cheap paper, we put ours in hard plastic collector tubes. That way our coins are protected as collectors. 40 unk, P&D, 80 in all. You'll notice the price is $49.95. We're holding the line, even though many people have raised their prices because I can't find number 1s and number 2s. And then we're going to get to the story of number 3. So number 3 is out, and it's out there for about 3 weeks, and the government drops a bombshell on us, a positive bombshell. We're going to insert at random 250,000 coins that are privy marked to the left at about 9 o'clock, July 4th. The Declaration of Independence, July 4th. Now, what do? Just like the quarter program did back in 1999, we're all going to the bank looking for a roll of quarters, going through them, right? Our coins are not searched, which means the cribs we got in for our roll program, which is this program, we do not search the rolls. Now, the odds of finding one, we all know, is a lot. You buy 20 rolls, the math works, but it doesn't mean you're going to find one. So again, if you're looking for the July 4th privy, is it an option? Absolutely, because we do not search. However, the odds, if you just do the math on how many coins they made versus how many of these special privies were made, and divide that into the other, you're going to get a lot of rolls. Maybe. So good luck. But, as I referenced, not a guarantee. I wish it was. I mean, those coins are selling for multiple hundreds of dollars each. It's a fun find. It's the reason why we have the Great American Coin Hunt. Now, I know you've seen my competition out there selling rolls and those cheap paper Brinks rolls, right? And they're at what? $29, $39 a roll. Right? We're putting them in plastic tubes to protect them. And we're $49.95 for the pair. And the Revolutionary War, which is the most recent, the Declaration of Independence, which is the most recent, the Thomas Jefferson coin, getting tongue-tied there. That's the one where you might get lucky. And again, the odds are against it, just telling you outright. But I do tell you declaratively, we do not search our cribs. So I don't have 3 people going through 500,000 coins to figure out, did we find one? We haven't done that, nor will we on the cribs we sell our rolls from. So again, if you haven't got one, you got to get one. If you got one, you got to get another. Because this is one of those moments in our history where our story of our history is told through our quarter, which is the collector coin of the last quarter of a century. And these are like, wow, when you look at the contents. Guys, give me a 30-second clock. Let's wind this down. Do I have them available individually? I do have them in Defender holders. Check us out online. That would be avccoins.com, our dedicated website. And yes, even though ours are in beautiful holders, they're cheaper than our competition. But it's all about rolls. We love our rolls, right? P's and D's, you get both. 40 times 2 is 80. That's what you get with the Mayflower, the Revolutionary War, or the Declaration of Independence. As you see it, a great opportunity. Just don't miss out.
In 1864, the United States Mint changed the alloy of the Indian head cent. So we ended up with 2 different types of coins for that year, 1864. They are known in the industry as thick and thin, or, of course, copper and bronze because of the change in the alloy. Now, the coppers are the thick. That's that stack there on the left. And the bronze there are the thin. This is a 2-piece set of both varieties. So you get the thick and the thin in this 2-piece set. Beautiful average circulated collector condition, and it's just $59.95. The mintages are very, very different. You're looking at 39.2 million bronze made compared to only 13.7 million copper nickels. So that is incredibly rare to begin with as far as cents go, because nowadays you're looking at billions of coins made per year. Now this 2-piece set, when we found it with our competition in just good condition, they wanted $49 for the bronze alone. They wanted $85 for the copper nickel. So what a savings, everybody. You get them both with us tonight for just $59.95.
Celebrating our 4th of July month, right? And it's a long month, and we kind of roll it over a little bit because we had so much fun, and that's a good thing. And part of our celebration internally here, on top of the coins we're all celebrating, is the fact that every hour and every show, all the days of the week that we're on the air, which is now 5 days a week, right? 5 days a week, there are specials, arbitrary specials with some pricing mechanisms that are like, wow, jaw-dropping. And if you're with us tonight, if you're with us during this little episode we're going to have here, these few minutes, that could be, if it's working for you. And then many of you talk to people in our office, and you'll call us the next day. And we're sold out. That's what's happening. Because some of these prices are, well, crazy. This next one up, it's not going to be here tomorrow. I can guarantee it. Here we go. So this year we're celebrating USA 250, right? Wonderful. We've talked about it a million times. But the other anniversary kind of lost in the process is the fact that 2026 is the 40th anniversary of the Silver Eagle, the #1 silver dollar in the world today. It's our largest, our heaviest, our purest, our most beautiful. It is the coin of the realm. It's the old Walking Liberty half dollar blown up to this beautiful big silver dollar, right? Lady Liberty walking from east to west, wrapped in the American flag. Beautiful coin. Well, this year we're celebrating the 40th anniversary. So for the 40th anniversary, in tune with our 250th anniversary, they have a dual date on a Silver Eagle. This is the only proof with a dual date, period. 1776, 2026. And then also a special privy mark, the Liberty Bell with 250 tied to this coin and only this coin, right? So it's a special proof edition. It was released earlier this year during the Savannah A&A. Many of you might have seen it, and it was gone just like that. Well, look at our price tonight. This is tonight's price. It's not like we're going to shave $5 off the coin. We're taking a significant swipe at this one. My competition right now is what, $4.99 to $5.99? Tonight, while we're here and I have coins, this is exactly the holder, NGC's #1 Silver Eagle holder. It's known as the Eagle Core because it's an interactive obverse-reverse design element. Lady Liberty is expanded onto the holder, right, on the obverse, and then the reverse is the eagle landing through the coin. It's just, they did a phenomenal job designing this holder. And this year, it's also in the red, white, and blue USA 250 theme. And tonight, it's a perfect 70, and this year, the big 70, which I know many of you have talked about and you love. And will they continue it? And trust me, we're negotiating that. We would love to see that. People love it. So tonight, not 4, not 5, which are not bad prices for a 70 of this gorgeous coin. We're at $299.95 while our supplies last. And it's not any random holder, it's the #1 holder they have. So, right time, right? That's just how the flow is. We're going to talk about 60, 70 items over the course of our weekly shows, and this happens to be the right place at the right time right now. Many of these sales, as we've talked in the past, sell out during the show. Very rarely are they available the next day. So just talking out loud so you know. And I'm not saying don't call and talk to our people. They love talking to you. But sometimes these specials sell out that fast that there's a fight between keeping it in your shopping cart on the web, because I can't see that. I can only see your orders when you check out. That's when the inventory depletes itself by whatever the quantity you bought is. So let's circle back on this. The coin of the year is the Silver Eagle's 40th anniversary on steroids. The finest quality coin they're making this year is the special proof. You're seeing it. Proof is a method of manufacture, not a condition. It's a method of how they make something, and they're made for collectors. The U.S. Mint has been making proofs going back to the beginning of time. But for the U.S. public, it started in 1950. So for the last 3/4 of a century, we have the ability to buy what all before was those special people. And if you were one of them, it was a good thing, right? If you weren't, you wish you were. But now, it's a method of availability. What is it? Well, a regular coin is 2 dice, slap it once, and you get your coin, right? That's the bullion Silver Eagle in this case. Well, a proof is they polish the dies, the obverse and the reverse. Then they polish the piece of metal, the 1 ounce silver blank here. And then a regular coin struck once. These are struck twice under heavier pressure, which means the mirrored background and the technology that lets them frost out images just makes the coin pop. You put that coin in your hand and have it at a normal distance from your body, you can see yourself in the coin. That's the mirror or proof. Now with this frosting, it looks like the eagle is coming off the coin, right? In this case, landing through the holder. That's a proof. It's something special. So this year, all the USA 250 coins. The nickels are new. The dimes and the half dollars are Liberty. There's a 5-piece quarter series, right? All this great stuff. Then there's the regular Silver Eagle. They put out a special congratulations Silver Eagle, but this is the one where the dual date, it's a once and only event. 40 years of the Silver Eagle, and this is the first time this has happened. And they put a privy with 250 on it just to make it a little bit better, which is the Liberty Bell reference you're seeing there. Not $379, not $399, which have been our prices here, which have knocked everybody off the podium. Because they're hundreds more than that. Tonight, we're under $300. We're at $299.95 while our supplies last. Guys, I do not have time for a clock, so let's just walk this one down for a few more seconds. It is the coin of 2026. It is the proof version, the high quality. And tonight, not only proof, it's a perfect 70. It's in the perfect holder. Everything. And tonight, the best part is it's also the best price. $299.95 brings it home. Don't wait too long. This one's going to be gone soon.
We've seen a lot of 1-ounce copper rounds, but now it's time for a massive 10-ounce copper bar. This is a 10-ounce bar of pure copper, truly massive. If you look at it, struck by Frontier Mint. You have your certificate of authenticity on the back, of course, outlining the fine copper, 0.999, 10 ounces, and each is individually numbered. The serial number on the bar that is stamped matches the certificate of authenticity that is shrink wrapped within the bar itself. $34.95. No limits on this one. A lot of people stack these as well. They don't just stack those 1-ounce copper rounds. I've seen a lot of people stacking their 10-ounce copper bars as well. Join us on this one, folks. This one is hot.
The State Quarter program taught us a lot on just the habits of us as collectors. What we were interested in, how we want to present it, how we want to save it, how we want to gift it, and all the variables that are involved. So with that said, 25 years ago, we've had hopefully time to make improvements and tie it together a little tighter for everybody. So this year we're celebrating USA 250, and we've talked about it a million times. We have nickels, we have dimes, we have half dollars. We have 5 special quarters, all of them dual dated in circulation. So how are we going to put that together and present it? Well, our friends at Whitman came up with a beautiful 4-color album of the stuff I've seen, by far my favorite. And there are enough coins released so far to where we can have a conversation and get this process started. Let's enjoy this one, everybody. Here we go. So beautiful 4-color, referencing the coins and a little bit of America behind it, 4-color. You open it up and that's where all the fun happens, right? And it breaks down all the dual dated coins in circulation. So of course we have the nickels in the upper left-hand corner. That is the Jefferson nickel. It's the only coin that really has nothing changed other than the date. A dual date, the only dual date Jefferson nickel. Then we're going to go into the dime and half dollar program, known as the Liberty series, Emerging Liberty, Enduring Liberty. And those are brand new obverse designs, brand new reverse designs, dual dated, the whole 9 yards. All right? And those are out right now. The quarter program is what delays this process or pushes the process to the middle of this year, and for many people, probably the late part of this year. And that is every 10 weeks, the U.S. Mint is releasing a brand new quarter for this year tied to USA 250. When it's done, it's done. And then we're on to the next quarter. Number 3 is coming out very soon. So as a result, we just chose at this point to launch the album with the 10 coins that are out there right now, and then knowing that we will have the other quarters as they're released available on our website, and or just item numbers where you can talk to our operators or visit us at avccoins.com and fill these out. Or maybe get lucky, find them in circulation in your own respective area. Now, I use coin a lot, and I have yet to receive any of these beautiful new coins in circulation. But it might just be for where I am in this part of the country, etc. But what a beautiful look, what a beautiful feel. That $19.95 is the price for the album And then the 10 coins that are released as of right now, it is a P and a D for each of those coins. And the coins are uncirculated as it says in the graphic. So the nickels and the dimes are on the left. That panel is complete. The $50, the Liberty $50 on the right, that panel is complete. And then the top shelf, quarter number 1, which is the Mayflower Compact, and quarter number 2, our Revolutionary War, George Washington. The P's and D's are here and ready to go. We've been talking about those. It is the Declaration of Independence, Thomas Jefferson, the Constitution, James Madison, and then the Gettysburg Address and Lincoln, the last 3 quarters of this year that just need to be added as time permits on your side, as you want to. We will easily make them available individually as they're out. We'll also have a catch-up package when the year is over. Here are the 3 quarters because of how we launched this album to the American public. Now, there's no doubts this is going to sell out in the next 7 or 8 minutes. We've already sold hundreds just mentioning we have the album on Thursday in the last 2 nights. It's a beautiful way to put something aside. So if you're like me and you've been collecting for a while, and I got my kids heavily involved in the state quarter program, going to banks, hunting for that quarter, finding friends that were across the country so they can get their D's if we were P's, etc., and all the fun interaction that coin collecting is all about, right? Remember the boards, the big giant quarter boards where you would put your quarter for each state up? Again, they did a lot of great stuff. I think this one really condenses it. The panels make it simple. The 4-color makes it attractive. What a great keepsake for yourself. What a great keepsake for your children, your grandchildren, your friends. It's just something great to have. So let's break this down a little bit further. My competition sells the album. I've seen it between $8.95 and $12.95. It's a beautiful album, and it can be purchased. We don't have them available right now because we don't have enough albums to make available, but we will as the year goes on. Have them available individually for yourself if you want to just do the coin hunt at your local banks, etc. Right? The coins themselves are between $4 to $5 a pair. The $50 is $8 to $10 a pair. So right now, the 2 nickels, the 2 dimes, the 2 $50, the competition sells for $27. Adding the quarters in, that's now $47. And now add the album. We've put them all together, and they're all here, and it's done the AVC way. What's the AVC way? We want collectors to collect. We want you as part of the family collecting with us. So we are going to find the best stuff, the best presentations, and make sure that we have the best price we possibly can to make it affordable for everybody to enjoy the process. I mean, I was a young lad going back to the bicentennial, 1975 and 1976. And because I was a paper boy in the late 60s, and my grandfather got me hooked at that time, I kind of understood what coin collecting was before the bicentennial. But when all the new coins came out, I was like, can I spend these? And tell me you've thought that way if you were with me in age, right? You got a quarter in circulation. God, should I save this or can I spend it? Because it was something so unique and so different just tied to that year. Well, everybody, 2026, the government, kudos to the government, the U.S. Mint, for putting it together this way. We have dime, 5 quarters, and a $50, unique designs only tied to this year, and nothing in that series for those 7 coins relates to our past and the way coins look and how the way coins feel. Everything is new, everything's tied to us and our journey, and it's a wonderful, wonderful thing. Guys, give me a 1-minute clock. Multiples? Absolutely. Absolutely. I've seen people buying 3, 5, 10. They are a phenomenal way to collect this year's special event through this year's special coins. And again, these are coins that are in circulation. These are coins that are dual dated from circulation that are involved in this album and when it was designed earlier in the year and made available, right? Yes, the cents were a surprise, but they're not for circulation. So putting an album out there and telling you have to find a $500 pair of cents because everybody wants those two, not fair. The album, the idea is to go do the Great American Coin Hunt. Enjoy the Great American Coin Hunt. Tonight, we're just cutting the curve a little bit. We're giving you the 10 of the 16 coins that'll be in this set to complete this year's package. $19.95 is for all of it, assembled as you see it. The competition, just under 50 bucks for the same stuff. So not only can you have your cake, you can eat it too here with us. Told you this one was going to be a lot of fun, but it is time for us to be moving on.
We have received a ton of calls asking if the PCGS and NGC storage boxes are still available. So we thought we'd bring them out and just kind of show them to you guys so you get your chance to grab yours. And I think it's because a lot of new coins are coming out this year, right? Silver Eagles and the new $50, etc. So you need a place to put them, right? So if you're a PCGS or an NGC collector or both, here are your boxes. We have PCGS at $7.99. They hold 20 coins. And also the NGC that holds 20 coins as well. That one's $13.99. Grab them while they last. They move pretty quickly, and waiting for the restock sometimes can be a little bit of time. So while they're available, let's get you stocked up for storage. Presentation, you could just pop off the lid, slide them out, show everybody off your coins, and slide them back onto the shelf and keep them safe. So while they last, folks, just $7.99 for PCGSs and $13.99 for NGCs.
When it comes to collecting, first and last are always incredibly important pieces to any collection. And tonight we have something very special. The final silver dollar struck by the United States Mint for circulation. The peace dollar is a coin that many consider, alongside the Morgan dollar, to be the true silver dollars of the American Wild West. Whenever you watch those old spaghetti westerns and you see the bandits hop out of the bank or the stagecoach with the bags covered in that dollar sign, 90% of the time, those bags were filled with these iconic silver dollars. And tonight, we have the final silver dollar struck by the Philadelphia Mint for circulation, the 1935 peace dollar. At more than 91 years old, our coins are still in beautiful, uncirculated condition. These coins are item number 905-11294. That's 905-11-29-4. And at less than $140 per coin, at just $139.95, we are more than $100 less than our nearest competitors' prices for a worse condition coin. When you can find these coins in circulated condition with our competition, they're going to cost you upwards of $240. We couldn't even find a single competitor with an uncirculated coin. That's how hard they have become to find today. You can give us a call tonight at 1-866-518-5933. Or if you'd rather not use your phone tonight, that's totally fine. Just grab your laptop, tablet, or head over to your computer and go to our website, which is avccoins.com. That's AVC, the word coins with an S.com. Then once you're there, you'll see a search bar on the page. Click on that and type in 905-11294. One more time, the item number is 905-11-294. And grab yourself the final silver dollar struck in U.S. Mint history at the Philadelphia Mint for circulation. While the Morgan and Peace dollars have always been preeminent collectors' coins, they have hit a new level of popularity thanks to the return of these coins for the first time in a long time in 2021, when the U.S. Mint would begin striking Morgan and Peace dollars once again. We have seen them struck every year ever since, and as a result, collectors are clamoring to get their hands on the older dates they never really got around to grabbing. And when it comes to collecting, I've said it before, the firsts and lasts are always iconic and key pieces to any series. And this is the final silver dollar struck in the Peace Dollar series at the Philadelphia Mint. The Peace Dollar was struck from 1921 to 1935. But in typical U.S. Mint fashion, that first year of issue did not go according to plan due to the high relief that they were using. So they would then switch quickly to a much smaller relief, which is what you see on the coins here tonight. But these coins in 1935, because they were the last silver dollars ever struck by the U.S. Mint for circulation, they ended up being the workhorse for the American economy for a long time to come, which resulted in very few of these coins actually surviving the test of time. Because see, back in 1935, the Philadelphia Mint would strike 1,576,000 total coins, which is actually a low enough mintage For out of all 35 Philadelphia Mint Peace dollars, it comes in at number 9 in terms of mintage rarity. But when you start looking at the population reports for this coin, you begin to understand just how rare it actually is. Between NGC and PCGS, in any grade at all, there are just 25,475 total coins. That's just 1 in every 62 coins struck by the Philadelphia Mint back in 1935. When you break it down to a percentage, it's just 1.6% of the entire mintage, which is why this coin in circulated condition with our competition is going to cost you upwards of $240. If you want to find an uncirculated version of this coin, you are looking at over $430, which means we are a steal of a deal at less than $140 per coin at just $139.95. These coins are over 91 years old now, and as a result, finding them in true collector's quality uncirculated condition has become harder than ever before. And their status as the final silver dollar struck for circulation gives them a very special place in U.S. Mint history. Because first and last are always important, and not only are these coins the last peace dollars ever struck from the original run at the Philadelphia Mint, they are also the final silver dollars struck for circulation. And a little known fact, the design for the peace dollar actually was something that caused that first year of issue to be such a debacle. Originally, they wanted to have the eagle that you can see on the back of the coin holding a broken sword. But many people thought, politicians included, that that did not convey the right sentiment because these coins were released in 1921 to commemorate our victory in World War I. So a broken sword didn't really seem like something that a victor would place on their coins. So they spent the entirety of 1921 debating on the design and ended up landing on what is now one of the more iconic coin designs in U.S. Mint history. These stunning silver dollars are from 1935, struck at the Philadelphia Mint, and are less than $140 per coin and in our beautiful Defender holders. At just $140 per coin, we are several $100s less than our nearest competition for an uncirculated piece struck at the Philadelphia Mint in 1935. As a result, these coins are probably going to be one of the fastest sellouts we have tonight. So if you're waiting to speak to one of our operators, because I can see that the phone lines are a bit backed up, please don't hang up. We'll get to you as soon as we can. You do not want to miss your chance to add one of the most iconic coins in U.S. Mint history. Not just the peace dollar, but the final peace dollar struck by the Mother Mint in Philadelphia. And at several $100s less than our nearest competition, these coins are not going to last long. So please call in now and grab yours while you still have the chance.
We've been talking a lot about the most popular Roman coins, one of which was the widow's mite, and this one here, which is the image of Christ. So these are ancient coins certified by NGC. The story around this was after the fall of Rome, the rulers of the Byzantine Empire were trying to assert themselves. And what better way to do that was put Christ on the image of the coin. Now, each one of them is very different. You'll see examples at the top of your screen, but they have images of Christ on the coin. And now remember that Constantine the Great opened Christianity to the empire at this time. These are authentic, certified by NGC, and certified as medium grade. They're $69.95. They come with the story card you see as well, which is a certificate of authenticity as well, about the coin and the storyline around it. Our competition almost double our price at $130.
Good news, everybody. We've been told the Kennedy half dollar is back. Not this year, but we were told that it's back in 2027. We haven't seen the obverse design, which is Kennedy, which means, and they also said he's going to be facing the other way for the first time ever. The reverse will be tied to the Special Olympics. The first coins out will be basketball. Beautiful looking theme overall. We'll have to wait and see. Now, for the rest of this year, we're going to celebrate USA 250 in the Liberty half dollar. And that's a gorgeous Statue of Liberty look. Have you seen one? We're going to have it later in the show. But the original 62 years of the Kennedy half dollar is a topic that, well, many of us love. They stopped making the Kennedy half dollar for circulation in 2001. 2002, they are making millions of coins every year just for collectors, not for circulation. That's the popularity index that we're working with. 2025 last year, have you seen the mintage figures? And they sold them all. It was a crazy year for the last of the original Kennedy half dollars. Well, tonight we're going to go back to square one. We're going to go back 62 years to year one, and not just any coin. We're going to talk about the finest known, period. And tonight, the AVC way, of course. Look at the price first. So the unfortunate events of late 1963, we derail the beautiful Franklin half dollar and bring out a tribute to our fallen president, President Kennedy. And we put P's and D's into circulation, and then the prize is the proof. Again, a proof only available in proof sets is the highlight. It's the method of manufacture. It is the coin made for collectors specifically. So we have this beautiful polypack proof set, and the largest coin in it's the big, beautiful silver Kennedy half dollar. And then we discontinue 90% silver. We also changed Philadelphia to San Francisco for proofs in 1968. So this is the first year of issue, the finest known, and what? A one-of-a-kind only. So this is how they made the set. This is how they distributed the set. Now, there are no 70s known to exist. None. And again, here's the San Francisco plastic we mentioned a second ago. So they made a big improvement going from Philadelphia to San Francisco, taking 3 years to do it. But it also explains why there are no 70s out of the 3-point-odd million, almost 4 million proof sets made in 1964. But the other part is the storyline of how few of them are known in 69. So as I referenced, we're looking at 3.9 million, almost 4 million proof sets in that polypack I just showed you. And today, after 40 plus years of NGC doing what they do, they have only certified in 69 15,034 coins. So think of today. If we were going to celebrate Kennedy with anything, and we made only 15,000 coins, what would happen? Well, remember back in 2014, we had the 50th anniversary of the Kennedy half dollar. They made a special 4-coin silver set, right? Beautiful coins. Same size and weight as this Kennedy. And it sold out instantly at 221,000 sets, which netted down to about 219,000 at the end. Think about that. This is 15,034 coins known this nice. All right? My competition, well, we've seen them out there. They're between $300 and $500 each for the same coin. Same holder, same grade. We get asked often, and sometimes they're not pleasant conversations because it's dealers asking, why are you destroying this market? It's like, we're not destroying the market. Why are you pricing things so high? We bought the deal. It averaged out to a price. We're here doing what we do. We mark it up and we move on. If our markup is way under your markup process, that's why you're at 300 and we're half the price. But we're not looking to sell 2 coins tonight. We're going to sell thousands of coins in our show here tonight, and we're happy to do that. And I know many of you that have been with us over the last 20 years know that. We're going to buy it, price it hopefully right, and then flip it, and the next week we're on to something else. The next few minutes we're on to something else. And it all happens because you find the great stuff, not the good stuff, the great stuff, and you have it in the best condition possible, and then you also make it affordable for the average collector to participate. That's the AVC way. It's our middle name. So here's a comparison for you, right? We're in 2026 right now, and we're enjoying the festivities. It's a great year. And the big silver coin in the silver proof set that sold out at 272,000 sets made, right, is the big Liberty half dollar. So, beautiful coin, the 1-year only design, dual dated, They did a great job. If you go to NGC's website right now and you pull up that coin, and again, it's only halfway through the year. The silver proof set's been out there for about 6 to 8 weeks, right? So a lot of them have been certified, but there's still more to be done. So that number will get larger. But it's at 17,205 in 70 condition, which is the finest known today. Because of the packaging, and you'll see it in a second, that hard plastic lens they use today, coins can be perfect and be saved as perfect. Not many of them. Again, in perspective, there's 17,205 out of 272,000 that are known. Very small percentage, but they still exist. Do you know what the market is right now on a 2026 silver Liberty half dollar and 70? I mean, we sold out at $2.99. Double the price of the original 64 Kennedy in the finest known condition, and this coin is rarer. That's why I'm follically challenged. I scratch my head a lot because I see values, and sometimes it's maybe the understanding, maybe people just didn't know. But there are some crazy values going back 50, 75 years ago that are very rare because it was way before certification was part of the picture. And the packaging wasn't good enough. As you saw, that poly pack is a nice improvement to packaging, but nothing like the hard plastic. And the hard plastic gives us the ability to have perfection as a 70. The Sheldon scale is 0 to 70, 70 being perfect. But in this case, this one, there are no 70s. 69 is the finest known. Guys, give me a 30-second clock. So we have 6 hours of programming twice a week. We have 4 hours of programming on Thursdays. We have weekend shows as well. You add up to like 20 plus hours of talking coins every week. And we love it. And this coin I've had on the air twice this year. Think about that for a 7 or 8 minute segment. So we don't find them often, but when we do, we love to talk about it. And it's because the value, our value at $149.95 for the finest known proof Kennedy half dollar beats anything we're seeing today. Got to consider it. Give us a call.
8 years ago, the U.S. Mint launched a new innovation dollar program. This is the first time ever they did an introductory coin. So in 2018, they brought out this golden dollar, American Innovation Dollar, to represent the entire program. After that, 2019 and forward, 4 states were released each year, and they are still in the middle of this program. Follows the order and similar to the state quarter series, but this time it's on a golden dollar blank, similar to Sacagawea, Native American dollars, Statue of Liberty on the obverse, and the reverse design changes 4 times per year. Very low mintage, only 475,000 of each were made in 2018 out of Philadelphia and Denver. Just to compare, one of the presidential dollars, one of the low minted ones, Wilson, Denver, 3.3 million. Even the 2008 Sacagawea Native American, 1.8 million. Even the rarest dollar in the Ike dollar series, the 73S, over $1 million. Only 475,000 of each mint made for these. 20 coin roll you get, 10 Philadelphia, 10 Denver, all uncirculated, one lowest price, $29.95. Competition charges $5.25 a coin. You're looking at over $100 for the same 20 coins. Join us, first year of issue, first in the program, and quite a savings.
What's your favorite coin of 2026? There are a lot of choices, right? We have dual dated nickels, we have special dimes and half dollars, Liberty Series, we have the 5 different quarters. Then we get into the special USA 250 5-coin suite, the most popular designs. And then we get into the dual dated Silver Eagles and all the other fun things, right? But I have to admit, one of my favorite coins of the year happens to be, well, the byproduct of a conversation I had with one of the artists that has worked with the U.S. Mint a number of times. His name is Daniel Carr. Designed a number of quarters over the life of the state quarter program, etc. Owns his own private mint now in Denver. And the conversation I had was, the Silver Eagle this year is just 2026. The proof and then the enhanced, the special W's, are the ones that have the dual date, special 40th anniversary, and all the good stuff that goes with it. I think the Mint missed the boat by not having a dual dated uncirculated coin. And it would have been kind of nice if they would have thrown a privy on it as an uncirculated, making this year and the Silver Eagle, which is the #1 coin in the world, the product of the year. And his comment was, oh, let me see what I can do about that. Now, weeks later, he gives me a call and says, what do you think? And my comment was, my jaw dropping. It's like, holy crap, that's a novel idea. That is a brilliant idea. I want to talk about it. So tonight, this is number 5 in the series of 5 that he's done this year. Happens to be one of my favorites because it's the closing chapter, which is Independence Hall. So what you're looking at is an authentic, original U.S. Mint 2026 Silver Eagle. All right? With that, he overstruck the Silver Eagle with, and here's the funny part, he lives in Denver, his business is in Denver. The Denver Mint years ago was selling off a number of their machines, the big giant presses they use to make coins. And he bought a couple. So he actually is using U.S. Mint machinery to help make these U.S. Mint coins enhanced, just a different level. Now the D there does not mean the D Mint mark. The D there does not mean it came from a Denver Mint machine. The D there is for Daniel Carr, his initials for it. But it kind of has that sideways look and feel. It's the obverse that gets everybody going, right? We've seen privy marks on coins throughout this year. I mean, the Proof Silver Eagle has what? The Liberty Bell and USA 250 on it. Beautiful, love it. But know why we love it? Because it also has a dual date. It has 1776-2026 on it. Correct? And because of that dual date, the 40th anniversary of the Silver Eagle, which is the dual cycle we have this year, the Silver Eagle and USA 250 all in one. So what does he do? He overstrikes the date, 1776-2026, and he overstrikes the privy mark onto the original Silver Eagle. Now, how about that for American ingenuity? And then add one layer to this. Now, anybody looked at the graphic? Or anybody looked at the label versus the coin? These are certified by by ANAX, the partner he worked with on this, as perfect 70s. 70s. Which means he had to have a Silver Eagle that was perfect, and then he had to overstrike it with the dual date on the obverse, with the privy of Independence Hall on the obverse, and the D Mint mark on the reverse. And they had to be perfect. And then when that was all done, ANAX looks at it and they have to certify it as perfect. You know, Proof Silver Eagles, Enhanced Silver Eagles, which have the dual date from the U.S. Mint, they're W's. I mean, if you found any of those in 70 under $400 or $500, I mean, we sold out. I love this as that alternative look, feel, story. I mean, many of you might have worked with us earlier in the year when the Minuteman, the first one, was out. We have the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence. One of my other favorites was the flag. Come on, it's the American flag. But the last one, to close out the 5-coin suite, was Independence Hall. And you're looking at it right here. Now, you've seen this advertised nationally by a number of different networks, and guess what? We're the lowest at $229.95. It is the price. It is a great price. Everybody's on the same page with this. It's just a great accent to the storyline of 2026. So if your favorite's the dime, your favorite's the $50, or maybe one of the quarters. I mean, we got 4 different presidents on quarters this year. Is it the Lincoln and Gettysburg, or is it James Madison in the Constitution? George Washington's on the Revolution. A Mayflower. We have a Pilgrim on a quarter this year. And then we have the Mercury dime, Standing Liberty quarter, Walking Liberty $50, the St. Gaudens gold piece. We have the original bust dollar on the other special series. We have the dual dates on our 40th anniversary Silver Eagles in proof, the special W's, the enhanced and the proof, right? Or is it this unique overstrike? Is it this unique storyline, this unique and affordable 70 for all? And that's a personal choice. As I referenced, it's my favorite for the year. I just love it because the design element on the core coin. What's the number one coin made for collectors every year by the U.S. Mint? And over the last 40 years, kind of giving you the hint here, what has that coin been? Well, the Silver Eagle was introduced in 1986, and today it's the number one silver dollar in the world today. So the Silver Eagle is the world's dollar. Daniel Carr and what he did here just made it a bit more fun. Guys, give me a 30-second clock. So following up on my earlier part of this conversation, I mean, brilliance, right? Give me a minute, I'll figure something out. And boy, did he ever, right? Kudos to Mr. Carr, Daniel, and what he did with his organization in Denver. Kudos to ANAX for working with them on this process, because it's, again, not only a Silver Eagle, it's an enhanced Silver Eagle with dual date, the privy of the Independence Hall, the D mark for Daniel Carr on the reverse, and it's still perfect and certified as such. Now, if that's not a winner, there isn't one. Oh, and by the way, what Silver Eagle in 70 that's dual dated this year has this kind of a price point? Nothing's close. So give us a call. You're going to love it too.
A first and last in the Lincoln Cent series, a true collector coin in 2017 Philadelphia. So what they did in 2017 to celebrate the 225th anniversary of the United States Mint was they added a P mint mark to the obverse of the Lincoln Cent. First time, only time, makes it very, very special. In addition to that, besides all that good stuff, out of 4.3 million coins, in 67 grade or better, you're looking at just 2,500 and change are known to exist as of today. That's 1 in every 1.7 million coins struck. That is crazy rare. If you're a percentage person, listen to this. Look how many zeros. 0.00005% of the mintage. That's crazy rare. $29.95, one can be yours. I found a 66 selling for $145. How about a higher grade at a lower price?
So the proof set is introduced in 1950, right? But it wasn't the first collector set made by the U.S. Mint. The first collector set was the uncirculated set. That was 1947. That's where you get the P's and the D's. And if you're on the East Coast, you don't get the D's. West Coast, you don't get the P's. And the government's way of just making it easier for the collectors. And we say thank you, right? And over the years, we've had differences in packaging, changes, and so forth. And during the 1970s, we had that white envelope, right? And then we just stopped. We just stopped. In 1982 and 1983, while we were working on the redesign of the uncirculated set, we had no sets. No sets whatsoever. And that created a little bit of a stir. So the U.S. Mint, each respectively, Philadelphia and Denver, made their own sets. They called them souvenir sets. And they made very few of them. And they were only available if you went to the Mint and received it there directly. So as a result, today, after going back to 1947, the winners and still champions are those souvenir sets, if you can find them. The good news is tonight, after months and months and months, we have pairs for the first time. Here we go. So as I referenced, in 1981, we stopped making the uncirculated U.S. Mint set, the uncirculated set. And then we brought it back in 1984, which they call the modern era of uncirculated sets. And they changed the packaging design every year from 84 up until the state quarters came out in 1999. And that was the big deal. But they also then created a special set for collectors. So if you went to the Philadelphia Mint or you went to the Denver Mint directly, they would give you a souvenir set of this year's coins. And inside of that set is a copper medallion in the middle. That is significant. That is the Mint medallion from the respective Mint, Philadelphia-Denver. That makes this one whole. Over the years, these have been repackaged by a lot of people to make it look like they're real. Nobody puts the Mint medallion in it because that would be causing a problem. The Treasury, the Mint wouldn't like that, and then they had to run around for a while and hide. These are the originals. Are you ready for the numbers made? That's what still just surprises me. Philadelphia made no more than 20,000 each of the two respective years, and Denver was less than 15,000. which is reasonable because Philadelphia, the East Coast, a little bit more populous than the West Coast. And since Denver at that time was making uncirculated, we didn't have the California population, even though close, involved in that process on a day-to-day basis. So they're both tiny. Are you ready for this one? The 2026 uncirculated set was released in the last 30 days, right? Beautiful set. Inside the set is that Lincoln cent with the dual date, the only one they've ever made, and it's the special commemorative cent in the set. And they made how many sets? 125,000 sets, and it's sold out instantly. Can you buy the 2026 set, which is a gorgeous set, for under $250 today? And there's 125,000 of them. And they're all fresh. They're all out there. And then for the only unique period in U.S. history, we have something known as a souvenir set. And the 2 years where the souvenir set matters is the 82 and 83 years when the government didn't make anything else. You put them both together, now you have the uncirculated set for the year, known as souvenir, P and D. And that's a challenge. Even though Philadelphia made a few more sets, they're harder to find than the Denvers. One of those crazy stories. Ours are complete sets. So you're going to get the P and the D with us tonight at the respective cost of $199 and $149. My competition, $80 to $90 more than we are on both. And it's a competitive market. Finding them is half the challenge. And tonight we found them. But it's just, well, at what price? And tonight, my people nailed it. Outright nailed it. Good question. Didn't they make souvenir sets before this? And the answer is they did. The U.S. Mint, going back to the 1970s, have made souvenir sets. So if you went and you didn't want to get the uncirculated set, you could just get the Philadelphia souvenir of your visit to the Mint, right? And they continued this into the middle of the 1980s. It became relevant beyond in these 2 years because there were no other U.S. Mint sets made, right? We stopped in 81, brought them back in 84, so we had a 2-year hiatus. The only government issues were at the Mint level, known as souvenirs. That's the true story. Now, many of them you'll see will have in the upper right-hand corner the year and sometimes the mint. These are actual, authentic. They're not reproductions. And again, over the years, been doing this a long time, I've seen a lot of reproductions. And they're gorgeous. But it's different than the real McCoy. And it's important to see the difference. Tonight, this is the difference. And when you look at just the crazy sets over time, right? 2017, we have the enhanced set, right? That's a crazy set, 225,000. 1996, we add the W dime, right? Made over 1 million sets, and that's what, a $50, $60 set today, and there's 1 million plus of them. Then you have, well, I think, the hammer on this, the importance of these two sets. And that is the brand new 2026, which we're all chasing because we want to have the last Lincoln ever. And it's only an uncirculated condition in that set. So they made a pretty special occasion scenario with all the rest of the coins. There's 20 coins in that set. But 125,000 of them, and they sell for way more than either of these do. And then you break it down to how few of them are known here. Guys, give me a 1-minute clock. Yes. So, again, 20,000 was the cap on Philadelphia, 15,000 the cap on Denver. So that just tells you how few of these are known. The idea of a souvenir set goes back to the 70s, and it went into the early 80s. But the significance is these two specific years, because the U.S. Mint did not make uncirculated sets, per se. The only way to get the official uncirculated coins of 1982 and 1983 was the souvenir sets, of which there are so few. These are it. Again, saving lots. And the original, just, again, we talk about this once or twice a year. We're on the air for what? 16 hours a week, 52 weeks a year, and we talk about these sets once or twice. That's how special they are, that's how rare they are, and it's a void. If you're putting together with that run of uncirculated sets going back to 1947, a wonderful task. What do you do with 82 and 83 when they didn't make any? Well, they did make them. They have a different name. They're rarer than anything else around them. And, well, tonight at least, affordable. Give us a call.
In 1864, the United States Mint changed the alloy of the Indian head cent. So we ended up with two different types of coins for that year, 1864. They are known in the industry as thick and thin, or, of course, copper and bronze because of the change in the alloy. Now, the coppers are the thick. That's that stack there on the left, and the bronze there are the thin. This is a two-piece set of both varieties. So you get the thick and the thin in this two-piece set. Beautiful average circulated collector condition, and it's just $59.95. The mintages are very, very different. You're looking at 39.2 million bronze made compared to only 13.7 million copper nickels. So that is incredibly rare to begin with as far as cents go, because nowadays you're looking at billions of coins made per year. Now this two-piece set, when we found it with our competition in just good condition, they wanted $49 for the bronze alone. They wanted $85 for the copper nickel. So what a savings, everybody. You get them both with us tonight for just $59.95.
It's time, everybody. It's time. The U.S. Mint has released that beautiful enhanced Silver Eagle. That beautiful dual-dated enhanced Silver Eagle. The one that, with 125,000, sold out in less than a minute. That's the crazy coin. And tonight, the good news is I got a small quantity in stock. Even better is our price. So let's dive in, shall we? So we started the year with the proof, right? And that was launched at the Savannah A&A earlier this year, and 500,000 coins gone. And it was all tied to the fact that we had a dual date, 1776, 2026, USA 250. We put a privy mark also on the proof edition, and then the W Mint mark is just accented because it was a West Point struck edition, right? And we gobbled it up, we loved it. But the thing that caught all of our eye was the U.S. Mint publishes what they're going to do during the year. And we saw this new type of Silver Eagle, known as an enhanced Silver Eagle. Not an enhanced proof. We've seen those before. Not a reverse proof. An enhanced uncirculated, which is drastically different than a burnished or satin finish coin, which has been the normal #2 Silver Eagle every year. That goes back to our 20th anniversary in 2006. So we come out with this enhanced. What is it going to look like? And by far, by looking at this, worth every second, right? Worth every second of the wait. That background is not just that satiny look. It has like a textured look to it, which makes the device, in this case, Lady Liberty, wrapped in the American flag, walking from east to west, right? The eagle, the dominant eagle landing, all pronounced with crazy offset detailing. Look at how they frosted the feathers on that eagle when you get to see that shot again. What gorgeous, gorgeous look. But the best part is what? Well, they made, again, 500,000 of the proof was the storyline of the year, and is it going to be enough? And if the answer was it wasn't, they brought out 300,000 or so right out of the chute, and that was gone, creating the havoc. And then they come back with, well, this one at 125,000. It's like, what? The dual date, the special finish for the first time ever, which is making the 40th anniversary a special anniversary, right? And that is it. That really is what it comes down to. Now, we've seen my competition selling these in 70 condition, upwards of $800 to $1,000. We sold out last week with our advanced release 70s. We were at $799, and they were just disappeared like that because we were $200 under everybody. What, $349.95. This one is something very special. I mean, can you buy a regular proof with an edition significantly higher for this number? I see most of my competition at $299 to $350 for the proof version. This is the enhanced. This is the first time ever. This is the dual date. This is the privy mark. But look at, again, just how that enhanced plays through the feathers on the eagle. Really pronounces the image itself. Gorgeous coin. OGP, yes. OGP stands for Original Government Packaging, which is what you're seeing right here. The coin is encapsulated. It comes in the jewelry box. It has that beautiful certificate of authenticity, red, white, and blue. And then the outer display sleeve, keeping it all together. That's how this will be delivered. And yes, they're in stock, ready to go. We have received our coins, and they're working through the process. We got a lot of catch up to do, but give us 2 or 3 days, we'll be there. So it's not like you're waiting for 2 or 3 months or 2 or 3 weeks. I've seen a few of my competitors we'll deliver these in sometime in August, which is not that far away, but it's still weeks away in the big picture, right? So yes, we have our celebration year. It's USA 250, so we got the dual date. We have our celebration year. It is the 40th anniversary of the #1 silver dollar in the world today, which is our Silver Eagle. Why? Well, it is the largest, the purest, the heaviest, the most beautiful. And within that, again, 40.6 millimeters. It's 31.101 grams of silver, a pure ounce. 0.9993 silver versus the old 0.900 fine U.S. coin silver. This design is the original Walking Liberty design, dating back to 1916 to 1947 on the half dollar. The reverse, this is a brand new reverse. It's our 5th year. This was introduced in 2021. Before that, it was the heraldic reverse from John Mercanti. But tonight, with all the fun going on this year, with the Morgan having the dual date, the Peace having the dual date, all 5 quarters, the dime is new, the half dollar is new, the nickel even has a dual date. You can buy the cent in the uncirculated sets only. Wow. The silver proof set sold out instantly, right? Wow. And then there is, well, the rarest of them all. The enhanced Silver Eagle. The West Point special. The dual date, the privy, all that. But this is what it is. And that changes everything. Guys, give me a 1-minute clock, please. Not proof, not congrats. This is the enhanced, the dual dated, privied enhanced. 125,000 of them were made available and sold out instantly. And now it's just a scramble to get in, because it is going to be the coin of 2026, as I referenced earlier. Everything else is special, but the Silver Eagle's the coin. Again, remember, the uncirculated coin this year did not have a dual date. The Congratulations didn't have a dual date. Of the dual dated Silver Eagles, there is the proof and the enhanced. The enhanced is the winner at $125,000 versus the mintage figure of $500,000 on the proofs. Yet the pricing is very similar. It shouldn't be, but that's okay. We know that. Right? It's all about gathering as much information as possible, and this one is loaded, everybody. It is outright loaded. While they last in the original government packaging, don't miss out.
We've seen a lot of 1-ounce copper rounds, but now it's time for a massive 10-ounce copper bar. This is a 10-ounce bar of pure copper, truly massive. If you look at it, struck by Frontier Mint. You have your certificate of authenticity on the back, of course, outlining the fine copper, 0.999, 10 ounces, and each is individually numbered. The serial number on the bar that is stamped matches the certificate of authenticity that is shrink wrapped within the bar itself. $34.95. No limits on this one. A lot of people stack these as well. They don't just stack those 1-ounce copper rounds. I've seen a lot of people stacking their 10-ounce copper bars as well. Join us on this one, folks. This one is hot.
The surprise of 2025? Was it the cent is being discontinued. We kind of knew it was coming, right? I mean, it just made sense to have it happen. Bad pun, sorry. The other coin, though, that was discontinued is one I think that shocked most of us, because the Kennedy $half ending after 62 years was a shock, but was it really? Because they stopped making it for circulation in 2001, and from 2002 through the year 2025, they made it for collectors only, making millions upon millions of coins every year. So why stop something when we're, as collectors, buying it for a premium? But that was their call, and they chose to. So it's over, and, well, it is what it is. The market's hot because, well, most of us cut our teeth collecting over the last 50 to 60 years, and that was the big coin of the realm. We had no silver dollar. So seeing it go means we're all going back and now trying to fill some of those holes, if you would call it, in our albums, complete that set. The hunt is on. Well, tonight we're going to make it a little bit easier for you, because in 1968, San Francisco took over making proof sets. And the quality of sets improved, the packaging improved, and, well, it opened up a new generation of collecting. San Francisco proofs. Tonight, we have the first decade of San Francisco proof Kennedy $half with a twist. So let's go to the twist right out of the chute if we can, because the first decade, as the graphic says, is 10 years, 68 to 77. But many of you know that the bicentennial Kennedy $half was made in 1975 and 1976, 2 years. It's the same coin in both proof sets. No difference. No changes in designs like you would have saw with the Eisenhower, where it was a crayon versus a pen, a big difference. The Kennedy, nothing changed at all. So what's the 10th coin? We're not duplicating it. We're giving you the other Kennedy made in 1976, the silver version. So you get the 76 clad and the 76 silver as part of our presentation here tonight. So as you're going through this, you're noticing they have this look, right? And as we get from 73 into 74, when they kind of moved from the old style to the frosted-like imagery of the proof coins, and they improved over time with that. And then you get into like a 76, and then you notice this one looks really different. What happened to it? Well, it's because it's not made of copper clad. It's silver. Back to copper clad. Now, the other thing you're going to notice is if you look at the very top of your screen, that first row, those coins look different because they are different. The Kennedy $half did not change to copper clad, you know, the sandwich, until 1971. That means the 68, 69, and 70, like the bicentennial bonus 76s, are silver Kennedys. So this first decade, actually, the way we've done it, has 4 silver coins, and then the other 6 are the regular clads, because that's all they made. Now, every 68 Kennedy is silver, not just ours. They're all silver. Every 69 silver, every 70 silver. The bicentennials, the clad is the regular set, the silver is a special set, that 3-piece set they made. That's where these coins come from. Our first decade, yeah, that's the math. $129.95 divided by 10 means you're under $13 a coin. Are you ready for my competition's pricing? And they just updated their pricing. And they didn't lower the market because silver's come back a little bit. They raised the market because the market's hot for Kennedy $half. They are at, for the silver pieces, 68, 69, and 70, and then the 76. Those 4 silvers, they're at $62.95, $63, $64, and $67.95 respectively. So you buy 2 coins from them, or all 10 from us. And then from 71 through 77, you're seeing coins that are priced between $20 and $27 each. Add them up, coin by coin, they're north of 300 for the same 10 coins we have in this presentation tonight, our first decade of estimates. And again, we didn't stretch it to 78, which would be the first 10 coins from regular proof sets. We decided to keep it a decade because we had an option. We can make the 10th coin the other, They made 10 coins in the first 10 years. Just one of them was a special silver, only made for collectors, and we put that in this set. So again, 68, 69, 70, those San Francisco issues, the first 3 years they made them were silver Kennedys. 71 through 77 are copper clad. The 75-76 sets were the same coin, copper clad. You can't tell the difference. We added the 10th coin, which is the other bicentennial, which is this beautiful silver issue that came out of the three-piece set. So tonight, our decade is complete. Perfectly complete. In the first 10 years, they made 10 proofs. These are the 10 proofs. And our price? Yeah, less than half that of our competition. Under $13 a coin. Oh my. Guys, give me a 1-minute clock, please. So proof is a method of manufacture. It's not a condition or a quality. A lot of people get that confused because it's logical. But a regular coin, the stuff we see in circulation, a business strike, is struck once and you're done. A proof is polished. The dies are polished. The piece of metal is polished. A regular coin is struck once. These are struck twice. They're made for collectors. They only come out of proof sets. And that's how this can be put together. These proof sets have to be broken up over time because of the outside packaging. Many of them are busted. We can't sell them if they're busted, but the coins inside might be perfect. We'll encapsulate them as you see them, put them in a bin, and eventually, every couple of years, we have an opportunity like this to say, okay, how about this? Yeah, the AVC way, of course. Crazy product, crazy prices. 4 out of the 10 coins are silver, and we're still under $13 a coin. This is a big Kennedy. Oh my. And thanks.
We have received a ton of calls asking if the PCGS and NGC storage boxes are still available. So we thought we'd bring them out and just kind of show them to you guys so you get your chance to grab yours. And I think it's because a lot of new coins are coming out this year, right? Silver Eagles and the new half dollars, etc. So you need a place to put them, right? So if you're a PCGS or an NGC collector or both, here are your boxes. We have PCGS at $7.99. They hold 20 coins. And also the NGC that holds 20 coins as well. That one's $13.99. Grab them while they last. They move pretty quickly, and waiting for the restock sometimes can be a little bit of time. So while they're available, let's get you stocked up for storage. Presentation, you could just pop off the lid, slide them out, show everybody off your coins, and slide them back onto the shelf and keep them safe. So while they last, folks, just $7.99 for PCGSs and $13.99 for NGCs. With silver over $60 an ounce, everybody's snapping up silver bars, silver rounds, even silver eagles. Silver eagles are selling for $69, $79, even upwards of $89. We've seen lots of different price points out there. As it's settling down, people are starting to pay more attention to the vintage silver. And we're going to travel back to over 104 years ago to the last year of issue Morgan, because the value on these in this silver market time is something that you just can't let pass by. So you have a silver price, great value. You have the history, 104-year-old coins, and you have a beautiful three-piece set in uncirculated condition at a price you just cannot beat. $199.95, and you get all three. Last year of issue Morgan, so 1921, they bring back the Morgan for one more year while they're getting ready to launch the peace dollar. And this year, for 1921, Philadelphia, San Francisco, they've been producing Morgans this whole time. They make a coin, but the Denver jumps in for 1 year and 1 year only. So the only Denver mint Morgan dollar in the entire collection is available in 1921 set. So this is that PDS set. $199.95 means you're under $67 a coin. You remember what I referenced before? Silver's over $60. Silver Eagles, modern day Silver Eagles, selling for $79, $89, $99. Incredible. Now we're looking at vintage pockets. And this is the one of those vintage coins. It's a 1921. It's the last year of issue. Do you remember the year 2021? They brought back the Morgan 100 years later. They bring back the Morgan to celebrate the anniversary. Try finding a 2021 for under $200. Actually, yes, we did have a 2021 on sale last week for $179.95, but that's what we do, folks. We give you the best prices in the industry. But out in the marketplace with our competition, you can't find a 2021 out there. These are the originals for less, and they're rarer. $199.95, you get all three, under $67 per coin. They were struck at the three mints, only the three mints shown on your screen in 1921. Philadelphia, 44.6 million coins. Denver, 21.6 million coins. And San Francisco, 20.3 million coins. But if you look at population reports, and this is what I meant by rarer, in any grade at all, PCGS and NGC combined, and when I say any grade at all, that means if you go to their census, their pop reports, and you look at the total number of coins that they've seen since they started grading, there's one number, and that includes every grade. Philadelphia Mint, 336,000. Denver Mint, only 66,000, 67,000. San Francisco Mint, under 50,000. So when I said rarer, that's what I mean. They made 200,000 of each coin in 2021. P Mint, D Mint, S Mint, you're looking at fractions of a percent known to exist today in any grade. Under 1% for Philadelphia, and under 0.5% for Denver, and under 0.25% for San Francisco, compared to the mintage. So you take the population, you divide it by the mintage, and that's how you get how many coins have been seen today by those two grading services combined. Gives you an idea of the rarity, because many coins were melted over the years. 2001, silver hits $50 an ounce. I mean, that was a little later, but silver was melted over the years. In the 80s, it was the first time ever it hit $50 an ounce. People were melting silver like crazy. And today, we find that there's not many coins that had survived. Competition sells these coins in heavy circulated condition for $534. They want 136 for the Philly, 199 for the Denver, and 199 for the San Francisco in circulated condition. Ours, uncirculated. Ours, even less than their circulated price. They're at $534. We're at $199.95, hundreds of dollars less, and you get a better grade, uncirculated. Look at the detail in these gorgeous coins. Now, this is the San Francisco. Mint mark is at the bottom of the coin, above the D and the O in dollar. You'll also find the mint mark there for Denver. Philadelphia does not bear a mint mark, so you'll see a blank space there for Philadelphia. But the Denver and the San Francisco have those mint marks in those areas above the D and the O in dollar on the reverse. Each of these coins individually encapsulated. We're also presenting it in a beautiful custom collector box that has a lid as well. All three, $199.95, one low price, under $67 per coin. If you're joining us online, folks, these are available online as well. Head over to avccoins.com, search 905-1126. That is the item number. It'll bring you to this page. There's the Denver. See above the D and the O and the dollar? That little mark there is the Denver mint mark. Blast white, uncirculated, hundreds of dollars less than our competition is charging for circulated pieces. All three U.S. mints that struck the coin in 1921 for the last year of issue. Philadelphia, Denver, San Francisco into this collection. Get them all. End of an era for the Morgan dollar. 90% silver. I referenced silver over 60. 90% silver on these vintage originals. Less than modern day, rarer than modern day 2021s. And the fabled coin. This is where it all, I should say, began. It was the ending of the Morgan, but it brought back the popularity in 2021 when they brought back the coin. Brought back the popularity of the original vintage coins. Celebrating this series, started in 1878. They made coins until 1904. And while they were getting ready for the peace dollar to launch, They brought back the Morgan dollar again for one more year. 3 U.S. mints, PD&S, all three in this collection, for one low price of $199.95. The first Denver, the last Denver, the only Denver, 1921. Sells for the Denver alone sells for $199.95. The San Francisco alone sells for $199.95 with our competition. You get all three for that same exact price with us here at AVC. Folks, I have to put that 30-second clock up. 905-1126 is the item number. Vintage 90% silver right here. Last year of issue Morgan, all three U.S. mints, under $67 per coin. You can't even get a modern day silver eagle for $67 today. Silver has been crazy. So now it's time to pay attention to these pockets of vintage silver. Now's the time to buy all three, one low price, hundreds of dollars from our competition. We've been talking a lot about the most popular Roman coins, one of which was the widow's mite, and this one here, which is the image of Christ. So these are ancient coins certified by NGC. The story around this was after the fall of Rome, the rulers of the Byzantine Empire were trying to assert themselves. And what better way to do that was put Christ on the image of the coin. Now, each one of them is very different. You'll see examples at the top of your screen, but they have images of Christ on the coin. And now remember that Constantine the Great opened Christianity to the empire at this time. These are authentic, certified by NGC, and certified as medium grade. They're $69.95. They come with a story card you see as well, which is a certificate of authenticity as well, about the coin and the storyline around it. Our competition almost double our price at $130.
USA 250 and the hunt for all the brand new coins in circulation. The nickels are new, the dime, the quarters, the half dollar, all new designs this year. So we're out there with the hunt. But the US Mint makes it one better. They created a special privy on quarter number 3, the Declaration of Independence, and released it into circulation mixed up like it's done before. So we have the rarest uncirculated coin of 2026 next. Here we go. So quarter 1 is different, quarter 2 is different, quarter 3 is different, and it's all of them, the obverse and reverse are different. Actually, the quarter program this year has 4 different presidents. This is the first big change. Washington's on quarter number 2, the Revolutionary War, but Thomas Jefferson is on the 3rd quarter, which is the Declaration of Independence, right? And then we're going to have James Madison on number 4, the Constitution. We're going to have Lincoln on number 5, the Gettysburg Address. And we're all out there hunting for the coins to put our sets together. Well, the U.S. Mint announced right before the 4th of July holiday that they created a special privy mark that is being released into quarter number 3. They made only 250,000 coins, and it's totally at random, i.e. they seeded them into the bags that Brinks, Wells Fargo, what we here get as well from the Treasury. And then it's just a function of how lucky are you to find a coin or two, right? And that is just a great challenge. The interesting part is the numbers overall are what make this beyond special. They've made 84.8 million Ds and 63 million Ps so far. The question is, if they're seeding these coins in, and I have friends that are on the West Coast saying they're finding a few of these in circulation out of D cribs, which is just, again, a comment, where a lot of people thought it was only going to be P cribs, which is a thought. It hasn't really been declared. It's just we're seeding this cool July 4th issue. Let's find it. The Great American Coin Hunt is there. Well, the math is the second part of this conversation, right? There's 147,800,000 number 3 quarters that have been made so far in the last 7 or 8 weeks. They make them for 10 weeks and we're done, right? And that's the way the whole system was made for this year. 10, just like the state quarter program, basically. 10 weeks, a new design. 10 weeks, a new design. So if you're seeding number 3, that means your 1 out of every 600 or so coins made is going to be a July 4th privy. Now that's pretty cool. Sounds attainable. Now let's do the math on that. That means about for every 15 to 16 rolls of coins clean, you might find a coin. The key word is you might. Sometimes you get lucky and you find 2 out of 10, and in other cases, go through thousands of coins and find none. With rolls selling for $25 to $30 a roll right now because of this program and because of the July 4th privy. If you need to buy 15 rolls, because that's what the math tells you, and you feel lucky being inside of those rolls, then you're looking at $350, $400 to find one. But you do have a bunch of extra quarters. The other option is just buying the coin outright. Now, this package, this presentation was put together by my graphics department using the Defender holder, which keeps it in uncirculated condition. The beautiful label ties together the theme of this year. But of course, it's all about the July 4th privy. So I referenced earlier the coin in uncirculated condition. It's right here, right? Yes, the Lincoln cent, which is only in uncirculated sets this year, is pretty special. But you got to buy that big set for hundreds to get those 2 coins. Just the random nature of this makes it fun. Remember the National Parks program in 2019, right? We brought out the special V75 scenario. That was 2020, excuse me. 2019, we just had a privy mark on a number of these coins. The quarters in circulation at random. And it was crazy. We had a lot of fun doing that. And then they put the V75 on the 2020s. So we've seen what this can do to collecting. And the whole idea behind this year, from the Mint's perspective, and I applaud it, is we should be collecting coins. It is our history. And this year's designs tell the story. But is there one that's rarer than all the rest? Absolutely. And this one is it. Again, the global number released by the U.S. Mint was only 250,000 coins. They were seeded into ballistic cribs. Now, cribs, as they call them, you might have heard that terminology. A crib is a $50,000 face value ballistic bag put on a big steel crib. That's what they fill when they're at the Mint. If you've taken the tour, you might have remembered seeing those. It's a pretty cool process how they put it together. When they get to 200,000 coins, which is $50,000 face, they seal the bag, and then they push it off into circulation. Brinks, Wells Fargo, all the various security companies that work with the banks across the country work and have access to this to make circulation happen. They also have a program for people like myself with the Treasury Department where I can order those same cribs. That way collectors have access to these coins at a little easier play than it is trying to go to your bank, which, again, a lot of banks don't even offer the ability to get a roll of uncirculated coins today. So this just makes the process special, but it makes the hunt even more so. It's just an outright fun idea. So quarter number 3, which is Thomas Jefferson and the Declaration of Independence. The first non-Washington president on a quarter in our government's history. Now that'll be followed up by Madison and Lincoln, as I referenced later in the year. But at about 9 o'clock is where that July 4th privy sits. We've seen these advertised for $400, $500. I've seen certified NGC 64s and 65s, which is an average grade, a good average grade for a circulating coin, selling for $800 to $1,000. Because the topic is hot. We're all wanting that coin that by chance is or isn't. And that's just a numbers game. I've had people that have worked with us and bought rolls that have said, hey, I found 1 coin out of 5 rolls. I've had others say I bought 20 rolls and I got none. For us, we buy all of ours on the open market. All of our rolls are sold unsearched. So these coins tonight are ones we bought. People like yourself found them. And now we have the opportunity to talk about them. Guys, I don't have time for a clock, but I wanted to make sure we had a chance to talk about this because it is that hunt coin that even we have been searching for. And after tonight, we're going to be searching again. It is a phenomenal story. It is the hunt of 2026, the special 4th of July privy. And again, come on, it's USA 250. The 4th of July is important. On the coin, limited, yeah. Give us a call.
8 years ago, the U.S. Mint launched a new innovation dollar program. This is the first time ever they did an introductory coin. So in 2018, they brought out this golden dollar, American Innovation Dollar, to represent the entire program. After that, 2019 and forward, 4 states were released each year, and they are still in the middle of this program. Follows the order and similar to the state quarter series, but this time it's on a golden dollar blank, similar to Sacagawea, Native American dollars, Statue of Liberty on the obverse, and the reverse design changes 4 times per year. Very low mintage, only 475,000 of each were made in 2018 out of Philadelphia and Denver. Just to compare, one of the presidential dollars, one of the low minted ones, Wilson, Denver, 3.3 million. Even the 2008 Sacagawea Native American, 1.8 million. Even the rarest dollar in the Ike dollar series, the 73S, over $1 million. Only 475,000 of each mint made for these. 20 coin roll you get, 10 Philadelphia, 10 Denver, all uncirculated, one lowest price, $29.95. Competition charges $5.25 a coin. You're looking at over $100 for the same 20 coins. Join us, first year of issue, first in the program, and quite a savings.
One of my favorite categories, and those of you that have been with me in a coin show before knows, is the Franklin series. That big, beautiful $1/2, 1948 to 1963, a beautiful coin. Probably would be with us today if it wasn't for the unfortunate events of 1963 and then the celebration coin of Kennedy in 1964. Within that, we had the P's and D's and a few S's in circulation over that short 16-year period. And then from 1950 to 1963, that short period, the beautiful proof from Philadelphia. What a crazy value. But all of these coins on the table, there is only one big-time proof error, or proof variety as they'll call it. And tonight, I have a deal, and I'm going to be talking here for a second while they reset up the set for me, because tonight we're going to talk about the Type 1 1956, which is a very unique special proof in a high grade. But tonight, based upon the deal we cut, I'm bringing these coins in. I can not only bring out the Type 1, which is the price you're going to see, I can add in the Type 2 into that price. Which means now, tonight, we're not just talking about Type 1 and the accolades of the rarity and the craziness of that coin. We're going to be talking about Type 1 and Type 2 inside of that price. I think they're ready. Let's go to it. So here are the 2 coins. I mean, the $399.95 is for the Type 1. That's the normal pricing structure we have on this coin, and we can't keep them in stock. Tonight, because of this deal that we worked with, we're bringing out both, and we're making it actually a pair. And we had to change the item number to include the word pair so nobody's confused. We're going to have Type 1 and Type 2. So this is a 2-coin set. They are proofs, and you'll notice they're both the same grade as a 67. Now, we're going to show you the reverse here in a second. We're going to show you where they came from as well. But with this, the real 2 cents on this is the eagle, which is a requirement of our $1/2, which is buried at 3 o'clock. You can see it here, right? It's buried. And if you look at the close detail, which you can see in 65, 66, and 67, there's a discrepancy in how many feathers. We do this all the time. Remember the Morgan dollar in 1878? How many feathers? I mean, how hard is this, right? How many feathers does an eagle have? Ha ha. So we have X number of feathers on one side, Y number of feathers on the other, and they don't match. Duh. Fix it. And we do. Guys, let's actually bring down the graphic. I mean, this does justice but I think the graphic itself gives us a little bit more. Here we go. Thank you. So the type 1, you'll look on the left-hand side, clearly shows 1, 2, 3, 4 feathers on the left, right? And then you count the number of feathers on the right. And then you go to type 2, which is a correction of the dies. And you have on the right-hand side 3 big noticeable feathers. And then, whoops, there's only 3 feathers here. So kind of like the Morgan Dollar 7-tail feather, 8-tail feather scenario, the Franklin series in proof only has this 4 feathers versus 3 feathers eagle reverse. And because, as you saw it a second ago, it's only in that 3 o'clock smaller spot, it wasn't noticeable to the average individual. So the first couple of months of the year, 1956, we have the type 1, and the majority of the year we have the type 2. And the numbers that NGC has seen proves it out. Guys, let's go back to the coins. But why we don't find them in high grade is very simply how they packaged it. Here you go. This is a 1956 proof set. They're called poly packs. Today we have these hard plastic lenses. Back then, that $50 floated around inside that air bubble, right? Which means somebody had to keep that envelope secure and not really moving a lot. To today, 3/4 of a century later, today have it be what? A high-grade coin that we love to see. Here are the numbers, okay? Here are the outright numbers. The type 2, there's about 28,000 coins that have been certified in the last 40 years, okay? And that's an average number for this flow in the Franklin series, right? You start adding them up. The type 1, this coin, 4,916. Why is that significant? Well, it's how few of them are known in high grade. Now, we find type 1s, and we find them in lower grades, the 4s, the 5s, and the 6s, but we don't find them in 7s, 8s, and the proverbial perfect 9, which only a few exist. Let me phrase it a different way. If you look at the 1955, the year before this, and how many coins NGC has seen in 67, they're going to tell you it's a little over 15,000 coins. What does that coin sell for today in 7? The 1954, a year before that, there's over a little over 6,000 coins that they've seen. And the reason why that number is so much smaller is those were the boxed sets. The improvements, the poly pack that these came out of. And we saw that's not much of one compared to the hard plastic we see today. So we have this coin, the type 1, that is like the holy grail in the series. I mean, the 50 and 51 are very scarce in 67. And then we jump all the way to the type 156 in the rarity index. How few of them are known in high grade. Well, tonight, as I referenced, it's a little bit special of a deal. It normally is $399.95 for the type 1 in 67. The deal we cut is we'll give you both type 1 and type 2, the 2 coins you saw in your set, the complete set, for only $399.95. My competition, well, they're more than this price for just the type 1, and they're over $100 on the type 2. So you're saving hundreds, but getting all the rarity. Guys, I do not have time to put up a clock. We're down to our last 4, and I got a lot of people on the phone. So everybody, if you're visiting us via the web, avccoins.com, and this is in your shopping cart, I referenced it at the intro tonight. This is one of those moments where push it to your shopping cart. This is that close to a sellout. And that's understandable. It's the key, one of the keys in the entire Franklin Proof series. It's the only variety, and it's also one of the rarest in 7. You got to give us a call.
A first and last in the Lincoln Cent series, a true collector coin in 2017 Philadelphia. So what they did in 2017 to celebrate the 225th anniversary of the United States Mint was they added a P mint mark to the obverse of the Lincoln Cent. First time, only time, makes it very, very special. In addition to that, besides all that good stuff, out of 4.3 million coins, in 67 grade or better, you're looking at just 2,500 and change are known to exist as of today. That's 1 in every 1.7 million coins struck. That is crazy rare. If you're a percentage person, listen to this. Look how many zeros. 0.00005% of the mintage. That's crazy rare. $29.95, one can be yours. I found a 66 selling for $145. How about a higher grade at a lower price?
USA 250 2026 is one of the banners we're talking about this year, but the other one, which is as exciting, if not more so, for the big silver collectors, is the 40th anniversary of the Proof Silver Eagle. And we saw earlier this year the dual dated, first time ever. We saw the Philadelphia, congrats, all great stuff tied to this year. But it opens up the door on value. It's our middle name, America's Value Channel, right? And over the last 2 or 3 months, we found a couple of deals that are, well, too good to pass up on, and that means a great opportunity for us to chat. Tonight, we're going to talk about not only the first, but the first 2 Proof Silver Eagles ever, dating back to 1986. And look at our price. That's where it becomes fun. Where if you go on the U.S. Mint's website and you look for the 2026 dual dated, which is a cool coin, and I have one, so I understand why you need one, is $170+ to get in on the brand new coin from the U.S. Mint, where the specifications are all the same. Same size, same weight. The only thing different is the dual date and the special privy, right? So we're talking about $45+ less, but we're going back in time to the origin story of our Silver Eagle program. And it's a fun story. If you go back to this time in history, we had this thing going on where the U.S. Mint did not have any silver dollars, right? We just introduced collectible vintage people, places, and things for the 83 Olympics. Then we had the 84 Olympics to tie in the 2 different coins. Nothing in 85, and then in 86 we opened up our eyes and said, hey, the American collector would love some more special issue silver dollars. So that's when the Statue of Liberty came out as the 90% silver special release of the year. But they also went into the world bullion market. At this time, it was kind of flat. You had the Cougaran out there for a little bit. You had the Libertad, Mexico's silver dollar, out there for a little bit. The one that kind of threw a kink in the armor was the popularity of the China Panda in the United States in the early to mid 1980s. We gobbled them up. And the market was made for the U.S. because at that time in history, Chinese individuals, people living in China, couldn't even buy their own coins. It was against the law. The silver pandas in the 1980s were made for export only to the U.S. and Europe. And we gobbled up those 1-ounce silvers. So we get legislation passed for why don't we do it ourselves? Why don't we have our own silver dollar, a bullion dollar? And we did. In 1986, we have this new program starting. But there were 2 versions. The bullion coin, which is the uncirculated. We see those every January. It's a mad dash, and we have a lot of fun with it. And then the special collector proof. Proof is a method of manufacture, and that process is why they look different. A regular issue or bullion strike is the coin, the 2 dies, slap it and go. They look gorgeous. The technology's making it to where that happens today. But the proof is a whole different process. They polish the obverse and reverse dies. Then they polish the piece of metal in the middle. They strike it twice, not once, which is why you see that contrast, the frosting with the mirrored backgrounds. I mean, you can see yourself in a proof. Kind of where the name came from. Proof. Look at it and see, right? So we have tonight the first 2 proofs made in the entire program. 1986 and 1987. Why do I bring them both up together? Because 86, everybody wants to jump in on it. It's the first year of issue, right? Who doesn't want the first year of issue? But number 2 is actually harder to find. So whenever we find them, we kind of put them together so people get the rarity. Because we had the effect of first year of issue. People are diving in. I can finally buy a beautiful pure silver Again, US 0.9993 versus 0.900. So we have this big new jumbo dollar never done before. But now it's in proof. Oh my. So the competition have both of these coins right now on their website. And with silver on a tear of the last 18 months, and even though it's come back a little, at least we've recognized it's come back a little. And what I mean by that is my competition hasn't. When silver spiked to that $80, $90, $100 and even more an ounce not too long ago, everybody moved their prices on proof silver eagles to $200 to $249. You know when silver came back, nobody adjusted their prices, even though the industry has. And it does affect proofs as well. Not as much, but it does affect it on the downward trend. Because it is 1 ounce of silver on top of it all, right? So tonight, look at our price. They're at $249 each, and we're $120 less per coin. So if you're familiar with the phrase BOGO, buy one, get one, right? This is as close as you're going to get with 1 ounce silver proofs. Because we're at $129.95 tonight, and the deal is your choice. Not you have to buy both to get the price. You can buy one or the other as it works for you. Now, the OGP, well, the OGP stands for Original Government Packaging. And as you saw in that first shot, the wider shot, the purplish display box, then there's the certificate of authenticity, and then the outright cardboard box. All that's what they call OGP. This is not just coins and capsules like my competition does. Know why? Because it takes space to store it the right way. Everything takes a little extra effort if you do it the right way. You cut the corners and you want the high prices? Well, that's if they can get them, go for it. I mean, I understand. But tonight it's all about the best, which is the original government packaging, the first two ever, and of course, price. And of course, price. Guys, give me a 1 minute clock. Now, it says the first estimate. Let me explain the Proof Silver Eagle program, because I did talk about that. We're celebrating 40th anniversary this year. The first 7 years, the Proof Silver Eagles were San Francisco's. That's 1986 to 1992. Then in 1993, they surprised us. They went to Philadelphia. A wonderful surprise. Philadelphia made the regular issue proof until the year 2000. In the year 2001, West Point struck their first Silver Eagle in proof, and they've been making them every year since then. We used to have San Francisco as a second coin from 2018 through 2025. They discontinued that last year in anticipation of this year's program. So when we say first estimate, it's the first period, and it happens to be an estimate, just to help people understand that the mint marks changed over the last 40 years in this program. $129.95, yes, our best price in way over a year. And it comes down to just finding the right deals and spending a quality amount of time on it. And then spinning off onto the next topic. We're going to have these conversations 60 times tonight. And this is just one of them. But again, the first two Proof Silver Eagles ever, the hottest silver dollar in the world. And we're that far under our competition. That's just great for all of us. Give us a call.
In 1864, the United States Mint changed the alloy of the Indian head cent. So we ended up with two different types of coins for that year, 1864. They are known in the industry as thick and thin, or, of course, copper and bronze because of the change in the alloy. Now, the coppers are the thick. That's that stack there on the left. And the bronze there are the thin. This is a two-piece set of both varieties. So you get the thick and the thin in this two-piece set. Beautiful, average circulated collector condition, and it's just $59.95. The mintages are very, very different. You're looking at 39.2 million bronze made compared to only 13.7 million copper nickels. So that is incredibly rare to begin with as far as cents go, because nowadays you're looking at billions of coins made per year. Now, this two-piece set, when we found it with our competition in just good condition, they wanted $49 for the bronze alone. They wanted $85 for the copper nickel. So what a savings, everybody. You get them both with us tonight for just $59.95.
Every day, multiple phone calls. Thank you, by the way. We appreciate it. But the majority of them are, do you still have the Liberty dimes? Do you still have the Liberty half dollars available? People check around and find out that we destroy everybody else's price and we give you options, so they just want to know. And I understand what's going on. I check out stuff myself too. So the good news is tonight, for a few minutes, we're going to bring both of them back in the same conversation for one last hurrah while they're still in our inventory. And while they're in our inventory, these crazy prices you're about to see still exist. So this year, the theme of USA 250 is liberty. As it says in the top graphic, emerging liberty, right? We're into liberty and what it means. And then on the $half side, enduring liberty. It's a struggle to maintain. We're enduring it later on. Both of these, unlike the bicentennial coins of 1975 and 1976, both of these designs, obverse and reverse different, tied to the theme of liberty. The dimes, as you're seeing here, are a mix of the old Barber series and the Mercury Dime series. And then that beautiful eagle on the reverse. And then knock it out of the park with the $half. The Liberty design. The Statue of Liberty, very similar on the obverse of the $half to that of the $5 gold piece issued in 1986. But the reverse, very similar to the silver dollar in 1986. We loved it then, let's bring it back for USA 250. Now, how many of you have found these coins in circulation yet? I use coin every day. And I still have yet to get any of our special coins this year. Now, I know they're out there. The U.S. Mint every Tuesday publishes how many millions upon millions upon millions they've made for circulation. I guess I'm just in that one spot where they're just not here yet. They'll get here. I know they will. But again, those will be circulated coins. Tonight we have the rolls. So it's a P and a D roll pair. Is how these are all brought together. Let's start with the dimes. These are 50 coin uncirculated dime rolls. So the pair is 100 coins. It's $29.95 for a single roll pair. And then we discounted it to a 4-pack. 4 combinations. So 4 rolls of P's, 4 rolls of D's, and we're shaving the money down to $100 for that 4-pack. What a crazy price. I can't believe they approved it. But with that said, when the $half came out, they did a similar thing. These are 20 coin uncirculated $half rolls. 20 P's, 20 D's. Right? 40 coins in all at $69.95 for the pair, as you just saw. A 3-pack does the same shave. We're down to $199.95 for a 3-pack, saving even more. It's not like they discounted $1 or $2. They shaved it for a good price when you want to buy multiples. But they're in stock, ready to go. Every day, let's roll some more. And yes, the rolling machines have grommets on them to help keep them as pristine as all humanly possible. These are the locking tubes you might hear Alex or Allison talk about. They lock, but even with them locking, we use the striated tape as well just to make sure they get there, all sealed. When you open them up, beautiful coins, as you see to the right of both of the roll pairs. P, D, reverse. So again, the theme of liberty is 2026. Now the quarters this year, as many of you know, all have unique designs, kind of taking the state quarter program and giving it the USA 250 twist. We have 4 presidents and a pilgrim on our quarters this year with themes that are just crazy. These are the liberties, the dime and the $half, tonight available while they last. Do we have them available individually, a P and a D pair? I believe yes. Check us out at avccoins.com. I am pretty sure I saw the Defender holder, which is that beautiful certified holder that we have. We have a P and a D pair. I'm guessing, so don't hold me to this, but I want to say $5, $6 a pair in that beautiful holder. So they are there. Just check us out. 2026 dime or 2026 $half, and you'll see all the variations of coins that are available right now in our inventory. These sell out quickly. They're very popular. And I think it's because the U.S. Mint did it right this year. You've got to give them kudos when they do something right. We complain a lot, but you got to give them kudos when it's right. The nickel is the same design, just a dual date. So, okay, thank you. Little thing extra. There's no cent in circulation, but they brought it back in the collector sets. Thank you. But then you get to the money coins, right? In 1976, we had 3 coins. Quarter, half dollar, dollar, right? Well, today in commerce, it's the dime, quarter, half dollar. But this year, 26, we took the designs, obverse and reverse, completely different. Completely unique to this year's theme. And every design they've done, the dime and the half dollar tied to liberty here, and then our story of liberty on the quarters, from the Mayflower Compact going back to 1620, to the last coin, which will be released later this year, which is a Lincoln quarter on the Gettysburg Address. All of them themed liberty and the story to get liberty and endure liberty, which is the biggest coin here. So wonderful stuff, and thanks. Guys, give me a 1-minute clock, please. So as I referenced, yes, we have them. I know many of you have referenced, I checked online and it wasn't there. We sell out regularly. Then we have to wait till they're back in stock to reopen them up. So by going back and looking, you might have saved a day or two. But tonight, they reserved a small portion of these for this live communication. And they brought back the discounted packs. Can't keep them in stock at $29.95, but they agreed to bring them out at the 4-pack price we had earlier this year on the dimes, and the 3-pack price on the half dollars. Emerging and enduring. When the year's over, I can probably figure out how to spell that too. Until then, spell check and thank you. Ha ha. 50 coin uncirculated rolls. The dimes are 100 coins in all. Half dollars are 20 coin uncirculated rolls. 40 coins in the pair. Multiplied by 4, multiplied by 3 gives you the package and the break discount involved. Liberty, that's our theme, 2026. Yes, uncirculated coins, this is the place to buy them. These are the right prices. Give us a call.
We've seen a lot of 1-ounce copper rounds, but now it's time for a massive 10-ounce copper bar. This is a 10-ounce bar of pure copper, truly massive. If you look at it, struck by Frontier Mint, you have your certificate of authenticity on the back, of course, outlining the fine copper, 0.999, 10 ounces, and each is individually numbered. The serial number on the bar that is stamped matches the certificate of authenticity that is shrink wrapped within the bar itself. $34.95. No limits on this one. A lot of people stack these as well. They don't just stack those 1-ounce copper rounds. I've seen a lot of people stacking their 10-ounce copper bars as well. Join us on this one, folks. This one is hot.
Now, if you're an older fart like I am, right, you remember 1975, 1976. Obviously, we were 50 years younger, but we remember the craziness that went out because the U.S. Mint also had a special coin program. A quarter, a half dollar, and a dollar. Dual dates for the first time in circulation. Special designs. It was a fever. Well, here we are this year, USA 250. Luckily, we're all still here and having a lot of fun. And this year's program is, well, nothing but A+. However, we can't forget that bicentennial moment. They made P's and D's for circulation. They made San Francisco clad proofs. The proof set, right? Very few people knew they made a silver set, uncirculated and proof for that event. And tonight we have a few of them available in uncirculated and proof, the original packaging. Again, while they last, let's enjoy. So we have lots and lots of coins that were in circulation. And if you're like me, whenever I got a bicentennial coin, whether it's the quarters, the half dollars, or the dollars, I set it aside. Most of them were quarters, some dollars, fewer half dollars, but whenever I got one, I put it into a tin, coffee can, etc., and set it aside. I also had my albums where I had to put it into the albums, keep my collection going, up to date, etc. But we had this beautiful 3-coin suite with unique designs. And we're showing you the obverse and the reverse. They're the same designs, but they made a fourth and a fifth coin. The P again for circulation, Philadelphia. The D again for circulation, Denver. The San Francisco proof, the clad coin. But then San Francisco made two other silver editions. And these are those silver editions, the rarest of them all. The top shelf is the uncirculated. The bottom shelf is this proof version. These are silvers, only made for collectors. And when you're looking at 800 plus million quarters put into circulation with 7 million clad proof sets, when you see this set with barely 4 million made, it's the gem, right? The uncirculated set was 11 million. So fractions of the coins in circulation. The quarter, the half dollar, and the Eisenhower dollar, all silver in these sets. The little drummer boy in the quarter, Independence Hall on the half dollar, and then again the Liberty Bell imposed over the moon on the Eisenhower. What a great design. First time in U.S. history the dual date was added, and that was for all of our coins that year. These just happen to be the rarest. Now my competition has these available individually. For the uncirculated, they're $31.95, $59.50, and $97.95, quarter, half dollar, dollar. On the proof side, they're $40.50, $75.95, and $117 individually. You can buy the sets for $150 and $200 respectively. So they give you a little bit of a discount. Look at our prices. For the uncirculated set, 3 silver coins, we're at $69.95. It is the rarest of all the uncirculated coins made for the bicentennial. P's and D's and the S silver. Then we have the proof side of the equation. The regular clad proof set was 7+ million. This one is 4 million. It's the silver proofs, the rarest of them all. And they put it in this beautiful red, white, and blue little square folding box. These are original government packaging, as referenced earlier. The best of the best. Our price is $69 and $89. We are less than half the price of our competition on the set price and the individual component price. It's just something we don't want to lose sight of. We can't keep these in stock because most of us do remember. Only reason I knew these were available is when I went to my bank, my local bank in Green Bay, Wisconsin, where I grew up. They had a little display in the middle where you could see these sets, and it was like, cool. I want one. And I did. I bought one. Bought one of each, actually, and put it aside. Those sets are still mine. But this year, USA 250, we have, well, the quarter is going to be a quarter program. Thank you, State Quarter Program. Thank you, The Life There. 5 different unique dual-dated quarters, of which George Washington's only on 2 of them. We have Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, and Lincoln on a quarter this year. Fun year. The Kennedy, which we've known for the last 62 years, is not even on a coin this year. It's going to be a Liberty USA 250 half dollar. Gorgeous design. The dime, gorgeous design. The cent and the nickel, the cent only in special packaging. The nickel, dual dated with a privy, out in circulation, right? The dollar is the silver eagle today, right? Now, the uncirculated is the way it is, but the proof collector version is dual dated with a privy. That's due out soon. So this year it's going to be a lot of fun, but we're going to be adding 50 years of coin collecting to it, and 50 years of technology improvements and just changes and looks and feel. But 50 years ago, this was the apex of all the special stuff made by the U.S. Mint. These were the 2 sets we flocked to because we wanted to. The silver uncirculated, the silver proof 3-piece sets. The only way these were actually brought out. Guys, give me a 30-second clock, please. So, again, it's been a staple of ours. It's on our website. It's been available for the last 50 years. Can't ever keep it in stock because, well, it's the key of our bicentennial. We're just bringing it out now because, well, it's early in the year. We understand that, but guess what? These are hard to find today. And with USA 250, with a lot of newer collectors joining us, we don't think, because they're affordable, they're going to want to go back and get the original, which is this. Again, my competition, $100 plus each set more. These are the original government packages, the uncirculated in that beautiful red folder, envelope basically, and the proofs in that special little presentation. The best of the best, and tonight, the best price, period. Don't miss out. Give us a call.
We have received a ton of calls asking if the PCGS and NGC storage boxes are still available. So we thought we'd bring them out and just kind of show them to you guys so you get your chance to grab yours. And I think it's because a lot of new coins are coming out this year, right? Silver Eagles and the new half dollars, etc. So you need a place to put them, right? So if you're a PCGS or an NGC collector or both, here are your boxes. We have PCGS at $7.99. They hold 20 coins. And also the NGC that holds 20 coins as well. That one's $13.99. Grab them while they last. They move pretty quickly, and waiting for the restock sometimes can be a little bit of time. So while they're available, let's get you stocked up for storage. Presentation, you could just pop off the lid, slide them out, show everybody off your coins, and slide them back onto the shelf and keep them safe. So while they last, folks, just $7.99 for PCGSs and $13.99 for NGCs.
All right, everybody. We're going to talk about the Proof Silver Eagle. But we're going to talk about the one that, well, nobody's talking about because nobody can find it. And we're also going to talk about it in 70 condition because, well, that's where we have them. It's going to be a fun one. And the best part is it's actually one of our hourly specials, which means they knocked $100, actually I think $200 off the last time we had it available earlier this year. It is a crazy coin. It is a crazy price while they last. Here we go. And again, it's a special feature that they've added to shows. We understand people have things to do in the evening. They can watch MASH, or they can watch Friends, or they can watch a game. We get that, right? Many of you choose to watch us for a little while, and we appreciate that. So one of the decisions made earlier this year was we're going to have in-the-hour specials. So if you're with us tonight, you see something that's crazy in a price. It might not necessarily be against the industry, where we are always talking. It might even be against ourselves. The last time I had this available earlier this year, and it sold out quickly, was at $599.95. Tonight, I have a handful. I mean, this is not going to make it till tomorrow morning, where you can call in and talk to my customer service team and add it to an order. It's not going to last. It's not going to be there. This is one of those crazy in-hour specials, and it's going to be, well, gone inside of this hour. Let me explain why it's going to be gone inside of this hour. So this year, the United States Mint has all these different things going on, right? We have nickels with dual dates. We have a $1.50 with new designs, Lady Liberty as the theme, dual dates. We have a 5-coin quarter program, all new designs, 4 different presidents. Oh my, right? The only coin that kept its design was the Sacagawea or Native American dollar, the golden dollar program. And that is, the design changes automatically every year, and they just kept that true to the coin series. No dual dating, none of that stuff. We also are celebrating this year, well, the 40th anniversary of the #1 silver dollar in the world today. #1. It was introduced in 1986, so this is our 40th anniversary piece. And, well, you're going to notice by looking at this coin, it looks different than the other Proof Silver Eagle they made. And it's different on both sides of the coin. Why is this one so different? Well, first of all, let's start on the back of the coin. The Philadelphia Mint opened up our first mint back in 1793. So it's appropriate that the special Silver Eagle made every year, the Proof Special, which dates back to 2013, over a decade, is known as the Congratulations Silver Eagle. It is a proof packaged specially. Well, this year, for the first time in the program's history, they make it the Philadelphia Mint. Never happened before. So because of USA 250, we have a big P mint mark, as you can see under the wing on the right. It doesn't exist on any other Eagle landing or any other congratulations proof Silver Eagle. So it's a solo. They also took the obverse and didn't change it. So where the regular proof Silver Eagle, the one they made 500,000 of, has a dual date, and we love it, we gotta have it. This one, they didn't change the dual date. They just made the mint mark different, making it stand out. But here is the real difference. The real difference is how many they made. How many versus how few. The regular proof Silver Eagle had 500,000 as a mintage. Sold out quickly at the Savannah Coin Show. It was crazy those few days, right? And then brought back. But the other coin released at the Savannah Coin Show, the A&A, was the congratulations coin, this one. This one they made only 60,000 coins. It was allowed to be one coin per person. And 60,000 gone. So 60,000 versus 500,000? Yeah. Now the regular proof Silver Eagle sells for what? $3.99 to $5.99. This one's significantly rarer. Tonight they actually put it in as the special. So what you're looking at now is a holder. Let's go there too. This isn't the regular scales. It isn't the special USA 250. This is a special label that was approved by the USA 250 committee, tied to this core, which is NGC's best core. So we have the Eagle obverse, Eagle reverse core. We have it red, white, and blue for this year only, and they approved the design, which let us put the USA 250 logo on it. That took 3 months to get the approval. And when they saw the coin, they said, wow, this is beautiful, because it is. That's the holder. And for this year, the big 70, which makes it even more fun. Are you ready to have some fun with numbers? That's what I do for a living, and I'm a numbers geek, right? The regular coin, 500,000, there's 86,546 of them that have been certified as 70 so far, which is below average. Normally we're like 30-ish%. We're under 20%. So it's going to be a good year for 70s based on the numbers we're seeing so far. The congratulations, there's only 20,000 and change that are in 70. So we're talking a fourth of the proof regular. So it's rarer and less money and unique, all wrapped up into one bow tonight. This is loaded, outright loaded. And the price just says, okay, worth it. Now, as I referenced earlier, from the number of phone calls we're getting, and thank you all, I anticipate this is going to be gone. If it's in your shopping cart and you're hanging around for a while, and you're looking for other things to add, which, again, we thank you again. This one, I recommend you push it through your shopping cart, get an order number. It locks it down. And then if you find something else as the show goes on, call us back, let the operator know you have an order in the system. We'll find it. Why would we not want to do that? Right? Why would we not want to do that? Guys, give me a 1-minute clock. So I guess the answer to the Jeopardy question is congratulations. What is the number one proof Silver Eagle from 2026? What is the only Philadelphia Mint proof Silver Eagle from 2026? What is the only one with 60,000 of them made versus 500,000? And what is the only one that has been especially approved to have this label and core assembly? It's loaded. I told you, it's a loaded. This is one of those great trivia question coins. It has everything. And tonight, on top of having everything, it's us making fun of ourselves. We're $200 under our sellout price earlier this year. For the few of you that are with us tonight watching, and I shouldn't say few because the phones are lit up. It's more than a few. We thank you all from the bottom of our hearts. This is the kind of crazy stuff they approved me to talk about. I could have put this on the air and let it just sit there for 7 minutes and not said a word, and they would have sold it out with that price. Am I wrong? Right? Am I right? Yeah, I thought so. Thanks for listening.
We've been talking a lot about the most popular Roman coins, one of which was the widow's mite, and this one here, which is the image of Christ. So these are ancient coins certified by NGC. The story around this was after the fall of Rome, the rulers of the Byzantine Empire were trying to assert themselves. And what better way to do that was put Christ on the image of the coin. Now, each one of them is very different. You'll see examples at the top of your screen, but they have images of Christ on the coin. And now remember that Constantine the Great opened Christianity to the empire at this time. These are authentic, certified by NGC, and certified as medium grade. They're $69.95. They come with the story card you see as well, which is a certificate of authenticity as well, about the coin and the storyline around it. Our competition almost double our price at $130.
The peace dollar was the final silver dollar struck by the United States Mint for circulation, and it, alongside the Morgan dollar, are the two silver dollars considered by many to be the true silver dollars of the American Wild West. Whenever you used to watch those old spaghetti westerns and watched a bandit sprint out of a bank or jump off of a stagecoach carrying that burlap sack with a dollar sign on it, 90% of the time was filled up with these iconic peace dollars. And when it comes to collecting, firsts and lasts are always important. And tonight, we have something very special. The final peace dollar struck in the series at the Mile High Mint in Denver. While the peace dollar series did last until 1935, in 1935 they only struck Philadelphia and San Francisco mint coins. So for Denver Mint issues, 1934 is the final year of issue. And our coins tonight, despite being more than 92 years old, are in beautiful, super slider quality condition. And what that means is these coins don't just meet the technical grade of about uncirculated. Each and every one of these coins was hand selected by us to ensure they have as great eye appeal as humanly possible. Because as many silver dollar collectors know, a coin's technical grade, in terms of the features on the coin that are still there, don't always correlate directly with how good the coin actually looks. Many of these silver dollars over the years have toned and tarnished due to how heavy they circulated. Because in their heyday, the Morgan silver dollar and the peace dollar were the true workhorses of the American economy. And they circulated heavily as a result. These 1934 Denver Mint peace dollars, in stunning super slider quality condition, is item number 905-12664. That's 905-12-66-4. And at less than $150 per coin tonight, at just $149.95, we are more than $180 less than our nearest competitors' prices. You can give us a call tonight at 1-866-518-5933. Or if you'd like, you can also check us out on our website. Just head on over to your tablet, laptop, or computer and type in avccoins.com. That's AVC and the word coins with an S.com. Then once you're there, you'll notice there's a search bar on the page. Just click on that, and to get your hands on the final Mile High Mint silver dollar ever made for circulation, a 1934 Denver peace dollar, just type in 905-12664. That's 905-12-66-4. And get your hands on a coin that has become an incredibly important silver dollar to have for many collectors. You see, in 2021, we had the U.S. Mint bring back the Morgan and Peace dollars to celebrate the 100-year anniversary of that 1921 transition, which was the first year of the Peace dollar and the final year of the Morgan dollar. Ever since we had the brand new Peace dollars struck by the U.S. Mint, demand for the originals has skyrocketed. And as I said before, when it comes to collecting, firsts and lasts are always important keys to the series, which has resulted in those 1921 Denvers and 1934 Denvers becoming harder and harder to find every year since 2021. And these coins were hard to find with well before that. And their population reports today with NGC and PCGS show just how rare these coins really are. Now, there are only 5 Denver Mint piece dollars in existence, and this coin comes in at number 2 in terms of rarity, with a mintage of only 1,569,500 total coins. Only the 1927 Denver Mint issue is rarer than this coin here when it comes to Mile High Mint silver dollars. And out of all piece dollars struck in the entire series, this coin comes in as a top 10 at number 8 in terms of rarity by mintage. Despite having more than 1.5 million coins in mintage, they're incredibly rare today in any condition at all. NGC and PCGS population reports, as of today, all grades combined, so they're VGs all the way up to MS64s and 5s and every coin in between, just 19,333 total coins have been certified. That breaks down to just 1 in every 81 coins struck back at the Denver Mint in 1934. When you turn that into a percentage, it is just 1.2% of the entire mintage, which is why our competitors want over $330 for an about uncirculated piece. And those coins don't even come up to the level of eye appeal that our super sliders do tonight. And we're still more than $180 less than our nearest competition. When you can find this coin in circulated condition with our competitors, they still want at least $280 a coin, $130 more than our super slider, aka about uncirculated pieces. With a lot of these silver dollars, once you start jumping into the uncirculated grades, the prices can skyrocket, which is why for many collectors, these AU coins are the perfect combination of quality and value. Because the 1934 D, when you can find it in uncirculated condition, is going to run you upwards of $630, and that's if you can find one in stock at all. And these coins are incredibly rare when you compare them to other piece dollars. One of the most sought after piece dollars in the entire series, the 1921 high relief. You look at the population reports for that coin today, you're going to get upwards of 50,000 total coins in every grade combined. And that coin is going to run you almost $1,000 in this condition when you can find it today. The 1928 P, one of the most sought after piece dollars of all time, has upwards of 26,000 coins known today. And the 1927 P has upwards of 22,000. This coin is rarer by population than all 3 of the top piece dollars ever made. And more than $180 less than our competition, these coins are not going to last long. So call in now and get yours before they too are lost to history.
8 years ago, the U.S. Mint launched a new innovation dollar program. This is the first time ever they did an introductory coin. So in 2018, they brought out this golden dollar, American Innovation Dollar, to represent the entire program. After that, 2019 and forward, 4 states were released each year, and they are still in the middle of this program. Follows the order and similar to the state quarter series, but this time it's on a golden dollar blank, similar to Sacagawea, Native American dollars, Statue of Liberty on the obverse, and the reverse design changes 4 times per year. Very low mintage, only 475,000 of each were made in 2018 out of Philadelphia and Denver. Just to compare, one of the presidential dollars, one of the low minted ones, Wilson, Denver, 3.3 million. Even the 2008 Sacagawea Native American, 1.8 million. Even the rarest dollar in the Ike dollar series, the 73S, over $1 million. Only 475,000 of each mint made for these. 20 coin roll you get, 10 Philadelphia, 10 Denver, all uncirculated, one lowest price, $29.95. Competition charges $5.25 a coin. You're looking at over $100 for the same 20 coins. Join us, first year of issue, first in the program, and quite a savings.
It is time, and that is, well, a statement we've made a number of scenarios so far early this year, right? All tied to some of the special releases from the U.S. Mint USA 250, whether it was Silver Eagles, Gold Eagles, or the special sets. And the silver proof set was released, sold out instantly. We've been talking about some of the beautiful 70s the last couple of weeks, but but I finally have in stock, ready to ship, well, that elusive sold out silver proof set. So here we go. So this year, the U.S. Mint kind of threw us a curveball, and that is the silver set, the most limited of the proof sets every year, came out first, and the regular clad San Francisco is out later this year. So you are looking at the most limited of all of these special coins made this year. The only cent in proof is in this set. The nickel, dual dated. The dime, silver. The 5 different quarters, 4 different presidents, completely different designs, lowest. The beautiful Liberty half dollar, lowest. And last but not least, the beautiful Sacagawea Native American dollar, and the theme on this year, which we will get to. They released this on June 11th. You might have been one of the people online trying to get through to get that set. I know a lot of disappointed people. We've had hundreds on our waiting list. Why we're about a week out on this prior to everything else is we were clearing out our wait list. We wanted to make sure everybody that asked us for a set we got a hold of, for them to make their decision before we walked and talked here live on the network. So here we are. Look at our price. At $349.95, we, no questions asked, are destroying everybody else in the industry, especially those on the airwaves. The lowest price I saw was last Thursday at $399. So we're not playing this Target Walmart game where Target's at $19.95 and Walmart's at $19.96 or $98 or whatever the phrase might be, right? We're talking about we are $50 under our closest competitor on this set. The silver coins are the dime, the 5 quarters, and that beautiful half dollar. So basically it's the bookend of the coins that are unique only to this set with new designs. The cent is unique and only released here, and we'll spend a few minutes on that later. But the design is the same as last year's design, just a dual date on it. The Jefferson nickel's the same way. The Sacagawea is the same way. But the 7 coins that are unique, obverse unique, reverse unique, dual dated, wow, are the silvers in this set. And again, remember, these are pure silvers, 0.999 silvers, which was introduced back in 2019. So we have a phenomenal opportunity here tonight to jump in on the rarest of the rare at one of the eye-popping prices. And I know this is going to change soon because we only have X number of sets available, a very limited number of sets at this price. And we have to go back and buy more. If we have to go and find more, the price has to go up. I know that. We all know that. But let's talk about what they did this year, which is drastically different than what they've done other years. Well, remember the bicentennial. I'm old enough, I do remember. And the U.S. Mint came out with 3 special unique coins for circulation. Not much unlike this year. But back then it was the Washington quarter, Kennedy half dollar, and Eisenhower dollar, right? And they dual dated the front, but it was the regular coin. And then the reverse was a unique design just to that coin. Well, this year, USA 250, the obverse and the reverse are unique to this year and this year only. Each one of them has a dual dated 1776-2026, but it's the story of liberty and the story of the United States through these 7 coins. Engaging liberty, enduring liberty, the dime and the half dollar, unique liberty designs, obverse and reverse, tied to the Statue of Liberty in theory and in thought. You can kind of look at the similarities between that and the 1986 Statue of Liberty coins. The other is the 5-piece quarter set. Now, we've seen state quarters, we've seen national parks, we've seen women making history. And the quarters on the front, good old George, but the reverse is a special design. This year, the front and the back are special designs. And this year, just listen, here's the lineup, right? It's the Mayflower Compact. So the Pilgrims are on coin 1, and the Mayflower is in the back. Coin number 2 is the Revolutionary War. That's the George Washington coin. Only one that's him this year. In a new design, and the reverse, obviously, the soldier. And then we get into 3 new presidents on a U.S. quarter for the first time ever. Right? We have the Declaration of Independence, Thomas Jefferson. Right? We have James Madison and the Constitution. And then last but not least, we have Lincoln and the Gettysburg Address. So this year we have a Washington quarter, a Jefferson quarter, a Madison quarter, and a Lincoln quarter. We've never done that in our history. All this stuff unique and tied to this year and this history. But for the last second or so I'm spending on this, and no disrespect to the dual-dated Jefferson, which is a new dual date on the obverse, and the golden dollar, which is just unique, the design for this year, but that's a program all by itself. They did nothing special to that coin, which I can't figure out why, but talking out loud. But I think a lot of people are looking at the Holy Grail, not the 7 silver coins I talked about. They're talking about the most limited Lincoln proof ever. Right? Dual dated. And they brought it back for this year. Remember, last year was the last year the Lincoln cent was in circulation. And then late in the year, they told us the U.S. Mint bought a small number of blanks, the last buy of these copper-plated zinc-type planchets ever. And then you look at this year's plans, and it's the uncirculated and then the proofs to a T. So we have a Lincoln cent, the longest tenured coin in U.S. history, the cent as a denomination, the first coin ever made, in this set, which is only fitting. So it's kind of like a oops and wow, and by the way, I've seen my competition selling the coin out of this set right now for $250 to $275. Just the Lincoln proof by itself. Not counting the 7 silver coins I mentioned earlier. Guys, I do not have time for a clock. Looks like we're counting down anyways, so thank you for that. I blew right past it. Sometimes you just get excited. You guys know from my voice, based upon I love coins and I chat about them all the time. But this is an exciting opportunity for the rarest of the rare. That includes silver and the rarest versions. Tonight, it's here. In stock, shipping tomorrow. The beautiful silver proof set. And that price again, $349.95. Wow.
A first and last in the Lincoln Cent series, a true collector coin in 2017 Philadelphia. So what they did in 2017 to celebrate the 225th anniversary of the United States Mint was they added a P mint mark to the obverse of the Lincoln Cent. First time, only time, makes it very, very special. In addition to that, besides all that good stuff, out of 4.3 million coins, in 67 grade or better, you're looking at just 2,500 and change are known to exist as of today. That's 1 in every 1.7 million coins struck. That is crazy rare. If you're a percentage person, listen to this. Look how many zeros. 0.00005% of the mintage. That's crazy rare. $29.95, one can be yours. I found a 66 selling for $145. How about a higher grade at a lower price?
I've been doing this a long time. When I started, I actually had lots of hair and it was dark. Go figure, but that's life, right? Many of you might be in the same scenario. The other part of that phrase, though, is the fact that with time comes experience. I've seen it before, and as a result, I know what to do, or I have an idea of what can be done. All those scenarios are great. But then there's one that just is always there, and many of you might have felt this before. It just falls in your lap. I mean, you can't make the coin for that price, yet it's available for this price. And love those types of deals because it's about buying the group and then dwindling it down. Good friend of mine in the industry was working with a lot of the dual-dated nickels, dimes, and half dollars from this year, as well as some quarters. That's a different conversation. And was just getting out of a couple of positions, was going to concentrate on something else, getting in the later part of the year. Would you like my inventory? We look at his inventory, we give him a number, and he said, thank you. Well, that thank you means thank you for all of us as well, because the price point you're going to see on this next item is wow moment. Here we go. So the USA 250 deal has been out there now for what, 7 full months and counting, and we've been having a lot of fun with that. And the coins that are unique in circulation are the Jefferson nickel. The only difference in the Jefferson is the dual date. And then we have the dime and the half dollar, themes of liberty, obverse and reverse, totally changed. And then we have this 5-piece quarter collection. As I referenced early, a conversation for a later day, actually later in the show. But 5 different quarters, themes of our history, 4 different presidents. Wow. So when it comes down to it, for the coins in circulation, non-quarters, there are 3 of them this year. The nickel, the Liberty dime, and the Liberty half dollar. P's and D's, Philadelphia, Denver. And tonight, well, this deal we bought had a good number of certified coins and a bunch of other stuff. The cost averaging that we can do enables it tonight where I can come out and be happy with $49.95 for P and D pairs of all 3. So that means you're taking 50 divided by 6, which is $8 and change. You can't certify a coin and hope to get a 66, right? I mean, regular circulation coins, NG was 64, 65, maybe a 6, right? So we're looking at a premium grade, complete pairs, and the 3 non-quarters as part of this bundle. It is the month of July. We just got done celebrating our lovely 4th of July month, as we called it. And there's one deal that kind of came in at the end that we just got to talk about right now, even though we know we're a little bit past. You're looking at it. Right? You're looking at it. Now, the liberty themes here tonight are 2, and it's emerging liberty and enduring liberty, right? Emerging liberty as the dime. It's the theme of we're growing this concept of democracy. We're growing this concept of being a republic, right? Individual states within, etc. Now we're 250 years in, and we have to endure it. All the changes based upon the good, the bad, and the indifferent that just pop up in life as well as society itself changes, as we as a nation change, as the world changes. So they put the theme on liberty and have 1 year only unique designs. Now the other coin, which is the nickel in this set, is the regular Jefferson nickel. They dual dated that coin to make it unique and special. But the dime and the half dollar are 2 different coins. Remember last year we had the Kennedy half dollar? Remember last year we had the Roosevelt dime? Now we have liberty in the theme of liberty, our semi-quincentennial. Don't say that fast 3 times, it'll give you a headache. I use USA 250, it's a lot easier to get through. But tonight it's 66 pairs times 3 in a bundle. Now I see a number of you buying multiples, so that if you're buying multiples, and I see a couple of 3s in there, let me say thank you. But if you bought 3, that means you're getting 3 sets of 6. This is not $49.95 for the nickels, the dimes, or the half dollar. It is $49.95 for all 3 of the denominations and both P and D, which is 6 coins in all. Now we're showing you 9 coins on the screen because we're showing you the reverse design of each of these respective denominations. And as you can tell here with the nickel, there's no difference on the nickel on the reverse. It's the same look and feel that we saw last year, 2025. But the dime, obverse and reverse, completely changed. Half dollar, obverse and reverse, completely changed. The themes of liberty, liberty defined by the Declaration of Independence, right? Defined by, well, Thomas Jefferson, who happens to be on the nickel. So we have the theme of liberty because of the Declaration, and we have the guy from the Declaration all tied into this great little bundle. Now you've seen my competition. I saw the nickel pair for $29.95, a really good buy. I've seen the dimes for $39 to $49 for the pair, and I've seen the half dollars between $49 and $69 for the pair. So as I referenced a little earlier, a few people that I saw buy 3 pairs or 3 groupings at $49.95, it's probably because you saw the advertisements from our competition. Same coin, same grade, same exact holder. And ICG's been one of the leaders this year with modern issue, but you have to take a step back. Go back to the 1990s, right? When the concept of modern issue independent certification was becoming to take hold. We had ANAX and ICG all over it. They kind of led the charge on why not certify modern issue versus NGC and PCGS at that time that were more of, we're doing vintage coins, we'll see where this takes us. And now NGC certifies more modern issue than anything else they do. So we've seen how that times have changed. Well, ICG was at the forefront of that decades ago. So, and they are back, the new look and the new feel with their labels this year and the holders. It's just a win-win. But for us in the big picture, it's all about the value. It's our middle name, and we talk about value all the time. My competition, as I referenced, have the issues. They have the nickel pairs, they have the dime pairs, and they have the half-dollar pairs. 3 separate entities where if you add them up, they're way north of 120 bucks. Tonight, we have the 6 coins, P&D of each of them for under 50. Give or take $8 a coin. Guys, give me a 30-second clock, please. Lots of people on the phones. I appreciate that. See lots of multiples, and I understand that. But I wanted to make sure I did explain to everybody that you're not paying $49.95 for one of these pairs. You're paying $49.95 for all 3 of these pairs. That's the craziness of this deal. And again, thank you to my friends in the industry, the person that coordinated this deal with us. We helped him out a bunch, and we're helping everybody out tonight with this deal at these prices. $49.95 for all 6 coins. And the key here is that they're in 66 select grade. That's crazy. But that's our middle name, right? Value. And that's why they call this deal the daily deal.
I'll tell you what, when we got into the year 2026, it came very hard, and it gets harder and harder as the days go by to find 1976 proof sets because of the bicentennial versus the 250th anniversary. The other thing that's even harder to find are 1976 cents because it's a special year, the bicentennial, because we're now celebrating our 250th anniversary. So people are starting to put focus on the last time we had a special year celebration, 1976. But the other thing is, 2026, we do not have a cent in circulation. So back to 1976, folks. It's time to grab onto these special cent rolls, uncirculated condition. It's a 50 coin roll from the Philadelphia Mint for just $8.95 per roll. Our competition, they think it's special too. They charge $1.50 a coin. Wow, their rolls are over $75. Join us, 1976 50 coin uncirculated roll for less than 10, only $8.95.
The Morgan Dollar series, our vintage Morgan, by the way, because, I mean, the modern Morgan series is now 4 years strong. 21, 3, 4, 5. The proofs are coming out soon, but I digress. Let's go back to the old stuff, the vintage Wild West coins, right? 28 P's, 28 S's, 26 O's, 13 CC's of Denver, 95, 96, 97 coins when you add them all together, right? And then there are a couple of them that are just like the coin. The low mintages, crazy low pops, and when you see them and you smile. Let's have some fun with this one. And are we smiling or not? A couple of different things. One, it's an 1895 S. We get to talk about it. 2, gorgeous circulated coin, as you can see on your screen, and we get to talk about it. And even the best part is look at the price, and yes, we get to talk about it. So here we go. The Morgan Dollar is introduced in 1878. It is the vintage U.S. coin series, right? The coin. The lowest minted coin in the entire series of Morgans is the 93S. Coin number 1. Coin number 2 from San Francisco is the coin you're seeing right now, the 95S. They made only 400,000 coins. Now those middle 90s, 93, 94, 95, those coins eat up all the rarity in the top 10. We went through the original silver push going back to the original legislation to get it out there, right? The Bland-Allison Act. And then we go into the second phase of silver, where we're issuing more silver from the West to make more silver dollars. And while they were ramping that up, we had a couple of years of just lower mintages. These are those years. So of the 28S's, this is number 2, only to the 93S. When you look at how many coins are made, which is the old chapter, right? The red books, the guidebooks, they tell us this, and it's a very helpful thing. But if you went to coin shows over 30, 40, 50 years, right? You would know that there are certain coins you are going to find, and there are certain coins you'll never find. And there are certain coins that when you find them, you smile, like we are smiling here tonight. When we added in independent certification back in the late 1980s, I remember having a number of conversations, maybe with a few of you at the various coin shows on, hey, is this going to hold or not? And the answer was sight unseen in a grade. That's a universally accepted thing, right? So people looked at it, and now we're 40 years later. Whether you love them or you hate them, the bottom line is this. They document every coin they see. And because they do, we're able to now look at it and say, okay, if this one they've seen this one, this one they've seen this one, it gives us a reason why we're not finding these coins. Just kind of reinforces what we already knew in our head, right? This 95S is one of them. Combined, NGC and PCGS, who combined who have certified over 2 million Morgan dollars in the last 40 years. Together on this coin, 10,500 exactly. Isn't that a crazy number? Combined. That means both of them are, well, under that. Yet you look at structure, and I work on 3 basic grades in my head. Beautiful circulated like you see here. Then we go to super slider, about uncirculated. Then the really wonderful stuff, the unks, if we can afford it. Many coins like this, the unk price, 10,000 plus, is out of the reach of the average collector. Super sliders on some coins at $2,500 to $3,000 are out of sight as well. Then it's about, can I find a quality coin that's not a slug? Guys, give me a 30-second clock, please. Down to my last 3. If you have this one in your shopping cart and you're going to hang around for a while, and from me, a big thanks. Push it through. We don't want to lose the coin. Every night, every show, we have 3 or 4 people that are unhappy when the show is over because it won't process in their shopping cart because the item sold out while they were watching us. And we don't want that to happen. When we're close, I'm always going to tell you. And right now, we're close. And it's because my competition are at $12.95 and their coin's uglier. It's not as nice. We're half the price. They are gorgeous. The handful we have this look and this feel that anybody would be proud to have it in their collection. 95S, the number 2 S mint, while they last.
In 1864, the United States Mint changed the alloy of the Indian head cent. So we ended up with 2 different types of coins for that year, 1864. They are known in the industry as thick and thin, or, of course, copper and bronze because of the change in the alloy. Now, the coppers are the thick. That's that stack there on the left. And the bronze there are the thin. This is a 2-piece set of both varieties. So you get the thick and the thin in this 2-piece set. Beautiful average circulated collector condition, and it's just $59.95. The mintages are very, very different. You're looking at 39.2 million bronze made compared to only 13.7 million copper nickels. So that is incredibly rare to begin with as far as cents go, because nowadays you're looking at billions of coins made per year. Now this 2-piece set, when we found it with our competition in just good condition, they wanted $49 for the bronze alone. They wanted $85 for the copper nickel. So what a savings, everybody. You get them both with us tonight for just $59.95.
The Kennedy half-dollar series. We've talked about it a lot lately because it's just well, shocking that we're discontinuing the program as we know it. 60 years of the same design, and next year it's going to be changed completely, and the year after might not even be a Kennedy. It's going to be a $50. So we're looking and always looking for those special areas. And there was one area that just disappeared from our website individually as well as in the sets because of the fact that the news was out. And that was the forgotten Kennedy years. And most people know what that means, but sometimes we just got to spend a few minutes to talk about it. Well, the good news is we got them all back in stock, all the P's and all the D's. That's all 48 coins. And yes, those are the forgotten pieces. Let's have some fun with it. So the Kennedy $50 is introduced in 1964, and it was in circulation all the way up through the year 2001. So you go to your bank and you get a roll of Kennedys, you get the new Kennedy, etc. But in 2001, we kind of made a line in the sand on efficiency. Not much different than we're doing today in efficiency, which is why the cent and the Kennedy are totally being wiped out. But we referenced the golden dollar. It's not getting traction, so in 2001, it's going to be our last year. But the second coin that year was the Kennedy half. When we found out it wasn't going to be released, then everybody was clamoring on to where do I get my coins? How do I keep my 60-year collection-ish, at that time, 50-odd-year collection, how do I keep it going? So the government came back and said, we will release them in bags and in rolls starting in 2002, and we'll keep them in the uncirculated sets and the mint sets. So that means since the year 2002, the Kennedy $50 has not been in circulation. They made a P and a D each year, and just talk about how popular the Kennedy series is. The mintages are between 1.5 and 3 million coins made every year for each mint. That's not combined, that's each mint. That's a lot of Kennedy collectors. But that means from 2002 all the way through 2025, the 24 years, P and D equals a total of 48 coins in this forgotten Kennedy era. So tonight, again, as I referenced walking into this conversation, we have them all in stock again. If I don't have a 2004 D, I can't make this set. If I don't have a 2012 P, I can't make this set. These are all gorgeous uncirculated specimens. They are encapsulated and assembled in the album as you see it on your screen. It's just a wonderful opportunity to get the end of the Kennedy era. The coins most didn't know existed. And get them all. So if you look at our math, right, 149.95 divided by 48, we're looking at $3 and change a coin, right? The closest we found any of our competitors was at $6, $7 a coin, upwards of $15, $16 a coin. We did find one with a forgotten Kennedy collection. That was the year 2009 to the year 2025. The last 17 years. Ours is 24, the complete collection. And they were at, are you ready for this? They were at $286 for a shortened version of this collection. So if I want to complete all of them, then how do I get the other 7? Well, if I buy them coin by coin, the P's and the D's, I'm going to be upwards of $100, which means they are, for all of these coins that are in this beautiful album, just under $400 today. That's just a shake your head. But I understand the process. If you don't have a 2010 Denver, 2012 Philly, what do? You have to go out and hunt. And, well, finding one coin here, one coin there doesn't work. We do it sometimes, but it's not the most efficient way. We're keeping our fingers crossed we find somebody that bought a bag or somebody that bought a roll from the mint directly, because that way we can get multiples in our lap quicker. But those areas cost more money. So it's an interesting conundrum, and it just means when you find them, you put them aside, and over time you accumulate to a point where, well, tonight you can have some fun. You can bring it back, you can chat about it, And now it's even more so significant than other. Because the last big coin in circulation, big coin, size-wise, right? Well, the dollar ended in 78. That was the Eisenhower, 78. Then we shrunk it down to a quarter with the Susan B. Anthony, right? So that means the Kennedy half dollar in circulation throughout the 80s, throughout the 90s, early 2000, again up to 2001 at 30.6 millimeters, is the largest coin in circulation, used in commerce. And then that was discontinued. And now it's being changed completely forever. I'm not sure if you've seen, but the designs right now for next year's USA 250 program are changing everything. It's not the Washington quarter, it's a quarter with the variations of liberty, right? So when they say that they're changing everything up for our USA 250, it means there is no Kennedy for the most part. I'd love to see it change. They've only released a couple of denominations so far, but they're making us sweat it out. We do know that in 2027, for the Special Olympics, they're going to make the Kennedy series from 27 to 2030. That short period, a different design every year. But it will have the opportunity to change the front as well. So I think they're going to wait and see what happens with next year. Do we love it or do we hate it? And if we love it, they're going to continue whatever they're doing. And this coin, this series, after 60 years, can you believe it's been 60 years? Yeah. After 60 years, it's disappearing for good. Guys, give me a 1-minute clock, please. If you're on the phone with our operators, and it's been bouncing all night, basically, but a little bit more on this one, because it's been so long since we've had this set. Patience. And or give us a ring online, avccoins.com. The item number is 905-12032. It'll bring you right to it. Put it in your shopping cart. On this one, I'm down to my last 22 sets, it looks like, from what I can see so far, but the phones are jammed, and I don't have that special Johnny Carson trick where, remember Karnak the Magician? You put the envelope to your head, and he knew what the answer was before the question was asked. I wish I had that one. Sometimes I wish I had that one. But let's go back and just go over this one more time. Kennedy half dollar ending in 2025 as we know it. The same design, except for the bicentennial, every single year, which is the Kennedy on one side, the presidential seal on the reverse. The eagle with shield, right? They stopped making them for circulation in 2001. So from 2002 through 2025, this year, those last 24 years, they've only been made for collectors. They got millions of collectors buying every year from them. This is a complete collection of all of those forgotten Kennedys. 24 years, P and D together. They're encapsulated in the gorgeous album, all uncirculated. And tonight, that price, yeah, a fraction of what our competition is at. Don't miss out. What were you most excited about walking into 2026? Was it the new dual-dated coins in circulation and the Great American Coin Hunt? Was it the looking for the July 4th quarter, the most recent announcement, another Great American Coin Hunt? Was it the Silver Eagle with a dual date? Was it, well, one of the other special coins? A lot of people, though, go back to the classics, and that's the Morgan and Peace Dollar program, the largest silver dollars ever put into circulation in this country. And then there was the special issue from this year. And they started out with the bang first. It is the first ever dual-dated Morgan and Peace dollar. It has a privy, and look at our crazy price tonight. Yeah, crazy. Here we go. It is a your choice opportunity, everyone. These have just been released. We're making them available at a crazy price because we want everybody on the planet that is able to or wanting to be able to afford it. We know we've seen our competitors already at that $289 to $299 per coin, and that's not horrible considering, but why not save a bundle, which is our mantra here at AVC. So let's talk about this program. The coins themselves are the child of the 100th anniversary sale in 2021. We come out with the Morgan dollar 100 years later, the Peace dollar 100 years later, and it was the craziness of 2021 that just set it off. 175,000 Morgan, times 5, 200,000 piece. Every one of them, whether it was May 24th, August 3rd, or August 10th, sold as twos, sold out instantly, and then delivered in October, November of that year. It was so popular, they brought it back in 2023. And then they've made it a staple every year since then. So 23 had the regular uncirculated, it had the beautiful proofs for the first time, and then it had the reverse proofs for the first time. And we've repeated that in 24, we've repeated it in 25. Why? Because we love the Morgan and Peace, we love the big silver dollars, and affordability index. They're just priced properly. So now we're into our USA 250. What are they going to do? Well, they reversed everything. What I mean by everything is everything. Normally, and going back to the beginning of this modern Morgan and Peace program, you have the uncirculated first, the proof second, and the reverse proof third. This time it is the reverse proof first. It is also the very first ever Philadelphia proof. Now, the first coin out always is Philadelphia, which is an uncirculated, but this time it's a reverse proof. And I think it goes back to the simple storyline of USA 250, and the first U.S. mint was Philadelphia. So it's appropriate to go back to the program we all love and make it a Philadelphia. But they made it a reverse proof first. Extremely low mintage of only 250,000. Blink. It was the hot topic of the show last week. It was a lot of fun. A lot of people excited because of, well, the dual date on a Morgan dollar, the dual date on a Peace dollar. First time ever. Makes it kind of special. And then add on the second extra. And that is that beautiful privy mark that you see to the right at about 3 o'clock on the Morgan. Highlighted in the next shot, right? It's just a gorgeous looking piece. Ooh, bad pun on the second half of that one. So let's chat. When these coins were introduced in 2021, they were made out of pure silver, which is 0.999, the same blank as they used for the Silver Eagle. All the vintage Morgan, all the vintage Peace were out of 0.900 fine U.S. coin silver, which is why when you see the photos of these coins, they just have a different brightness. They're a little bit shinier, a little bit more silver-ish, if you can use the phrase. Pure silver. Now, it's called OGP, which is original government packaging. You're seeing it in the shot here, the coin capsulized in the government jewelry box. That jewelry box goes into a display box. That display box comes with a certificate, and that certificate is wrapped into an outer box, just as they were released from the U.S. Mint. We just got ours in stock, and the conversation was, let's just bring a few out right away. It's been hot to trot and hard to find a lot of these dual dated specials because everybody's jumping in that's never been there before. And we love the fact that we get a lot of brand new first time collectors working with special USA 250 themes. But for me, as I walked into this conversation, what is your favorite from this year? Well, all the coins in circulation and the coin hunt is fun. But the other for me is the number one collectible coin, period, here in the United States is the vintage Morgan dollar. It was made from 1878 to 1904, 27 consecutive years, and then brought back in 1921 and struck again until they worked on the Peace dollar design and got that approved. So 28 years in all. It is our largest silver dollar ever made for circulation. 38.1 millimeters, a beauty. So if you take the historical approach to coin collecting, which is this is the number one, period. And now you add the extra little kinks in the armor for just extra fun. Dual dated, the only dual dated Morgan, the only dual dated piece in our history, made just for this year. The privy mark added. It's not just a proof, it's a reverse proof from the Philadelphia Mint, another first. The low mintage of only 250,000 each. Now, I did bring up that the reverse proof was introduced for the first time in 2023. And it's been made the last 3 years, 23, 24, and 25. It was the last coin released each year, and they were made at the San Francisco Mint. So in this program, this Philadelphia reverse proof is a first. So now you have dual date, you have the privy, you have the reverse proof, all firsts in the series, the modern series of collecting, the Morgan and Peace. Yes, as I referenced, my competition, $270, $280, $290. And they're not horrible prices, understanding how hot this project is. Our graphics department put together some great shots to give you the images. They are in stock and they are ready to go. We ship in the next 48 hours for all the orders taken in. So it's not like an advanced order, we'll get it to you in a week or two, which, by the way, is nothing wrong with. This is just not one of those opportunities. Guys, give me a 30-second clock, please. So join us in 2026 hot product. It is the Morgan and Peace, but not just any Morgan and Peace. It is the dual date. It is the privy mark. It is the Philadelphia reverse proof. And our price tonight, under $200, the lowest price on the planet. Beating all of the people on the airwaves, which is what we do. We want people to be collecting. We want the good stuff to be affordable. And this is not just the good stuff. It might be considered by many, like I referenced earlier, as the greatest stuff of this year. And thanks.
We've seen a lot of 1-ounce copper rounds, but now it's time for a massive 10-ounce copper bar. This is a 10-ounce bar of pure copper, truly massive. If you look at it, struck by Frontier Mint. You have your certificate of authenticity on the back, of course, outlining the fine copper, 0.999, 10 ounces, and each is individually numbered. The serial number on the bar that is stamped matches the certificate of authenticity that is shrink wrapped within the bar itself. $34.95. No limits on this one. A lot of people stack these as well. They don't just stack those 1-ounce copper rounds. I've seen a lot of people stacking their 10-ounce copper bars as well. Join us on this one, folks. This one is hot.
The end of the era or not, right? I think what caught us off guard last year was the hard cut on the Lincoln cent, the cent itself, the oldest continuous coin in the history of the United States. 232 years of continuous production dating back to 1793 is over for circulation. Now, they agreed, after a lot of people complaining, that they'll be making collector coins in the cent. We'll see where that takes us, and we're thrilled they did it this year, which is USA 250. But they only made them in uncirculated sets and proof sets, right? So, thank you, but. So we have, well, the Wheaties, we have the Memorials, we have the 1-year special in 2009, and then we have the last 16 years of Shield cents, right? Well, I cut my teeth collecting in the 1960s. That coin at that time would have been what? Well, for most of us, it was the Wheatie. And we love those Wheaties. We can't keep them in stock. But tonight, we're talking about a special Wheatie. It is the end of the era, the 58s. It's the proof, which is the finest strike. And tonight, the finest known, a 69. Look at the price. It's crazy, isn't it? Look at the price. There we go. So we're talking about one of the most significant coins in cent history. The Lincoln cent is the longest obverse design, which is Lincoln facing right there. That never changed. From 1909 when it came out to the last coin last year in circulation, 2025, it hasn't changed. It didn't change even for this year's special dual dated coins. It was still Lincoln the way Lincoln looks. The reverse changed. So the end of the first 50 years, the end of the Wheatie was 1958, right? And they made P's and D's for circulation, and we love those coins, but they also made the proof only in the proof set. All right? So the rarest is also in the set, and because of how they package the set, that's why we don't find 70s. There are none. NGC's been doing this for over 40 years. There are no 70s. And many of you might know that coppers are graded by color as well. That's the RD behind the number. It's brown, which is the way we normally see a wheat penny. Then they call them red brown. kind of nice, but not as nice as red like you're seeing here. So ours tonight not only has the grade, the 69, it has the red, which is the color you want. This coin looks like it was made yesterday, yet it was made 3/4 of a century ago. That is fun, huh? Now the other part is perfection. With certification over the last 40 years, with the improvements by the world's mints and the United States mints, we've seen our coins get better and better and better. And we package them better and better and better, which means coins are now perfect, certified as 70s. Case in point, the 2025, the last Lincoln cent ever, last year's coin, in 70, there are a little over 25,000 coins known, which is a small number in the big picture, right? And they were from the proof sets, clad and silver combined, because it's the same coin. The metal didn't change, so it's the same coin in both sets, which makes that number sound even smaller. Are you ready for how many of these are known? If 25,000 is small and they were $200 to $300 a coin, and we couldn't keep them in stock, explain to me how this coin, the end of the era, the 1958 Wheatie, the last wheat cent proof, in the finest known condition, with only 1,764 coins known. Not even 2,000 are known, and it's under 200 bucks. This is less money than last year's 2025. And it's the same. It's the top of the chart. There is nothing finer. It's a 69 and red. That's just, well, again, I make this phrase 5 or 6 times a night, and this coin's going to fit the comment, which is, there's a reason why I'm follically challenged. I scratch my head all the time, and this is one of them. Now, I understand the end of an era, the 25s were special, and I have one, so don't get me wrong. I know many of you do as well. It's like, you got to have that bookend, right? But when we look at the numbers, we say, well, I'm glad we did. Over 500,000 proof sets were made when you added clad and silver together, and you only got 25,000 coins in 70? That's a winner by any stretch of the imagination. You don't even have to stretch the imagination. It's just an outright winner. But then let's just go back in time. The great American coin hunt. It's what all of us do. Go to the shows, and what do I find? Go to the shows, and what can I uncover? Do I find an original 58 proof set in the poly pack versus repackaged Capital Plastics? What do I find? And every once in a while you find, well, somebody got the BB. Somebody got the Golden Goose. For the 1958 proof Lincoln, the Golden Goose is a 69 red, because there is no 70. So this is the finest known coin. But when you look at the numbers behind it, that's the difference. Less than 2,000. 1,764 as of our conversation today. And that number hasn't changed but by 5 or 10 in the last 5 years. That's how crazy it is. Special coin. Lots of phone calls. Thank you all. Do I have any 59s? Wow. You've seen us before. The 59 is the first year of the memorial design. Another crazy coin. Almost as rare as this one. And I think I have them on my website. Visit us, avccoins.com. Guys, I'm not going to make the scheduled allotment of time on this one. So give me a 30-second clock if you would, please. I wish the world worked like this, which puts something out there at a crazy price, and whatever you guys buy, that's exactly what we have in inventory. We're on to the next thing. Wouldn't that be easy? Just, you know, what was it? Bewitched. I'd winkle my nose here, and my coin will show up. Doesn't work that way. Only have a certain volume. We accumulate these coin by coin. I haven't made a 69 probably in a decade. I got a few friends of mine that are really good at this. We buy 2 or 3 a year from them. That's it. So these have been sitting on the shelves for a little bit. Worth every ounce of the weight. And when you look at the comparisons for what's going on in today's market, this one's just the absolute winner. And thanks. If you're looking for special coins this year, well, it's the right year to start collecting, because the U.S. Mint is doing us all a ton of favors. Whether it's the nickels, The dual date, the unique designs in the dimes and the half dollars, Lady Liberty, the 5 quarters, or the 5 coin special set of the most beautiful designs in our history. Not to count the dual dates and the silver eagles and all the other fun that goes with it. This year, they also are bringing back the Lincoln cent for collectors. Remember, 2025 was the end of that era. 232 years of the U.S. Mint making a denomination, the cent, for circulation, and it's over. But because of USA 250 and because the Lincoln is the longest tenured coin, the coin with the most continuous number of years, 1909 to 2025, the obverse is the same, right? They brought it back and they gave it a dual date. But it's not being sold individually. It's only being made available in the original U.S. Mint 2026 mint set or uncirculated set. So it becomes instantly the holy grail of 2026. Because now I can get a P and a D Lincoln cent dual dated, which I've seen advertised for $150 to $175 a coin. I get the pair and then the other 18 coins to go with it. This next deal, it's a fun one. Let's talk about it. So here you have it, the Philadelphia blue, the Denver red. You have the nickels, the dimes, the 5 different quarters. You have the half dollar, you have the golden dollar, stuff that's out there. You can buy them by rolls, you can get them in circulation. They're available to the American public. You just got to hunt for it. And the idea is the Great American Coin Hunt, right? That's the deal. However, you just saw that in the upper left-hand corner. There's also a cent, a Lincoln cent in this set that is not available anywhere else. Nada. Making this uncirculated cent with an edition limit at 280,780 as of this Tuesday's reporting. And it's sold out on June 30th with a snap of a finger. So we're talking over 30 days ago. This thing sold out that first day. And it's because of one thing. That cent is the real McCoy. Though, I should say those cents, the P and the D, the 2-piece set, unique only here. So if you look at the first 50 years of Wheaties, you look at the second 50 years of Memorials, you look at the 2009 100th anniversary Lincolns, you look at the Shield cents from 2010 to 2025, last year's last coin. The Holy Grail, the most limited mintage, is the 1909 SVDB. Very famous, very special. Do you know this year's set is hundreds of thousands of coins less per coin than that rarity from over 100 years ago? So if you're looking at just numbers, and I'm a numbers geek, the number is true. For an uncirculated Lincoln, this is the number. It is the rarest of the rare. And only found in this set, which is why that statement can hold true. Right? Just great stuff. Now, not forgetting that the quality of these coins in these uncirculated sets, because they're handled by hand to put into this packaging. In the packaging, they made a great improvement years ago when they went to these over the poly packs. That also changes things. We're talking certification on a mint set is a couple of grades higher than coins that are in circulation. That's been known for decades, right? Because the quality of coin, the packaging, it just makes the coins better. Now, we've never seen a perfect 70 uncirculated coin, which I understand why. There shouldn't be. But most of these coins are made by the U.S. Mint and delivered to Brinks, Wells Fargo, to us. We work at the Treasury on this as well, in $50,000 face value bags. And you just roll them up or put them in capsules as you'd like, which means they're going to be clinking around a little bit, and that's just logical. These don't have that. So if you're looking to certify some coins this year, the uncirculated pieces, this is probably the more appropriate way to go, just because the coins are handled better, and they traditionally, over the years, and backed up by numbers and numbers over the years, are a few grades higher. Just a good thing to know. But it comes down to the other side of this equation, right? The other side of this equation is the outright storyline on one unique truism. The Lincoln cent is back. Now, they made a proof version in the silver proof set, right? Only proof is in that set. But they're going to have that same coin in the clad set later this year. No different. So you got to take the clad proof and the silver proof, add them together, and that's going to be your proof mintage. Traditionally, every year, the proof is always the rarest, and the silver proof the rarest of that, right? Well, for the cent, the nickel, and then the golden dollar, they're the same in proof for both sets. So that means that this year's rarest Lincoln is going to be what coin? The uncirculated, because they're done. Now, and again, it's logic and it's pretty simple. Right now, we're at 262 and change with the U.S. Mint as they posted this Tuesday on what the number is, right? On how many silver proof sets were made and sold, and it is sold out, dating back to June 11th of this year. Then this one was released, and it was on June 30th, and it's a sellout of 280,000. There's no way they're only making 18,000 clad sets, right? Because that's the difference in math between the silver proof set, which has the proof Lincoln in it, and then the uncirculated set we're talking about here. So it's just one of those unique scenarios that just makes this one a little bit more special. Last year's uncirculated set, again, uncirculated coins from the sets graded a couple points higher because of the quality of packaging and so forth. But there was a Lincoln cent in circulation and a Lincoln cent in this set. So the grade was better, but it was the same coin. This set, it's not that way. Yes, the nickel. Yes, the Liberty dime. Yes, the 5-piece quarter set. Yes, the half dollar. And the golden dollar is not in the circulation, but they made rolls, bags, right? And they're also in the uncirculated sets. So we know that number is going to be up there. It's the cent that is unique. Guys, give me a 30-second clock. Sorry. It is the cent that is unique. So after 232 years of cents, we bring it back one more year just for collectors, and thank you. It is the only dual-dated cent in that span. They did not dual-date the cents from our bicentennial. It was only the quarter, half dollar, and dollar, right? We talked about how the proof is going to be very special, and it is, but they're making a clad. It's the same coin. It's going to be a higher combined mintage because it's the same coin. This is the kind of albatross. This sticks out. Only made and distributed in this set, period. Making it the key Lincoln in the history of Lincolns. So thank you, U.S. Mint. We appreciate it. And tonight, well, we're not over 300 like my competition. We're at 249.95 while they last. And thanks.
We have received a ton of calls asking if the PCGS and NGC storage boxes are still available. So we thought we'd bring them out and just kind of show them to you guys so you get your chance to grab yours. And I think it's because a lot of new coins are coming out this year, right? Silver Eagles and the new half dollars, etc. So you need a place to put them, right? So if you're a PCGS or an NGC collector or both, here are your boxes. We have PCGS at $7.99. They hold 20 coins. And also the NGC that holds 20 coins as well. That one's $13.99. Grab them while they last. They move pretty quickly, and waiting for the restock sometimes can be a little bit of time. So while they're available, let's get you stocked up for storage. Presentation, you could just pop off the lid, slide them out, show everybody off your coins, and slide them back onto the shelf and keep them safe. So while they last, folks, just $7.99 for PCGSs and $13.99 for NGCs.
All right. Do you ever have one of those moments where you kind of like blink and it's like, wow, has it been that long? And it comes up in conversations with maybe a friend or a colleague you haven't seen for a while. But for me, I'm a coin guy. So for me, it's like, I haven't seen something like that for a while. Or has it been that long since that idea came out, right? I mean, NGC certified coins now for over 40 years. Has it been that long? Well, the answer is actually it has. But over the last 5 years, they introduced a brand new holder known as the original bag fragment holder. Brilliant concept, taking original cloth bags from our coins and incorporating that into the label itself. And whenever something comes out, it sells out. I mean, there's a Huge following for that. Well, last year they took that concept and put it on steroids for a couple of special World War II coins, the cents and the nickels. And they did it with a parachute fragment. Many of you might remember that short episode once or twice we talked about, and they disappeared. Well, a deal came across our door about 10 days ago, and inside of it was a broken down category that what we had left in inventory and what this group had, we can bring it back. So for a couple of minutes tonight, we get to talk about one of the cool coins of 2025, the parachute fragment steel cents in 66. Here we go. Now, the answer to 66 is the key here, right? 67 sets don't exist in parachute fragment. 66 is the finest known. The majority of coins that were in parachute fragments that were steel cents were P's, D's, S's, right? But they were in 64 and 65 grade. And the prices on those grades are more than we're selling ours tonight as a special, a tonight only special. And we've talked about this before. It's an in-hour special, kind of saying thank you for being with us tonight. And by the way, we're going to not only knock your socks off with the products and the grades, we're going to have a few of these items priced like you've never seen it before. And many times making fun of ourselves for pricing. Because at $299.95, we were the lowest price in the industry for the 66 parachutes. Because there's only about 50, 60 sets known to exist. Again, no 67s. Well, with the few stragglers that came in from this deal, and then our own stragglers, we can now put together more sets. The San Francisco is the reason why we can't build more sets. There just isn't. And there's no more fragments to make this set work. Now, the other series, many of you might have seen it, was the war nickels, the silver nickels, right? The 42 to 46, that group of 11 coins, also parachute fragment coins. The two special coins made during World War II. What a brilliant idea. But on the back of every holder, it tags what this is exactly. And tonight, the set. So we're talking about the premium label and the premium grade. Finest known grade for this holder. And that's the price. Last week, we sold out of the regular holder. Right? The regular holder. Which is the regular scales, the brown scales, at $249.95. Tonight, the premium label, and we are $50 under that price, and we are $100 under the price we had earlier this year. We had this available for 2 short segments, and we were done. So every once in a while, patience is a virtue. And when you go to a coin show or you find a coin deal and you break it down, sometimes you just find gems inside of it. And the person we bought this deal from, another big-time market maker, right? And my guess is, hey, they bought it because they loved it. But they were turning over some inventory. We love it. We find great deals. And inside of it was, well, some of the stuff that complements our existing inventory to make it even more fun for all of us. Because tonight, it's not just a random parachute in 6. It is the complete 3-piece set. So let's take a step back. So World War II is here, right? December 7th, 1941. A moment in infamy, right? President Roosevelt. And we're into the early stages of the war effort. And we find out that there's a couple of metals that we're using in our coinage that are materials now needed for war. And one of them is nickel, right? So they change our nickel to a silver nickel for those 3.5 years. And the other was a copper, which is also used in munitions. Now, we need copper, so we're going to use steel instead. Brilliant concept, just a horrible flow. Because we're seeing the finest known stuff here. We're seeing 66s tonight. Gorgeous Wheaties in uncirculated condition. But when you saw this coin circulated, the steel wore horribly. It turned brown, not brown, but like you know what steel turns into. It's like, yeah. And if you threw it into a fountain and made a wish, now you had a rusted coin. So after 1 year, the government discontinued the project. They went to shell casing cents in 44. And they also destroyed anything they could get their hands on. Which is why if there were coins out there, they weren't anymore, because if they were turned in, they were destroyed. So today, finding the one and only steel coin in U.S. Mint history, these Steelies, is a special event. Guys, give me a 1 minute clock. Lots on the phone. There's about a 15-second delay right now with our operators, which is not bad, but again, with this price, they're going fast. We don't have that many. It will not be here tomorrow. So if you have a person you talk to the day after a show to put your orders in, this one's not going to be there. I wish it could. I just, magic wand, wiggle my nose, and all of a sudden these coins become what they're supposed to. Magical grading. Magical holders. Yeah, maybe someday. But tonight, we have them. We have the steel cents in 66, the finest known grade in the parachute holders of 66. We have the whole set, the P, the D, and the S. The regular 66s are selling for upwards of $249. We sold that out last week. The premium holder, this rare parachute, this beautiful look and feel. This, again, an extra little flair to the coin. Used to be $299 the last time we sold it out. But tonight, for a few more minutes, a few more seconds, I should say, $199.95. What a crazy tonight only special. It's nothing wrong with being number 2. Just because if you go to coins and collectibles in general, sometimes the second year of issue or the second rarest coin in a series has, well, the crazier value scenarios. And there's nothing more true than that than the peace dollar, the last 90% silver dollar issued by the U.S. Mint for circulation back in the 1920s, early 1930s. Tonight, finally back in stock, those beautiful, uncirculated 1927 Philadelphias. And the story behind this one is, well, very special. First of all, a couple of things. The Peace Dollar series is the last, as I referenced. It was introduced after World War I, and it was meant to replace the Morgan dollar, which was over in 1904. Now, they brought it back in 1921 because they had lots of silver left over from the Pittman Act melts, which helped finance the flow during World War I. So we have 21 Morgans because of that, but the peace dollar was the end all, what they were shooting for. And the reverse design was the reason why it didn't release until late in the year. If you look at the bottom, on the mountain, you have an olive branch in the talons of the eagle, looking over the pond, looking east, right? All of our eagles throughout the 1800s, all of them, have arrows in the talons. It's just one of those designs that have continued forward. And everybody that was looking at this peace coin, this peace dollar, was looking at the design saying, how is that peace with arrows? So they changed it to the olive branch, and then it was the end of the story. So the peace dollar was made from 1921, that 1 month in December, through 1928. And then we had a big pause. They brought it back in 1934, the year they were pulling gold. And then they discontinued silver dollars in 1935, the year after. So the last 90% silver dollar to circulate is this peace dollar, and it ended in 1935. In that series, there are Philadelphias, there are Denvers, and there are San Francisco Mint issues. The number one or lowest minted coin in the entire series is the 1928 Philadelphia. Right behind that is the 1927 Philadelphia, this coin. And those of you that have been to shows over the years, that great American coin hunt I talk about often, know that it's not always clean. The lowest mintage figure usually means value, but it also means more frequent. People are looking for that coin. Nobody looks for number 2. We forget who was in second place. But in collectibles, we know that's where all the value is, as I referenced in the intro here. So if you look at the mintages, they're not that far off, right? We're looking at 848,000 on this coin, so under $1 million, very attractive. But over the last 40 years, we have kind of what I call chapter 2 with the chronological flow of information to collectors. Again, the red book, the guidebooks, the mintage figures be in chapter 1, and that's published. We know what's out there. We know what they made. We know what they destroyed. We know the net number. What we don't know is, where are they? We just don't. Well, over the last 40 years, NGC, PCGS, and then we have ANAX, ICG, and CAC. We have 5 very strong, recognized certification services in this industry supporting us, giving us their opinions. They publish everything they see. So now we have Chapter 2 information. If you look at NGC and PCGS, the big two, and you look at the numbers behind these coins, it's staggering sometimes. In this case, it's a clear winner. And the clear winner is coin 2, not coin 1. It's just not everybody knows to look there. And that's what we do. That's what we spend a lot of our time and effort on, finding the needles in the haystack, as I call it. So if you go to the population reports, the coins they've seen in the last 40 years, and you look at NGC as an example, just one of them. 1928 Philadelphia, the most limited of all production, there have been seen a little under 10,000 coins in 40 years. So a special coin. 9,860 to be exact. But this coin, the 1927, with a mintage figure similar but not as low, there only can be one number 1. So this is clear cut number 2. Well, there's 1,000 coins less that have been seen, which explains to all of us that are on the show circuit looking every single week, how come I can't find 27s either? And actually, the numbers tell us we can't find 27s 10 to 15% more than we can't find 28s. Yet the 28s are that $600, $700, $800 coin. The 27s, well, my competition has these same 27s at over $450. I'm not kidding. They have it based on rarity index. And they're correct. But the bottom line is we know this right now, tonight. One of the craziest values in our entire show, from coppers to silver dollars to silver eagles. One of the best values in our show tonight is this unsung hero. Second rarest mintage, the 27P, but the rarest pop, the lowest pop flow, which gives us rarity to beat all rarity. Guys, give me a 30-second clock. So my competition, again, as I referenced, over 400. We're under 150. Probably the last time we're going to be at this price at $139.95. Coins are gorgeous. And again, that TRVST, V for Victory in World War I on the obverse, a unique added they put on here. The Statue of Liberty, our current $50 this year, 2026. We're bringing it back, celebrating 250 years of liberty. And this is our Liberty silver dollar, the peace silver dollar. And my point on what is really the rarest one. The numbers say this one. The value says this one. You got to give me a call.
We've been talking a lot about the most popular Roman coins, one of which was the widow's mite, and this one here, which is the image of Christ. So these are ancient coins certified by NGC. The story around this was after the fall of Rome, the rulers of the Byzantine Empire were trying to assert themselves. And what better way to do that was put Christ on the image of the coin. Now, each one of them is very different. You'll see examples at the top of your screen, but they have images of Christ on the coin. And now remember that Constantine the Great opened Christianity to the empire at this time. These are authentic, certified by NGC, and certified as medium grade. They're $69.95. They come with a story card you see as well, which is a certificate of authenticity as well, about the coin and the storyline around it. Our competition almost double our price at $130.
All right, everybody, it's time. They're finally back in stock. With silver going crazy in the last 18 months, the silver Eisenhowers, our last big silver dollar, has been one of the coins that has been the hardest to find. You find a few Morgans, you find a few Peace, we love those too, but finding the silvers. Now you're going to first say, but they didn't make silvers. Well, the answer is they did. The coins we saw in circulation were copper clad, the sandwich coin. But San Francisco, in the early 1970s, for 5 years, made a silver uncirculated Eisenhower dollar. And they sold them separately, not in any package or proof set, mint set, etc., which is why a lot of people didn't know. And it was before the internet, so most of us couldn't Google what's going on this year and find out whether it's there or not, right? So tonight, not only do we have those silver Ikes back, we brought it back as one of our bonanzas in tonight's show, which just means good things are going to happen. So the price is $29.95 each. That's the price for a silver uncirculated San Francisco Eisenhower dollar. Yes, those are the same exact coins. My competition is between $72 and $81 each. So we're a third of their price. But now the bonanza kicks in. And I'm going to get to that in a second, because I want to explain the silver and when they were made. You can see it by just looking at the labels across. The Ike was introduced in 71, right? And it lasted till 78, a very short 8-year window. But for the first 5 years, they made a P and a D for circulation, and then a special uncirculated collector coin, a San Francisco issue. You turn the coin sideways, it's not a sandwich, that copper-clad look. It's silver. These are those silvers. They made them available in what they call the blue pack, the polypack blue pack. You had to order it from the San Francisco Mint, and then they would deliver it to you, right? That's the only way these coins came. And then for the bicentennial, 50 years ago, right? This year it's the 250 celebration. The original, they made a 3-coin silver set with the 3 coins that had the dual dates on them. The quarter, the half dollar, and the dollar. They made a special uncirculated rare silver version. So that made it 5. Here's the deal tonight, our bonanza. These are all at random, kinda. If you buy 1, you'll get 1. You buy 2, you'll get 2 different. You buy 3, you'll get 3 different. Here's the deal. You buy 5 tonight, I guarantee the collection. They made only 5, you'll get all 5. And to make it simple, because I know a lot of you like buying rolls and things of that nature for silver dollars, it'll be in rotations of 5. So if you buy 10, you'll get 2 sets of 5, etc. So we're not excluding the rarer bicentennial. It's included. We bring the bonanzas out whenever our inventories are somewhat balanced. So it is at random, but if you buy 5, it's not at random anymore. Now, we just flipped to the reverse of the coin, the eagle landing on the moon. Again, remember, the Eisenhower was part of the Apollo celebration coins in 1971. So the Earth in the background, the eagle landing on the moon. The eagle has landed, right? And then for the special bicentennial, it was the Liberty Bell imposed over the moon, keeping the theme of the moon and the Eisenhower tied together. All of these, again, silvers. Now, my competition has the clads also, a P or a D, and they sell from $25 to $35 each for the clads. And I said the silvers they have available are between $72 and $81.50 each. Tonight, $29.95 each. Buy 5, get all 5. That's the craziness of our bonanzas. Yeah. Now, again, I referenced the Eisenhower was made from 71 to 78. And I remember these coins. I was a younger collector. And when they came out, it was the big silver dollars back. And then it's like, oh, crap, they're not silver, except for these issues, right? But the average person didn't know that. They're all copper clad. And we still saved them because it was like, wow, these are pretty cool. We haven't had a big dollar in a long time. I mean, the Eisenhower is the same size and weight as the Morgan and Peace dollars were. Just the metal composition is different, right? Big, giant, 38.1 millimeter. Well, we liked the idea of getting rid of paper money. We just didn't get rid of paper money, which is why it didn't stick. So then in 79, what do? We shrink the coin to the Susan B. Anthony. We leave the dollar bill out there, which is still way easier, but we shrink it. But we shrink it to the size of a quarter, and you can't tell, right? So it's a good idea gone bad, just bad implementation, and/or when you give people choices, they'll choose the easier path. Always, easier path is no coin. So that series didn't last too long either, right? So the end of the era for the big, what they call jumbo dollar, 38.1 millimeter, was 78, the Eisenhower. Now they did come out with the brand new American Eagle in 86, different storyline, but a great piece. But this is the old classic 38.1. The new Silver Eagle is 40.6, so it's kind of the end of the era. So tonight we're talking about not just, we're talking about silver. Are you ready for some numbers, just to give you a perspective? They made 116 million P's and D's, only 6.8 million S's, 71, right? For comparison's sake, 1976, the bicentennial, they made what? 220 million and only 11 million silvers. So every year, the fractional part was always the silver. Guys, give me a 1-minute clock, please. Love this series. Now, the word defender holder, that's the name of the holder it's in. You can buy these in the marketplace. They're beautiful. They have inserts to fit all your coins. They're like 3 for $10. We use them because all the packaging today is geared towards certified coins. So if you have packaging for your NGCs, your PCGSs, etc., these now fit perfectly in all those holders. And with the graphics department, we can make all the labels beautiful. Nothing wrong with that either, right? So join us, everybody. Join us. The Bonanza's back. They made 5 silver uncirculated Eisenhowers at the San Francisco Mint from 71 to 76. You buy one, you'll get one of them random. You buy 2, you'll get 2 different. But if you buy 5, we guarantee you tonight, you get the 5. All 5. It's a complete set. Now, a lot of you I'm seeing are buying 5s. I understand. A couple of you are buying 1s or 2s. Hey, the opportunity is there. It's all about just not missing, and one is better than none. Any day you'll look at it. But tonight, the 5, you get the 5 at only $29.95, which is a fraction of my competition's price. That's a deal. This year we're celebrating a dual celebration. Not only the USA 250 we talk about a million times a night, but also the 40th anniversary of our Silver Eagle, introduced back in 1986. So the Silver Eagle of this year is a little bit extra special. And like we did for the 30th anniversary in 2016, a little extra edge lettering to make it special and never do it again, this year they did it one up. They had a dual date for the only time in the series history and a special privy mark to kind of accent USA 250. Tonight, the good news is this. I have proofs back in stock, but the story behind them makes it even more attractive. But not to mention the crazy price. So you're going to see that in a second. Here we go. You might remember the A&A in Savannah. It was a great celebration. The U.S. Mint launched this year's dual-dated Proof Silver Eagle with the congratulations Philadelphia Mint piece. They sold out instantly online and then sold out shortly thereafter at the show. The lines were long. There was 500,000 Proof Silver Eagles. But take a step back and just say, really? Our most significant coin, our big, beautiful Proof Silver Eagle, the only dual date, the special privy for USA 250, and we're only making 500,000 of them? And the answer is yes, which is why it's sold out. But the rest of the story is the significant part. The reason why it sold out so quickly is they didn't make all 500,000 immediately. They made 300,000, sold it out, and rumor has it, give or take the 4th of July, the last 200,000 are coming. But here is the clinch. As Paul Harvey used to say, the rest of the story. They also released that same day the congratulations. That was 60,000, right? And that sold out instantly as well. And then it was the same scenario, but they only made 40,000 of the 60,000. And then recently they released the other 20,000, which makes it a full 60,000 coin sellout. Can anybody find that coin? It sold out faster the second time than it did the first time. And now it's sold out for good. So we anticipate the final sellout to be swift. And it's because it is the dominant coin of this year. I mean, the dimes are beautiful, the half dollars are beautiful, the quarter series is phenomenal, great imagination and thought. But we live on the big, big, big proof silver eagle. It's our number one coin every year. And this is the dual date, special design, privy, yada, 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 as Seinfeld would say, right? Now, here's what this piece is. You might remember that there's this program the U.S. Mint has known as the Advanced Release Program. And they work with a number of larger companies across the country, of which we are one of, on sending the message, talking to collectors, getting the coins out there to the collecting public, and all of our unique ways of doing it. Well, obviously, we're here on television versus others are catalogs, etc., right? They reserve 10% for that group of people. The 90% goes to the American public directly. So the smallest addition every time a special issue comes out is the advanced release. Because the grading services, NGC in this case, signify where it came from. And they do that because over the years we've loved first day of issue, first release, day one, first strike, right? Now it's first allocation for Silver Eagles. All of that matters and sells for a premium in the marketplace. We want the first, not just one of the first. We want the first. Well, the ultimate first on these beautiful collector coins are the advanced release coins. But the numbers are based on the big number, not the small number. Big number meaning the entire mintage. And that's what makes this special to this point. When the year is over, there's going to be 500,000 proof Silver Eagles, and they will be sold out. There are only 13,542 of them that have been tagged by NGC, certified as advanced release. That's less than 3% of all the proof Silver Eagles from this year will be tagged as the rarest. Now, the other part is look at our price. I did lead with that, but then I got on a side tangent. I'm sorry. Look at that price. Can you find anybody with a regular OGP, original government packaging, proof Silver Eagle, for under $300 right now? And we're not only giving you the proof Silver Eagle, we're giving it to you in the rarest format for $50 less. Every hour of every show, and we've been doing this now pretty much all of 2026, we have what we call a stunner. It's meant to make your eyes open up, kind of like you're smelling an onion, right? Doing, just wake you up. This price should wake everybody up. But now when you add all the extra little pieces with it, it's like you could have your cake and eat it too. And how often does that happen? So tonight, if you have a proof Silver Eagle, congratulations. You're one of a small group of people. I worked inside of the original 300,000 released. Those 200,000 coming out soon are going to go away fast. And those will be higher priced than this will. We all know that. The congratulations when they came out, right? 40,000, 20,000 to sell out to 60,000. When the second group came out, it didn't tube the market. It accelerated the excitement of the market because there's still not enough of the coins out there for the year. And the other thing they did this year, which is different than past, the congratulations coin is different than the proof Silver Eagle this year. Philadelphia struck, not dual dated, where this is dual dated with the USA Liberty Bell Privy with the USA 250 on it. So tonight, putting aside one of the rarest would be here. The only thing rarer than this is a perfect 70 of this. We've all seen those, and what are they, $800, $900 today in the marketplace? It's the only thing rarer than this in the proof Silver Eagle this year. So tonight, $249.95 while it lasts. Guys, give me a 30-second clock, please. Love it. And NGC has done some great holders for this year. They call this the Betsy Ross flag. Remember in the original colonial flag, which is the 13 stars? Beautiful look and feel. The other is that red, white, and blue Silver Eagle design. I mean, again, they've knocked it out of the park. Kudos when kudos are deserved, right? But tonight, not only getting the proof Silver Eagle for under $250, you're getting the rare format, which is the advanced release in this gorgeous holder, certified by NGC as being from the release. What do they say? If you can't beat it, you got to join it. So that means you got to give us a call. We're waiting for it. Let's go.
8 years ago, the U.S. Mint launched a new innovation dollar program. This is the first time ever they did an introductory coin. So in 2018, they brought out this golden dollar, American Innovation Dollar, to represent the entire program. After that, 2019 and forward, 4 states were released each year, and they are still in the middle of this program. Follows the order and similar to the state quarter series, but this time it's on a golden dollar blank, similar to Sacagawea, Native American dollars, Statue of Liberty on the obverse, and the reverse design changes 4 times per year. Very low mintage, only 475,000 of each were made in 2018 out of Philadelphia and Denver. Just to compare, one of the presidential dollars, one of the low minted ones, Wilson, Denver, 3.3 million. Even the 2008 Sacagawea Native American, 1.8 million. Even the rarest dollar in the Ike dollar series, the 73S, over $1 million. Only 475,000 of each mint made for these. 20 coin roll you get, 10 Philadelphia, 10 Denver, all uncirculated, one lowest price, $29.95. Competition charges $5.25 a coin. You're looking at over $100 for the same 20 coins. Join us, first year of issue, first in the program, and quite a savings.
The fun part of my job, other than talking coins on TV, is the Great American Coin Hunt, finding the coins we talk about on TV, as well as the emails, the websites, and everything else. It's the American Coin Hunt that's alive and well, and fortunate that that's been most of my career. Within that, though, is the hunt for value, right? We're always looking for those categories or those coins or those topics that are like, wow, with the market here, how can that be there? It's not always logical. And it's sometimes just knowing where to look, because certain sets have coins in them that people don't realize what they are. A case in point would be, for a period of time from 1983 to 1997, the U.S. Mint made a special proof set known as a prestige proof set. In that proof set was a 90% silver dollar, not a clad dollar like the Eisenhower's in circulation. It was an actual silver dollar. And then you see those silver dollars advertised for $100 plus, and you see the set that it came in, the rarer set intact, the OGP, for less money. Head scratcher, why I'm phallically challenged, right? But with that said, there are 3 perfect sets from this grouping over that 17-year period. And tonight, well, those 3 are priced crazyville, the AVC style. So as I referenced, they introduced this special packaging, this geared up, over-the-top proof set in 1983 for the Los Angeles Olympics. It was so well received in 83, they brought it back in 84, changed the dollar. Then they paused for a year, and then in 1986 we're celebrating the 100th anniversary of the Statue of Liberty. And we're making a new silver dollar, this silver dollar, and the proceeds go to making the statue look new again. And I remember this as it was yesterday. And they brought back the prestige proof set, but they changed the look and feel. They improved the packaging from the earlier 83 and 84s. It was so well received, they continued this with 1 set a year, a national thematic, 1 set a year through 1997. So I call them the big 3. There's a lot of great sets there in that span, but I call it the big 3. Because are there 3 more significant dollars made in the last half century than the Statue of Liberty, the first ever coin made with the Statue of Liberty on it. This year, USA 250, we are celebrating We the People. And that came out in 1987. And then the one coin everybody forgets about is the fact that in 1990, to celebrate the 100th anniversary of our 5-star general, 34th president, we made a 90% silver Eisenhower dollar. Now, they made these silver dollars available to the American public in individual coin packages, and they were received very well. Millions of coins sold because there's millions of collectors out there, and these are gorgeous silver dollars, the same size and weight as the Morgan and Peace dollars that circulated 100 years earlier. The rarest format of all these coins were in the special prestige or packaged proof set. Now, the 86 is a little different than the other two because there was a $50 as well. That $50 in the bottom right is a clad $50. But they made 2 coins for the Statue of Liberty, and both are in the set. So 7 coins versus the 87 and the 90 that are 6 coins. But all of them have the 90% silver dollar. So here are the numbers by themselves. Take the dollar by itself, that big, beautiful Statue of Liberty. The competition's 179. Constitution, 169. And Eisenhower, 199. We're $100 less in the rarity prestige package. Wow. And that is kind of just, well, did you know? Did you know? And then one of the big phrases is, did you know? I mean, you can have a million Jeopardy questions out of coin collecting. The history of the U.S. through our coins, right? Did you know that the rarest Eisenhower in 1990 was the prestige set? Did you know the same thing applies to the Statue of Liberty and the Constitution? It pretty much applied to all of the prestige sets. Did you know there's a 90% silver coin in this? So do the math, right? If silver is at that $60, $70 range, still very strong, the majority of this set's in a big silver dollar. The real rarity of the set is the package and the set itself. Every year we had a regular proof set and then the prestige proof set these years. It's multiple millions to a few hundred thousand. That is how much rarer, but again, remembering the reason why. You put a silver dollar in the set, it costs more. So fewer people might buy, no matter how special it is. And like they do currently, we put all the good stuff out early and we put the gooderest stuff out at the end. That's actually a word, gooderest. We put out the Statue of Liberty dollar and $50 in early 1986. They didn't put the prestige proof set out till later in the year. So if you had a choice to buy the rarer set for a few pennies more, would you have bought the better set? And the average is most of us would have if we were given the chance. We just were not given the chance at the time of sale. So just by normal process and flow, the coin that's out last may have, and in this case did have, the smaller mintage, which for us years later is the Holy Grail. Because it's not how many were made, it's how few are known. But when you have something that starts with how few are known, and now, a half a century later, fewer are known, that's the good stuff. And then remember, 2011, we had silver go over $50 an ounce. Remember, in the last 18 months, silver got to $100, past $100. That means the melt values on these coins destroyed a lot of them. Because people looked at it and said, I've had this forever, there's a silver dollar in it, I'm going to melt this thing. So they break it out, bring it down to somebody, and the pawn shop buys it or whatever the deal is. And now these original government packages are far and fewer in between. Yes, they're all different colors because they made different colors every year. So these are the original packages as they were made by the mint. The box, the beautiful, it's like a album look, right? A big certificate and a big outer box. Guys, give me 30 seconds, please. So tonight, we have 3 of my favorites from the prestige proof set era. 83 to 97, Big proof sets with a big, beautiful 90% silver dollar. Statue of Liberty has an extra coin, that's the clad half dollar. So it's 7, 6, and 6 for coin count. The key is the silver dollar in every one of them. The competition sells the silver dollar for significantly more than we have the set. One of them had the Eisenhower set at $249. We're at $89.95. That's called the AVC way. Love these coins, love these sets, but it's all about value. And our prices, I hope, prove that. Thanks for listening. Time to be moving on. I was told earlier today that I can't have two favorites. I have to have a favorite. I can't be a huge fan of the 2026 USA 250 quarter program and how crazy that is, right? From the Mayflower through the 4 different presidents. What a great deal, what a great opportunity, right? And if I like that, it means I can't like, as my number one, the Liberty series from this year, the emerging and enduring dime and half dollar pair. Well, I don't see it that way. I can be a fan of both, but tonight I'm going to spend time on, well, what's going to end up being one of the rarest releases of the year. We have the P's and the D's out in circulation. Later this year, there'll be the clad proofs, which will be fun. But this year, the government put the silver proofs out first, which means the rare coins are out early and obviously sold out quickly. So tonight, we're bringing out the Liberty pair, pure silver proofs in the beautiful Defender holder. But before we go anywhere, we always stop with, well, the last part of the decision tree, which is price. Look at the prices we have on these beautiful silver proofs. The dimes under 50, the half dollars under 80. I mean, the auction sites can't even touch us. And by the way, ours aren't just in capsules. Ours are, the word Defender refers to the name of the holder. And because we have a graphics department, our people here can put together these beautiful labels to keep the themes and the series all together. But this year we celebrate USA 250. And it was the Great American Coin Hunt for the nickels, the dimes, the half dollars, the various quarters, as I referenced earlier. It's just been nothing but fun. But then it comes down to, well, let's talk rarity. I have a roll of this, I have a roll of that. We all have to have those, right? And I understand, I'm a collector as well, and I have them all. Can't not. How often do you turn 250 years old and have unique coins tied to that year only? Well, this year, the Liberty series, as the government's calling it, is emerging Liberty, going back to, well, 250 years ago. We are working through this concept of being a democracy, being a republic, right? And then now, 250 years later, we have the half dollar. We're enduring that liberty process, which means lots of difference of opinions, lots of changes, and a lot of different things happening the last 250 years. We're still growing and learning. That's the theme here. But with that said, using Lady Liberty as the theme makes it even a little bit more special, right? Last year, 2025, we had the Roosevelt dime and the Kennedy half dollar. Next year, 2027, we're going to have the Roosevelt dime and Kennedy half dollar. This year, 2026, we have a dual-dated, unique obverse, unique reverse design that has never been done before and never will be again. You might remember, and I do, the bicentennial going back 50 years ago, right? And at that time, we had 3 special coins in circulation. We had the quarter, we had the half dollar, and the dollar. It was the Washington quarter, Kennedy half, and Eisenhower dollar. The obverse was the same as the regular coin, just a dual date. The reverse was the unique design. And if we got one in circulation, everybody looked at everybody and said, can we spend this? Are we allowed to? Are we supposed to keep this? What do I do with it? Right? I got a can from when I was younger. It's just kind of what we did. It's kind of cool. I got to have these. It's our history. Well, this year they did one up on the concept. The obverse and reverse are different. The dual dates present. But the design elements just make it a little bit stronger. Right? This year we're celebrating 5 different coin designs as a second program or a different program. Right? And the very first one out, and those 5 are the Mercury dime, the Standing Liberty quarter, the Walking Liberty half dollar, the St. Gaudens $20 gold piece, and then the original bust dollar. Of all the coin designs in our U.S. history, those are the 5 special designs being celebrated this year in silver and gold. We're already through number 3. We're waiting for the St. Gaudens and the silver dollar later this year, right? The theme of Liberty this year, tied to we had Barbers from 1892 through 1916, and then we had the Mercury dime from 1916 to 1945. Both of those designs are kind of intertwined into making this year's Liberty dime. The half dollar, they just knocked it out of the park, because the design you're seeing right there looks very similar to the 1986 $5 gold piece made for the 100th anniversary of. It was one of the favorite $5 gold pieces made during that decade, and I'm glad they brought it back with the modification. But the reverse design, are we handing the torch of freedom to the American public, or is the American public grabbing the torch from Liberty? Whatever it is, great design elements, kudos when they do it right, correct? So now let's talk about what we have here. Where we have the lowest minted, the key issue of both of these for this year. P's and D's are out there. There's millions upon millions upon millions of them made. Hopefully you found 1 or 2 in circulation right now, considering where we are in the year. And as I referenced, the clad proofs will be out later in the year, and the mintages will be higher. This one, it's 262,933 as of the U.S. Mint reporting this week. They were released on June 11th, and it was a quick sellout. Gone. Now, my competition, as I referenced, are over 100 on the dime and just under 200 on the half dollar. Look at our prices. We are half the price, and on the half dollar, then some. Value is our middle name. Our entire intent is to have a quantity of product, talk about it for 7 or 8 minutes, and go on to the next thing, hoping that every single thing sells out. To do that, you have to have the best stuff, and there's nothing better than the 2 rarest Liberty pieces being made by the Mint this year, the dime and the half dollar in silver, pure silver, from the silver proof set. And then it comes down to value, value, value. Price, price, price. What we decide on. Guys, give me a 1-minute clock. So again, June 11th, they released the silver proof set first. Right? 262,933 sets were sold, instantly gone. The aftermarket on those is what? $350? That's our price. And we have the lowest price out there. Most are $399 to $439. That's for the set. In the set, there are 2 very special silver coins. The dime and the half dollar. The Liberty series. That are these. And then there are the 5 silver quarters. So there are 7 silvers in that silver proof set. When you break that silver proof set down, and you look at the values, that's why my competition sell the dimes for over 100 and sell the half dollars for a little under 2. Because the math doesn't work. Because if the quarters are 150 to 200 bucks, it means I can buy the components cheaper than I can buy the set. Ding, ding, ding. That's where we come in. And we're happy to play that role. Yes, they're in the defender holders, and the your choice means if you just want the dime, thank you. If you want 3 of the halves, thank you. What you don't want to do is miss on this opportunity, because at these prices, they're not going to last. Thanks for listening.
A first and last in the Lincoln Cent series, a true collector coin in 2017 Philadelphia. So what they did in 2017 to celebrate the 225th anniversary of the United States Mint was they added a P mint mark to the obverse of the Lincoln Cent. First time, only time, makes it very, very special. In addition to that, besides all that good stuff, out of 4.3 million coins, in 67 grade or better, you're looking at just 2,500 and change are known to exist as of today. That's 1 in every 1.7 million coins struck. That is crazy rare. If you're a percentage person, listen to this. Look how many zeros. 0.00005% of the mintage. That's crazy rare. $29.95, one can be yours. I found a 66 selling for $145. How about a higher grade at a lower price?
The buzz right now is what? The enhanced uncirculated Silver Eagle has been released, right? And it's sold out in less than 2 minutes. It is the most limited Silver Eagle of the year. 125,000 were made and gone that quickly. With that, you've seen my competition out there with $1,200, $1,300 for a 70. Well, we had our allocation. It was a very small one with the small mintage. And we had it talking with our people on the floor. Many of you I know chat with them on a regular basis. We had to cut it off. Because this time I said, I want this coin on the air. I want to talk about it for 5 or 6 minutes. So tonight, that's what we're doing. Let's enjoy this while we can. Look at the coin. It is outright special. And the price, well, kind of knocks everybody else out of the park. The label, yeah, PCGS did a great job. Kudos. So this year, we're celebrating the USA 250 theme, but we're also celebrating the 40th anniversary of the Silver Eagle. And we've talked about that a number of times, but it's significant. Inside of that, we have special issue Silver Eagles that the U.S. Mint is dual dating, but they're only dual dating the collector coins. The regular uncirculated is not dual dated. Only the special collector coins. So the West Point Mint coins. So earlier this year, we had the 500,000 proofs. We saw how crazy that was, right? And then now we create, well, something even more special. On top of that, they added that beautiful Liberty Bell 250 privy on top of it. So you have 3 things tied to this coin that have not been out there or anything else. A dual dated W Unk. This is an enhanced Unk, and it's the privy Unk. Now, 125,000 were made, making it 4 times rarer than the proofs. And tonight, in 70. We're still under 800 when everybody else is now over 1,000 because it's sold out so quickly. Now, this is going to sell out tonight as well. We only had a handful of these held in reserve, but as I referenced a few minutes ago, I want to talk about it. PCGS is where this group of advanced release coins were sent. Put it in the beautiful Premier label, which has that eagle landing on the side with the dual date. And this time, the dual date actually is on the coin. 1776, 2026. With the W enhanced dual date privy is the topic at hand. Now, I've seen these coins in the original government packaging. So just the OGP, as they call it, selling for $500 because it sold out so quickly. And it probably is going to hold there because there's so many people calling. At 12:30, which is only 25 minutes after it's sold out. It's actually sold out in 2 minutes. So by the time people could dial our phone number and talk to my people, we had people calling, can you get one? Did you get one? What do you have available? And all of it was, well, we have a small quantity. It's in the show tonight. Please tune in. And if I have any left, I'll call you tomorrow. There will not be any left. Not at the advanced release anyways, which, by the way, is the rarest of the rare of this issue. Right? And since this was released on a Tuesday, there's also no official show release either for this particular coin this year. It was released on a Tuesday. The next show, which is out of Michigan, it can be a great show, is on Thursday. So, in essence, it doesn't qualify for an actual show release. So the label this year is going to be advanced release on the enhanced. Pretty outright special. Now, we've seen enhanced reverse proofs before. Remember 2019? Right? We had the Pride set, the Canadian-American Pride in America set. 225,000 sets sold out. Then we had, well, the S-enhanced reverse proof later that year, 30,000, the rarest, lowest minted Silver Eagle in history. It's sold out, commands huge premiums today. We had burnished coins like I referenced. The W mint mark has been on Silver Eagle's uncirculated classification since 2006. Regular uncirculated, the bullion coin has none, right? There is no mint mark on it. It's just the bucket it came from and the serial numbers that tell us where it was struck, which is why you'll see W, sometimes P, sometimes S on the label. For a regular mint state, 60, 70, etc. This one's different. They made it enhanced, which means they changed just the look of the coin. And on top of that, then they also changed the design. They put a dual date on it. They also changed the design by putting the privy mark on it. So, when the year is over, and we're not over for a while yet, you're going to look at the numbers from all the special coins they made, and you're going to come to one simple conclusion that I made months ago. This coin is it. Just it. The congratulations was special. Don't get me wrong. Philadelphia struck, going back to the Philadelphia Mint, the first U.S. mint. 60,000 coins, a quick sellout, yes, but no dual date tied to the program itself. The only dual dated Silver Eagles this year, U.S. Mint official struck, were the proof West Point and then this enhanced West Point. And this one is crushing with only 125,000 struck. Guys, give me a 1-minute clock, please. So yes, this is known as the premier label. It's the red, white, and blue. It's the flag in the background, the eagle on top, which is the same eagle design on the reverse. We're accenting the W here because, again, these are known as uncirculated by the Mint. This is the first time they've called them enhanced, so it is special. With the obverse with the dual date, only time ever, and the privy mark, only time ever on this series. 40th anniversary, and it's made special. It is made rare. It is made, well, in perfect 70. And tonight, well, it's also under 1,000 by hundreds. We're at $799.95 while it lasts. And I firmly believe these are going to be much higher in price because you can't make up rarity. There are so few of these out there, dwarfing the proof 4-to-1. There's 500,000 proof and only 125,000 of these enhanced uncirculated. The dual date, the same. The privy, the same. The mint mark, the W, the same. Just the finish, this one is so much rarer. And tonight, well, priced perfectly in this beautiful PCGS Premier label. Give us a call. Don't miss out.
This year has been absolutely incredible for collectors, and not just because the U.S. Mint has been releasing some special edition coins for America's 250th birthday. It also marked the first time in over 62 years that the U.S. Mint would not be striking a Kennedy half dollar, the longest tenured half dollar design in U.S. Mint history. But what many have forgotten is there are some secret coins in the Kennedy half dollar series that many simply missed out on. And as everyone knows, in 1964, the Kennedy half dollar replaced the iconic Franklin half dollar, and it was the only year of issue that would be struck from 90% silver, marking an end of an era at the United States Mint. But what many have forgotten is that for the next several years until 1970, they were still striking Kennedy half dollars in silver. They were just not 90%. And starting in 1968, when the U.S. Mint would move proof coin production to the San Francisco Mint, they would create 4 40% silver half dollars in proof condition in the Kennedy half dollar series. 1968, 69, 70, and then of course those iconic bicentennial issues from 1976 that you can see right here that feature Independence Hall on the back. We have put together 4 coin sets of the secret silver Kennedy half dollar proofs. And at less than $80 per set, we are more than $171 less than our nearest competitors' prices. This 4 coin set in our beautiful Defender holders is item number 905-12659. That's 905-12-659. And as I said, at $79.95 per 4 coin set, not only are we less than $20 per coin, we are more than $171 less than our nearest competitors' prices. And each of these coins are in beautiful proof condition and struck by the old granite lady, aka the San Francisco Mint. You can give us a call at 1-866-518-5933. Or if you don't want to use your phone tonight, that's totally fine. Just grab your laptop, tablet, or head on over to your computer and visit our website, which is avccoins.com. That's AVC, and the word coins with an S.com. Then once you're there, to get your hands on this 4 coin set, Just type into the search bar that you can see on the webpage 905 12659. It's 905 12 6 59. And grab the only 40% silver proof Kennedy half dollars in U.S. Mint history. Because many had forgotten these coins were even struck. That's why we call them the secret silver Kennedy half dollars. With our competition, the lowest price you're going to find for even just one of these coins is $63, with the 4-coin set totaling over $251. At just $79.95, we are more than $171 less. And their status as the final silver half dollars struck by the United States Mint that did not come in the special silver proof sets, they have become collecting icons. And whenever a coin series comes to an end, we saw the same thing happen with the Lincoln cent, which finally stopped circulation production this year, 2026. The Kennedy half dollar came to an end with the final coins being struck in 2025. Whenever that happens, collectors clamor to get their hands on the original coins that started the entire trend. And no coins are harder to find today than these 40% silvers. And among the 40% silver secret Kennedys, the proofs are without a doubt the coins to have. And that's because proof coins are the coins made exclusively for collectors, which means the only way to get your hands on these coins was to buy the proof set from that year. Or when we're talking about the bicentennial set, you had to buy it from those special 3-coin silver sets that contain the quarter, half dollar, and Eisenhower dollar released that year. These coins are without a doubt some of the most iconic in U.S. Mint history. And in no large part is their popularity based on the fact that they feature one of the most beloved presidents in U.S. Mint history. And that's because, unlike a lot of presidents, Kennedy didn't just talk the talk, he walked the walk. Notably earning not only a Purple Heart, but the Navy and Marine Corps Medal for gallantry and bravery. Because back when he was serving in the Pacific Theater in World War II, a Japanese warship would ram directly into the side of his PT boat, resulting in it being completely destroyed. And despite suffering an incredibly severe back injury, Kennedy would spend the next several hours swimming back and forth from the wreckage to a nearby island to grab every single one of his crewmates. And that back injury would cripple him for the rest of his life. But when he was asked by reporters, "How did you do it, sir? How could you possibly put yourself through all of that?" His answer was quite simple and incredibly iconic. His answer was, "They destroyed my boat. I had no other choice." Which is why he was such a beloved president, because very few presidents in U.S. history have ever been able to actually talk the talk and walk the walk, as they say. He's up there with Teddy Roosevelt in terms of hard grit, true Americans, which is why his half dollar, which started in 1964, quickly became one of the most popular half dollars in the history of the United States Mint. And these are the secret silver Kennedy half dollars that many completely forgot were ever made, especially the proofs, because the only way to get your hands on these coins was to buy the proof set from that year. And proof sets' popularity had only started to peak in the late 70s and early 80s, which meant these late 60s coins are among the lower mintage coins in the entire series when it comes to proof Kennedy half dollars. Then adding to the fact that they are struck from 40% silver has made them more popular than ever before. Our 4-coin sets tonight, in which you'll get the 68, the 69, the 70, and the 1976, are less than $20 per coin at just $79.95. The same 4-coin collection with their competition is going to cost you upwards of $250. We are more than $170 less at just $79.95 while they last tonight. With the end of the Kennedy half dollar being announced towards the end of 2025, these coins have become more popular than ever before. Add in to the fact that silver has skyrocketed over the last 2 or 3 years, it has resulted in these coins being incredibly expensive. Our entire 4-coin set is just $80. Yet, a single coin with our competition regardless of the date, 68, 69, 70, or 76, is going to cost you at least $63 by itself. We are just a little more for all 4 coins. And as a result, these coins are not going to last long. We have a limited number of 4-coin sets in stock tonight, so please call in now and grab yours while you still have the chance.
In 1864, the United States Mint changed the alloy of the Indian head cent. So we ended up with 2 different types of coins for that year, 1864. They are known in the industry as thick and thin, or, of course, copper and bronze because of the change in the alloy. Now, the coppers are the thick, that's that stack there on the left, and the bronze there are the thin. This is a 2-piece set of both varieties. So you get the thick and the thin in this 2-piece set. Beautiful average circulated collector condition, and it's just $59.95. The mintages are very, very different. You're looking at 39.2 million bronze made compared to only 13.7 million copper nickels. So that is incredibly rare to begin with as far as cents go, because nowadays you're looking at billions of coins made per year. Now this 2-piece set, when we found it with our competition in just good condition, they wanted $49 for the bronze alone. They wanted $85 for the copper nickel. So what a savings, everybody. You get them both with us tonight for just $59.95.
At a recent show, I was talking to, well, one of you, and it was a great conversation. I enjoy the conversations when we do have them. And the comment was, what happened to all those big sets you used to put out? Whether it's Jefferson's, Lincoln's, Kennedy's, Morgan's piece. And it came down to a very simple answer. When you have 50 or 100 of something, if you're out of one piece and you can't find the one piece, you don't have a set, right? And we don't sell partials, we only sell complete. That's kind of the mantra the last 20 years here of being on the air. Well, the good news is this. Over the next couple of days, we have a few collections finally back. And tonight we're going to celebrate one of my favorites for crazy value, which is the first 50 years of San Francisco proof Jeffersons. Tonight, here we go. And tonight, look at that price. There are 52 coins in the first 50 years. Because in 2004 and 2005, we had 2 coins each year. So 52 coins in all. Look at that price. These coins are encapsulated. They are the San Francisco proofs. They are all 52. They are assembled in this beautiful leatherette album. And we're still under $100 complete. Patience to those who wait. This is one of those moments. Now you're seeing right now how the change has occurred over the years. They call it the faces of Jefferson. The earlier years, the proofs were just flat out glossy proofs. And then as technology got better in the early 80s, we started seeing the frosted proofs come out. Big, big difference, right? And then in 2005, year 2 of the Westward Journey program, we changed to a 1-year only Jefferson obverse. We're going to show you that here in a minute. And then in 2006, well, we're doing another different face of Jefferson, and it's been that way ever since. So tonight it's, well, and yes, good idea. You can't forget the Buffalo. The Buffalo nickel came back in 2005, the first 6 months. 3rd coin in the Westward Journey. And here is that where Jefferson normally faced left. For 2005, he faced right. 2 coins. The Buffalo and the Ocean View. And you can see in the upper right-hand corner there a little bit. You can see how in 2006 we went to, well, Jefferson facing forward with Liberty in his pen. What a great, great collection. Lots of history, lots of story. But tonight, the best part is all of them complete in the beautiful album and under $100. Under a couple bucks a coin. I mean, we sell these albums all day long on our website at $29.95, and we can't keep them in stock. We sell the capsules in groups of 10, 25, and 50 at very reasonable numbers. Our competition's $1 a capsule. There are 52 capsules here. So basically, you can buy the packaging from them, or buy the packaging from us with the coins in it already assembled for the same price. For all 52 coins, and we did find it, but it took us 7 different companies to put it together. Ranging from $3, $4, $5 a coin, upwards of that $15, $20 on some of the key issues over the first 50 years. They were at $3.75. We're 1/4 the price. Now, we beat prices all day long, kind of our MO. We want to sell lots of stuff, so we price them accordingly. Price them to sell. But that's a lot. Just saying, it's a lot. And the good news is they're all here and they're assembled, ready to go. So let's talk about the Jefferson nickel a little bit. We'll take a step back. We had the Buffalo Nickel series from 1913 to 1938. We loved it. But once it hit that 25-year mark, the U.S. Mint was happy to get rid of it because the design was just not, it was a beautiful design. One of my favorites, maybe yours as well. But the dates kept on wearing off no matter what they did. And the reverse was fixed when they put the hard line over 5 cents. So it was not a senseless nickel. But they wanted to move forward. We were in our presidential run, right? The Lincoln cent, 09, right? We had the Washington quarter in 32. So it's appropriate that we redo the nickel, tying it to Jefferson and the westward expansion on 1938. Still being made today. Now, I know a lot of you are betting people, not necessarily with numbers, but in your mind, you have your hunches and your guesses. If the cent was discontinued because it costs too much to make, and we know it did, which is why November 12th was the last cent ever made by the U.S. Mint. Well, how about the other side? 5-cent pieces, these nickels as we call them, cost 14, 15 cents to make. Significant savings if they just get rid of it. So I would bet, again, if you're a betting person, it's one of those mental bets, is the nickel going away in the near future? I guess we'll soon find out. But tonight, well, San Francisco is the celebration. In 1968, San Francisco took over the production of proof sets, the yearly proof sets. And they've been doing it now for over a half a century. Proofs were introduced in 1950. Philadelphia made all the early ones, and then in 1968, San Francisco took over. This is the first 50 years. As you can see on the graphic, 1968 to 2017. 1 coin made every year. 2 coins made in 04 and 05, the Westward Nickel program. The Peace and Keel boat in 04, and then the Buffalo Nickel and Ocean View in 05. Total collections, 52 coins. The only way to get these coins is break a U.S. proof set. You got to break a big set to get one of these coins. And that's another compelling reason why it takes forever to build these. We're one of the biggest buyers of proof sets in the country. And when they come to us, if they have a cracked lens, bad box, etc., we can't sell it. So we crack them, encapsulate the coins, and just over time, hopefully accumulate enough to make collections available, which is what our mantra always has been. Everything at crazy prices. Guys, give me a 30-second clock, please. Yep, and one of those 52 coins is the Buffalo Nickel. They brought it back for the first 6 months of 2005. Again, that obverse, a 1-year-only design. Jefferson facing right. And then in 2006, facing forward. And that's the way we see them today. Not $375 plus packaging. How about $99.95 for the 52 coins in packaging? That's definitely what they call the AVC way. Thanks for listening.
The Morgan silver dollar is without a doubt the most popular coin ever produced by the United States Mint. And if it wasn't for the introduction of the 1-ounce silver eagle back in 1986, it could easily be argued as the most collected silver dollar, not just in American history, but world history as well. And for collectors today, no Morgan dollars have been harder to find than those struck by our nation's only southern mint, the mint that earned the affectionate nickname of the hand-me-down mint, I of course am referring to the coins struck by the New Orleans Mint down in Louisiana. And no coins have been harder to find today than those struck towards the end of the 1890s. And tonight we have the last two Morgan dollars of the 1890s, the 98 and the 99. And both of these coins are still in beautiful, uncirculated condition, despite being more than 127 years old. And when it comes to Morgan dollars, the New Orleans ones are some of the hardest to find in this condition, and I'll explain why in a little bit. Now, the 1898 Morgan dollar in beautiful, uncirculated condition in our Defender holder is item number 905-11263. That's 905-11-26-3. And the final New Orleans Mint silver dollar of the 1890s, the 1899, that coin is item number 905-11264. That's 905-11-26-4. And while our limited supplies last tonight, both of these coins are less than $90 each at just $89.95. At that price, we are more than $150 less than our nearest competitor's price for the same two coins in uncirculated condition. You can give us a call tonight at 1-866-518-5933. Or if you'd rather go online, just grab your laptop, tablet, or head on over to your computer and check out our website. The website is avccoins.com. That's AVC, then the word coins with an S.com. Then once you're there on the webpage, you'll see a search bar. To grab the 1898 O in beautiful, uncirculated condition, just type into that search bar 905-11263. That's 905-11-26-3. Or if the 1899 New Orleans Mint Morgan dollar in beautiful uncirculated condition is more up your alley, just type into that search bar 905-11264. That's 905-11-26-4. And if you grab one or both tonight, you cannot go wrong. These coins are a lot rarer than their mintage figures would lead you to believe. And there's a number of different reasons for that. And as I said before, New Orleans Mint Morgan dollars as a whole are harder to find today than many of the other mints. And that's kind of directly tied to why they earned the nickname the Hand-Me-Down Mint. Now that name was given to it by collectors due to the fact that almost all of the coin dies used at the New Orleans Mint came secondhand after being used before by the Philadelphia, San Francisco, and even the little Carson City Mint. All of those coin dies were shipped over to New Orleans, and then they would have their mint marks replaced with that special O mint mark you can see just beneath the eagle's feathers on the back. Due to its status, the Hand-Me-Down Mint, the quality of their coins just was not up to par for what we were used to with the Philadelphia and especially the San Francisco Mint. And the reason that's important is because the 1918 Pittman Act resulted in these coins being a lot rarer than many would be led to believe based on their mintage figures. Because in 1918, for the Pittman Act, 270 million Morgan dollars were melted down. And when it came time to pick which coins in the vaults to pull out for melting, it makes sense that you'd pull out the coins that don't look as good as the rest of them. That resulted in the vast majority of the coins melted down being from the New Orleans Mint. And then on top of that, the New Orleans Mint was our nation's only Southern mint. So it had to produce silver dollars for circulation for the entirety of the American South. And that meant that the vast majority of these silver dollars didn't just sit in bank vaults like with the Philadelphia Mint or San Francisco. They were in circulation, being used as the everyday workhorses of the American economy that they were. So as such, over time, many of these coins just completely wore down and either got melted down for their silver content or just got forgotten about. That's why finding an uncirculated piece from the New Orleans Mint is so hard today. And as I said, these mintage figures can be quite misleading. In 1898, the U.S. Mint struck 4,440,000 total coins. A mintage small enough for New Orleans Mint Morgan dollars to be a top 10 coin by mintage. It comes in at number 8. But despite having over 4.4 million total coins, when you look at NGC and PCGS's population reports today, combined, they have only graded 188,307 coins. And that's every grade they had, from VGs all the way up to stunning MS64 and 5s. 188,307 means that just 1 in every 24 coins struck by the hand-me-down mint, aka the New Orleans Mint, back in 1898, are still in existence today. That breaks down to 4.2% of the entire mintage. When you can find the 1898 in uncirculated condition with their competition, they want over $240. $150 more than our coins are here tonight. Then the following year, in 1899, they would strike one of their highest mintages in the entire New Orleans Mint Morgan Dollar series. They would strike 12,290,000 total coins. Yet despite having almost 12.3 million coins struck, just 156,420 exist today in any condition at all with NGC or PCGS. That breaks down to just 1 in every 79 coins struck. Just 1.2% of the entire mintage. And when you can find the 1899 O today with our competition, an uncirculated coin is going to run you $250. $160 more than our coins are here tonight. That means that you grab both of these coins, not only are you getting 2 silver dollars that are a lot rarer than many collectors will be led to believe by their mintage figures, you're also going to save over $310 versus our nearest competitor's price. And to put into perspective how good of a value our coins are tonight at just $89.95, an 1898 is going to cost you $190 in circulated condition with our competition. $100 more than our uncirculated coins are here tonight. The 1899, that's going to run you $200, $110 more than our coins are at just $89.95. That means if you bought both of these coins tonight, you'd be saving over $210 versus the price of circulated coins with our competition. At a value that steep, these coins are not going to last long, and the New Orleans Mint Morgan dollars sell out every time we bring them out. So call in now and get yours while you still have the chance.
We've seen a lot of 1-ounce copper rounds, but now it's time for a massive 10-ounce copper bar. This is a 10-ounce bar of pure copper, truly massive. If you look at it, struck by Frontier Mint, you have your certificate of authenticity on the back, of course, outlining the fine copper, 0.999, 10 ounces, and each is individually numbered. The serial number on the bar that is stamped matches the certificate of authenticity that is shrink wrapped within the bar itself. $34.95. No limits on this one. A lot of people stack these as well. They don't just stack those 1-ounce copper rounds. I've seen a lot of people stacking their 10-ounce copper bars as well. Join us on this one, folks. This one is hot.
This year's silver proof set, wow, right? You got the dime special, you have the quarters special, but the one that kind of gets my attention is that beautiful Liberty half dollar. Enduring Liberty, making it last. And tonight, we not only have that silver half dollar, we have that silver half dollar and NGC's USA 250 label as a perfect 70. But the best part, as always here on America's Value Channel, is you got to check out that price first. Look at that one. We're under 200 for this silver 70. Now let's just go over the details, because I mean, it gets better the more you talk about it. First of all, is there a design this year that is more appropriate for USA 250 than this one right here? And in my opinion, absolutely not. Let's go over them, right? We have the Jefferson nickel, which is the Jefferson nickel with a dual date on it. Then we have the Liberty dime, a mix of the Barber dime and the Mercury dime, a good-looking coin with an eagle reverse, but again, not quite here. Then you have the 5 different quarter designs, and there's some pretty cool quarters, right? You get the Mayflower with the Pilgrims, you get George Washington with the Revolutionary War soldier, then you get into the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, and then Lincoln and the Gettysburg Address. All great themes, all significant presidents, all topics that are warranting of something special. But when you think of America, you get into New York Harbor, you think of Lady Liberty. And Lady Liberty here is a revised design that they used back in 1986. 1986, for the 100th anniversary of the Statue of Liberty, this was a very similar design on our $5 gold piece. But the reverse is just as significant as the obverse, right here. Is this Lady Liberty handing the American people the torch, or is it the American people reaching for the torch? Either way, perfect story, perfect look, and tonight, a perfect coin, and it's going to be the rarest coin. Let's talk about that part for a second. So there's going to be 4 different Liberty half dollars this year. All the same design. There'll be a P and a D for circulation, tens of millions of coins. And by the way, have you found one? They're actually out in circulation. I haven't, but I've been told by many they got lucky. Pretty cool. Then this is the silver San Francisco. And then later this year, there'll be the clad San Francisco. Every year without fail, the clad is significantly more mintage figure-wise, quantity made, than the silver, which is what this one is. So when the year is over, it will be also the rarest of the Liberty half dollars. Now, this is a pure silver coin. The old silver was .900 fine, which they called U.S. coin silver. In 2019, we changed that to all of our silver coins in our silver proof sets are pure silver, .993, just like the Silver Eagle. So it's a little shinier than the average silver, but that's kind of the way they make them now. These are beautiful proofs in the USA 250 label. This label is a premium label. That's why you see most of the coins from this year not with America 250 on it, because you got to pay more for it. Well, I'm sorry, we did pay more for it. We're not asking you to, because I just think this is a great label for this year's great coins. 1776, 2026, the dual date. Obverse, reverse, different. Now, let's go back 50 years. I was around for the bicentennial. Many of you might have as well. And I remember the 3 coins in circulation, right? It was the, Washington quarter with the drummer boy on the reverse. Then you had the Kennedy half dollar with Independence Hall on the reverse. And then you had the Eisenhower dollar with a rendition of the Eagle landing on the moon, right? No, I'm sorry, the Liberty Bell on the moon, excuse me. The obverse was the same coin we always see it with a dual date. The reverse was the cool design. This year around, 2026, the obverse and reverse, unique, one-of-a-kind, only designs. So we have something here tonight that will always go down as something special. But we know all the details now. It's going to go down as something special, but it's going to go down as the rarest of that something special. And then you got a perfect 70, right? Go big or go home, and I want the best. Second place isn't good enough. Well, I'm sorry, a 69 is a great coin, but a 70 is perfect, and there is nothing finer. Here are the numbers. You might remember these, or you might have heard these from my prior conversations, because they're stunning to me. 262,000 silver proof sets are released on July 11th, and they're gone with the snap of a finger. Nobody questions why. It's just that obvious of a deal. They're gone. Now, we're looking at, over a month later, how many coins have been certified. And by now, we're seeing about 70-80% of the coins that will be certified have gone through the system, because it's kind of the process, right? We get the coins, we send them in, we want them certified, add them to our 70 collection, we go on. And as people buy proof sets, usually as they buy them later in the year, they're keeping them as proof sets. Now, the last couple of years, our numbers were 20, 23, 25% of the coins made end up in 70 holders, which is not bad considering Silver Eagles are over 30%. You know where this one is right now? We're at 17,532 as of the airing of this tonight. That's less than 7%. So it's not only the rarest by mintage, it's going to be by far one of the key pieces. Now, at 7%, will it climb to like 10%? Probably. but not 20%. Huge difference. So tonight, not at $2.99, not at $3.49 where we've seen our competition. Tonight, we are at $199.95, under $200 for the largest silver coin in the silver proof set this year. Guys, I'm not going to have time for a clock, so let's just run this down for a second. Lots of people on the phone, and thank you. Do I have the dimes? Yes, I do. Unfortunately, I can't remember the most recent update in pricing, but check us out. I have the quarter sets as well. We have the 70s, and as you very well know, very few people ever beat our prices. And that's because we have one mantra: buy it, sell it, next, right? We all win if we follow that formula. So join us tonight, this beautiful, the most beautiful in my opinion, of all this year's dual-dated coins. The Statue of Liberty half, $199.95 for a perfect 70. Oh my. Well, I've been told the show is complete. Another Tuesday in the books. That is another 6 hours of collectible coins, 60 plus products, about 25 sellouts. I thank you all for joining us. It was a wonderful evening. The good news is Wednesday and Thursday we're back. So join us. Don't miss out. I can guarantee it's going to be a lot of fun. Good night.
Collectible Coins is now on YouTube. Watch Steve and Allison streaming live, and then after the show, check out videos of all of your favorite products. Whether you watch YouTube on your TV, phone, or computer, be sure to subscribe and click the bell icon to be notified when we go live so you never miss a show, no matter where you are. Just go to youtube.com/AVC Coins to see individual videos of all of our best products, including Morgan Dollars, World Silver, proof sets, and more. You can even click the link conveniently located in the description of every video to purchase any coin directly on avccoins.com. Be sure to hit the like button on your favorites so that we can keep bringing you more of the coins that you love. The coin show you know and love is now just a click away on youtube.com/AVC Coins. Our dedicated coin website, avccoins.com, is the #1 online destination for collectors, offering 24/7 access to one of the deepest coin inventories in the industry. There are tens of thousands of items on our site, with new listings weekly and specials posted every Monday. You've heard it said before, the United States Silver Eagles are the most in-demand, most anticipated, and most wanted silver issues in the entire world. We've got them by the year, uncirculated, in proof, special issues, and in sets, many of them in original mint packaging, and also certified. Are you missing a specific mint set in your collection? We have them listed individually at avccoins.com, so you're able to grow your collection even quicker. If you're looking for proof sets, we have them. The Philadelphia Silvers, the San Francisco issues, the new silver issues, plus the special premieres, the legacies, the prestige sets, dating back to the 1950s. We have them all online at the best prices. Now let's have some fun with dollars, a very special category. Morgan dollars from all 5 mints: Philadelphia, San Francisco, New Orleans, Denver, and yes, Carson City. We've got all the peace dollars: Eisenhower, Susan B. Anthony's, even the Sacagawea and Presidential Golden Dollars, plus the new Innovation Series. Literally hundreds to choose from. Don't forget, we've got all the collector's packaging too, whether it's coin capsules, tubes, boxes, chests, trays, everything you need to help take care of your collection. You've asked, we've delivered. Now you have the opportunity to go to avccoins.com and acquire exclusive items not seen regularly on our shows. From the collector's experience, you'll find nothing else like it on the entire internet. avccoins.com. Best selection, best prices, guaranteed.